Fight. Faction battle.
Boy, I wish you would accept this fight. We can get it on. Come on, man.
Faction battle. Challenge accepted.
Fuck.
Triborg. Ermac.
Oh, tough fight. Ermac, huh?
Artificial man. Are you not one as well? We are a vessel for an army. Round one. Fight. two, fight.
Oh wow, what the fuck? I still got stuck.
Ermac wins. Round one, fight. Round two, fight. Final round, fight. Finish him. Triborg wins. Flawless victory. Fatality. Raiden. Triborg. Round one, fight! Round 2, fight. Final round, fight.
How the fuck that shit catch me? Damn, what else did it do? Double back dot. Fuck this shit. What the fuck? I thought I was gonna come back all the way, man. I ain't gonna lie. I'll never give up on me. Oh, hell no. Oh, it's like that.
Round 2, fight.
I'll try to uppercut that shit. Oh, I waited too late. I should have just instant that shit.
Raiden wins. Round 1, fight. Finish him. Triborg wins.
I don't see the 0. I don't see the 100 odds, bro. Who do you go get your main, bro? So like some Liu Kang or some shit, so I can see the 100 odds you got on me, or play better with this nigga or something. Show me some 100 odds shit. Oh! Oh, it didn't come out. Damn, that's all you needed. It was that little. Yep.
Round 2. Fight.
Shit.
Raiden wins.
Mm-hmm.
Predator.
Reddit. Reddit.
Triborg.
It's over with. Y'all ain't getting on. Go eat your poop.
Round 1. Fight.
Wow. Too much anticipation.
Sniper initiative lives out. Round 2. Fight.
Wow. Watch this, Predator. I'm about to hit you with the world of lightning. Here it comes. Fucking with you. You know I can still see you, right? Whoa! I was finna say if that nigga can block that, man.
Triborg wins. Round one, fight.
Hold on, you ate all the burrito, man. It's gone. Oh, I dropped it. Why did I do that? Come on. Oh, do it again. Ah. Okay. I was on the ground stabbing that bitch, eh? Mmm.
Round two, fight.
Oh shit. Motherfucker. Oh. Oh. Yeah.
Final round, fight.
See if I can do it again. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. I couldn't make a kill. Oh. Oh. No. Yo. I should have threw the red bomb over there and went and attacked that motherfucker. Damn, I fucked that up. I should have threw the red bomb or something. I should have slid or anything. If you would have blocked the slide, it would have been done. But man, I was close. Uh-oh. Oh, I tried to do 2 kicks on that bitch.
You move without precision. Round two, fight.
Damn. Alright. Oh. Damn, why did I? Oh man, I had you and I fucked it up. All right, I got you this time. Here we go. Here we go.
Fight.
That's where my bomb at. I'm bad, bro. I know it, man. I'm mean. I'm a mean motherfucker on here, man. When I'm playing right.
Scorpion.
You want me to show you what I do to scorpions now? I can beat everybody on this map, bro. I mean, it might be a challenge. I don't like Jax, Kano, Raiden, Scorpion. The most fucked up person is Sonya. Shit, Cassie K with Sonya. I can beat the fuck out of Tremors.
Round one.
Anybody, bro. Oh, right in the fire! So you gotta be on your shit. Scorpion stuff. Like that. Oh, see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Okay. 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 Stepped it up a notch. I like this. Now here we go.
Round two. Fight.
I'll show you what I do. Oh, it's fine. Oh, that was a mix. I'm that's over with. Ah! I thought he was gonna knock his ass in the leg. Look at this shit.
Finish him. Scorpion wins.
I might have to hit some of this perp to beat this Scorpion.
Round one. Fight.
Oh, why am I doing that? Okay, I got it. I got it. I got it. Let me get it together right now. Get it together right now. Oh, yeah. Flawless. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. So I wasn't finna use that EX either.
Two. Fight.
Okay. Bro, I'm fucking up. Don't even ask me why I did that. Oh!
Finish him. Scorpion wins.
What do I do with that bag? I had a bag full of treats that I bought.
Your skills were augmented by Quan Chi.
Full of snacks. Nigga said treats.
You're merely a
Who about the dogs?
Round 1. Fight.
Damn, I keep fucking up. Wow.
Round 2. Fight.
Haha, good move.
Finish him.
Yeah, your scorpion is.
Win.
That's the one, huh? Don't get upset if I knock the shit out of Scorpion right now.
Round 1. Fight.
A mix. A mix. The Scorpion is very easy to play with. I don't like it.
2. Fight.
Okay.
Finish him. Scorpion wins.
Try it again. What's the score, man? 6-9, 4-9. What is that? I can't even see it. Come on. I can't even see this shit. I'm too far away.
Round 1. Fight. Scorpion wins.
All right, man. One more, man. That's gonna do it. Motherfucking no.
Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight.
Oh wow. Fucking up. Oh, I'll say I'm due for a smoke, yo. Oh man, it didn't even come out. Oh hell no, that was late. Good games, bro.
Finish him. Scorpion wins. Faction battle. Challenge accepted.
Hi.
What up? What's up with it?
Triborg. Raiden. Round
Liu Kang.
fight.
Man, that you poking, not fucking. That was crazy.
Round two. Fight. Finish him. Triborg wins. Round one. Fight.
Your pain was predestined.
Final round. Fight. Finish him. Raiden wins. Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight. Triborg wins. Round 1. Fight.
Damn, I ain't trying to do that. So I gotta clock out for work. I clock out real quick. Use photo. Submit observation. Submit. Should clock out. 4 hours and 30 minutes. There we go. All right, here comes the combo. I'm finna hit you with it right here. Booyah! Gotcha. You ready, man? Damn. Fuck.
Final round, fight.
Oh my gosh, bro. I've been waiting on some shit like that. Oh! Oh, bro. What the fuck was that?
Raiden wins. Round 1, fight. Round 2, fight.
Too slow. Too slow.
Raiden wins.
Oh, I got just a thing.
Raiden. Triborg. Fight.
Okay.
Do not provoke a god.
Okay.
Round 2.
Let's just chill.
Final round. Fight.
What? That's unreal how they won't let that nigga get in like that.
Finish him. Raiden.
Oh, that's fucking crazy.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah, that's it.
Round 2. Fight.
Could have sworn I ducked that and blocked that. You get in this corner like that. Fuck.
The Cypher Initiative lives on. Final round. Fight. For the lead way. Finish him. Triborg wins. Round 1. Fight.
Oh, I cannot catch that nigga yet. Oh.
Round 2. Fight.
What? This nigga backs up and then swings on me. What? Ha.
Final round. Fight. Triborg wins.
I feel like he left. He didn't leave. Something went funny with the game. Started feeling weird afterwards.
Round 1. Fight.
Your pain was predestined.
Round 2. Fight. Fight.
What the fuck was that? Yeah.
Finish him. Triborg wins.
Whew, shit, man. What are we doing right now? What is this? 5-4? I went up.
Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight. Final round. Fight. Triborg wins. Round 1. Fight.
Hey. I should have just let go a long time ago on that motherfucker. Why'd I do that one? Playing around?
Round 2, fight. Final round, fight. Triborg wins.
That's why I had to pause the game. I had to hit some of that purple again. Oh no, that's dang. I can't believe I touched him right there. Oh man, I'll be fucking up. I be having you. I had you in some good shit right there, and I fucked it up, eh? Ah.
Round 2, fight.
Hey, this is disappearing acting motherfuckers. Oh no. Oh, it took him way too long to get that one out. Hey, you wanna go to the hill? I'm getting invited to the hill by somebody that's good. Oh, good break. He's not going quietly. He's gone. All right, one more. Yeah, we're going to the hill, man. Come on. I'm going to invite you. It's going to be some killers in there. Ah. Oh. Oh, he dropped it. Oh, what the fuck? can't believe I dropped that.
Raiden.
You know what I'm saying? It should be impossible to drop that when you do that. It should be automatic.
Fight.
Where's my bomb at right there? What the fuck? Oh, you been outside all that time, man? What the fuck?
Round 2.
Where you coming from?
Fight.
Oh man, I'm waiting too long right there. I know I can attack before that. What the fuck? Alright, man. Fuck it.
The Cyber Initiative is out. Final round. Fight.
Hell no, that shit full screen ass punch. What the fuck? Oh my gosh, come on, Raiden. Damn.
Finish him. Triborg wins. Round 1. Fight.
Oh. I believe I be dropping, bro. What the fuck? I knew you was gonna do that. Damn, I knew you was gonna do that. Let that shit happen anyway.
Round 2. Fight.
That was different.
Raiden wins. Round 1, fight.
It's always right out of beats. What the fuck?
Round 2, fight. Final round, fight. Finish him.
Not a fool.
Raiden wins. Round 1, fight.
Wow, what the fuck was that? Look, seems like my remote be getting stuck sometimes. God damn, I gave up all of that because I fucked up. See?
Do not provoke a god.
Round 2, fight.
Wow. Ain't no way right now this is happening. Yeah. Oh my god. Yo.
Raiden wins.
Guess what? It's that time again, bro.
Raiden. Triborg. Round 2, fight. Triborg wins. Round 1, fight!
Wow, if I knew you was gonna get that, boy, I'd have took off on you. What? I was getting hit with everything now. It's like you. Oh, damn! How the fuck? I think I'm supposed to. I don't know what I'm supposed to do when you. Like, maybe I'm try it. I ain't gonna say it, I'm gonna try it.
Final round, fight!
Haha, the holiest uppercut I've ever seen. Oh man. It's like I can't touch the motherfucker and he's over there, huh? Right.
Raiden wins.
Oh man, what a fight.
Round 1, fight!
Oh wow, he caught me trying to jump over there too.
Round 2, fight!
Good guy.
Finish him. Raiden wins.
It can't be no 100 though. King, it's not. It ain't no 100. It said he had 100. I had 0 eyes on that dude, please. The fucking hill is full.
Faction battle.
Those
Faction
are good
battle.
games.
Challenge accepted.
Oh wait, I'm in the wrong shit. I'm trying to go to the hill. What did somebody just say? Wow, he's going to jail forever. Never getting out. He said he was killing the president. His ass ain't never getting out of jail.
King of the Hill.
Oh yeah. He was trying to do like me and go to a King of the Hill, but not to fight. He was trying to go AFK and watch or go to one that was popping and fight. Shit. It's full in there. Should go back and fight some more singles. Hell. Those are some good fights. If you just came in, run the tape back and look at the fights we've been having. Them are some good fights. Five brutalities. 3 matches Sub-Zero. 3 matches with Scorpion. Never seen him say that before. Is that enough to eat tonight? What's wrong with it? Ain't enough to eat. Move. Don't you eat? What's in that bowl over there? Guess I'll keep the action going since I can't get into a hill right now. I'll just go fight somebody. It's a bunch of motherfuckers in there AFK. Ain't nobody even fighting in there. They just AFK. Probably two people fighting. Room full of AFK.
Challenge accepted. Kenshi. Triborg. Round one. Fight.
Oh, we got like a little lag on here, right? It's too hopping and skipping around in my face. Oh my goodness. You playing like this, you might get brutal.
The Cyber Initiative lives on. Round two. Fight.
Alright, watch this, Kenshi. Oh, what happened? See, I'm pushing the button too fast.
Finish him. Triborg wins.
I just made sure the announcer said it first. Sometimes if you do that too soon and leave, you'll lose. Let me go. I want to go to the hill. Fuck it, I'm gonna just wait it out.
King of the Hill. Sub-Zero.
You meant that shit, huh?
Tribal.
I should play you. What's up? Couldn't hear you. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, it's okay.
Never fool.
We forced you once. Round 1. Fight!
It's Paquitos, it's English. It's, your name is Stockman. Stockman, 23,
Round 2. Fight!
10 looks like. I can't see that shit from here. What are you doing, right?
Finish him!
What you looking to see?
Triborg wins. Flawless victory. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Triborg. For right.
No, I don't need that. Shouldn't be fighting you, man.
Sub-Zero. Round 1. Fight! Round 2. Fight! Finish him! Sub-Zero wins. Flawless victory. Pay your respects.
Let's see.
Throne defended.
There's a double flawless. Double, double. Do bully, do bully. I gotta go. Gotta go, amigo. Got to go, amigo. That's what I was trying to tell him, but he don't speak. He don't speak a Spanish anyway. He don't speak nothing but a Spanish. Let's see. Ain't nobody trying to get up out of that hill. He only gonna speak it to you, Spanish.
King of the hill. Liu Kang. Liu Kang. Round one. Fight.
Use your head or lose it.
Round two. Fight. Finish him. Liu Kang wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Goro. Sonya Blade. Liu Kang. Sub-Zero. Liu Kang. Round 1. Fight!
Logan Paul. Oh shit. Logan Paul knocked out by him. Damn. Damn. It's working.
Liu Kang wins. Pay your respects. There is a new king. Alien. Kano.
Looking for some action?
Round 1. Fight!
Complete no hook.
Round 2. Fight! Pay your respects. There is a new king. Alien.
So I got a new Mark DJ to go to. I was trying to play it on my Mac, and this is what happened. Absolutely no sound. And I just looked all over the internet trying to figure it out until finally I'm like, you get an aux cord.
Okay.
You connect it to the main right here. You connect it to your speaker.
Oh, you gotta put it to the speaker.
The cold is your enemy.
Connect to speaker. Turn it on.
Round one.
There you go. All those hours for no damn reason. This is how you get it to work on your iMac. So I got a new Mark DJ to go to. I was trying to.
Okay, she said you gotta plug it in. Something.
Round two. Fight. Finish him. Alien wins. Flawless victory. Fatality. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Alien. Triborg. What is this? Round one. Fight!
Hey, this shit's a stretch.
The Cyber Initiative is out. Final round. Fight. Finish him. Triborg wins. Pay your respects. There is a new king.
Oh, so these are portable speakers. That's a late. Portable speakers.
Kano. Triborg. Round one. Fight.
Oh, what a drop.
Round two. Fight.
Complete no hope.
Finish him. Kano wins. Pay your respects. There is a new king. Sub-Zero. Johnny Cage.
In this video, we're going to show you 11 different ways to connect your DJ controller to a set of powered speakers. It does not matter if you have RCA, quarter-inch, or XLR outputs on the back of your DJ controller, the methods that we show you in this video will work for you.
Round one.
Also, for speakers, it doesn't matter if you're using studio monitors or powered speakers in live events, 4-inch, 5-inch, or 7-inch studio monitors on your desk, or if you're using 8-inch, 12, 15-inch powered speakers in a live environment. The exact same cables and connections apply to you when you're setting up your DJ controller with these types of speakers. Now, for the purposes of this video today, we are going to start with the good solutions and work our way all the way towards the best solutions that I think are more pro-grade solutions that give you the most flexibility and the highest quality. We're going to explain all of this as we go. First of all, if you are looking for pricing or specs for any of the methods that we discussed in this video, we do have links to everything in this video down in the description below from a variety of online retailers to make sure that you are getting the best price possible. Next, for the purposes of this video, we're just going to ignore the difference between booth outputs and main outputs. We're basically just focusing on how to connect RCA, quarter-inch, or XLR outputs of your audio mixer to the set of powered speakers. Next, let's talk about the difference between balanced and unbalanced cables and the difference between them. The quick summary of it is unbalanced cables should not be run more than 15 feet. They're likely to pick up static, hiss, distortion, buzzing, noise, anything like that. In rare circumstances, an unbalanced cable can even pick up a radio station. So if you're a DJ, you want to avoid long lengths of unbalanced cable because it can be quite embarrassing if any one of these things happen to you at a live event or performance. On the other hand, if you're using a true balanced cable with a balanced output and a balanced input on the back of your speaker, theoretically, you can run up to 1,000 feet with very minimal degradation, audio loss, signal quality issues, buzzing, interference, all that. The technology that's inside a balanced cable, the way that it works with phase correction and so on, gives you a much more reliable. So what's an example of an unbalanced or balanced? You see here in the palm of my hand, I have two quarter-inch jacks. One has two sections as a tip and a sleeve. This is known as a TS, tip and sleeve, quarter-inch jack. This is unbalanced. If you look beside it here, you can see that I have a quarter-inch jack with three sections on it, tip, ring, and a sleeve. This is a TRS quarter-inch jack, and it's balanced. Another example of a balanced cable would be XLR. The last thing to cover with balanced and unbalanced cables is that they default to the lowest common denominator. What do I mean by that? If we have a cable that has an XLR jack that's balanced on one side and an RCA jack that's unbalanced on the other side of that cable, it will be unbalanced. Unless you run it through a DI box or a transformer, it comes down to the lowest common denominator. Since an RCA jack is unbalanced, you should not be running a cable like that for longer than 10 or 15 feet, or you do risk picking up static, noise, interference, and audio degradation over the length of that cable. The next thing that we need to cover is the 9 level, RCA level, and 9 level. Small levels of white. Here you see an XLR, CYRAX output, that is the loudest level. What does that mean? That means that when you connect your DJ controller to that XLR output, you don't need a speaker, audio, or other devices as louder signal. In technical terms, now if we compare that to RCA level outputs on the back of your audio controller, that's actually minus 10 dB. That means it's 40% higher than the output on your DJ controller, which means that you will have to turn up your speaker more, or you have an inline preamp, then back to the DI box, mixer, you're going to have to volume somewhere in your signal chain at the same level because RCA is quieter than XLR. If we compare that to a microphone, very quite mildly, the level coming out of the microphone is minus 3. quite a bit quieter than either one of these. That's another thing just to keep in mind. I just wanted to cover it off to make this video complete. Okay, so for the first three connection methods here, we're going to be using the RCA outputs on the back of this DJ controller. Keep in mind, all these methods are unbalanced, so you should not be using cables longer than 10 feet if you're using the RCA outputs on the back of your DJ controller. Okay, so the first connection method here is to use an RCA cable. Obviously, this is the ideal type of cable if you're going from an RCA output on the back of your DJ controller to an RCA input on the back of your powered speaker. When you're using a cable like this, if you have a red and a white side of that cable, red is always right. For the purposes of this video, I'm going to connect one side of this cable to a powered studio monitor, one side of this cable to a powered speaker for live events. Just so you know, it does work on both types, as long as it has an RCA input on the back. Now that we've connected it, let's turn it up to see if it works. See there that it does in fact work. Okay, so the second solution here is a cable like this one. This is an unbalanced cable that will go to RCA quarter inch. Again, don't use a cable like this that's longer than 100 feet. This is good if you're using the RCA outputs on the back of your DJ controller, and the speakers that you're using, whether studio monitors or powered speakers, only have quarter inch inputs on the back of them. Let's connect this. Now let's see if this works. That this works as well. Now the third option that we're going to use is to connect RCA outputs on the back of your DJ controller. Use a cable like this one. This will take RCA outputs on the back of your DJ controller and convert it to XLR and connect to the back of your speaker. Again, this is unbalanced, so you would not want to use this at 10 or 15 feet if you are susceptible to some type of noise or interference in the background. So let's turn it up now to see how it sounds. So you can see that this works as well. Okay, so the next three options that we're going to show you are perfect if you're going quarter inch outputs in the back of your DJ controller. In my situation today, this DJ controller does not have quarter inch outputs on the back of it, but I'm going to go through each cable that you have as an option and explain the pros and cons of each. The first is a cable like this one. This one is unbalanced because if you're going quarter inch to RCA, the RCA end is unbalanced anyway. So with a cable like this, it's not uncommon to find that it's quarter inch TS, not TRS. There's no point making it TRS since it's an unbalanced cable going to RCA. But this would work well. You connect the quarter inch jacks to the back of your DJ controller, and if your speakers only have RCA inputs on the back, this is the cable that you would use. Now, the other two options that I'm going to show you for quarter inch outputs on the back of your DJ controller are much better. The second cable that you can use is a balanced quarter inch TRS cable. This is perfect if you're going from quarter inch outputs on the back of your DJ controller, and the speakers that you have only have quarter inch inputs on the back of them. You can see here that both sides of this jack or this cable have TRS, the 3-section quarter inch jack. This will give you a balanced cable. In theory, you could run this up to 1,000 feet with very minimal audio degradation, noise, or any issues like that. The last option, if you have quarter inch outputs on the back of your DJ controller, is to use a cable like this. This is by far my favorite solution. If your speakers have XLR inputs, I think this is the most robust and the most scalable solution for you. On one side of this cable, there's a quarter inch jack that has a TRS, or tip ring sleeve, and it converts to an XLR cable. Now, since both jacks on the end of this cable are balanced, you can actually convert quarter inch to XLR. You don't need a DI box or a transport or anything like that. I typically buy small, short versions of this because the beauty of a system like this is that once you go to XLR, if you're at a live event, there's usually somebody with a trunk, pallet, a skid, or a box full of XLR cables, and you can just keep extending this cable by adding more XLR cables to it indefinitely up to that theoretical 1,000-foot limit. Not that you're going to run into that with what you're doing. When you get into larger pro-grade events, mostly everything on site is converted to XLR anyway, so this is the most scalable solution for that reason. There is no audio quality difference between this and the previous solution. It's more just the ease of extending the cable because XLR cables have a male and female jack, so you don't need an adapter or a coupler to extend it like you would in a quarter inch cable. So for that reason, this is the most robust solution. You can connect the quarter-inch jack to the back of your DJ controller if you have quarter-inch CRS outputs. And once you get into XLR, then you're in the best solution for live events using powered speakers or screen monitors if you have XLR inputs on the back of your studio. So the next three options that we're going to show you deal with the XLR outputs on the back of the DJ controller. Again, we're going to start with the worst solution and work our way up to the best. The first solution that you have is to use a cable like this. It goes from female XLR to male RCA. The reason I say that this is the worst is because, again, anytime you have an RCA jack at the end of your cable, it is unbalanced, so you can't run something like this longer than 10 or 15 feet without getting issues. But let's connect this to see if it works. Now we'll turn it up, and you can see that this does work as well. So this is the first solution, it's unbalanced. Okay, so the next option that you have is a cable like this one. You have female XLR, and it goes to male quarter-inch CRS. So this is balanced, both jacks at the end of this cable is balanced, the cable itself is balanced, and you use this if you're going from XLR outputs on the back of your audio mixer, and if you need to go and do it. Do a DI box for if your speakers only have quarter-inch TRS inputs on the back of them as an option, then this is a good cable for you. Disconnect it. Let's turn this up to see if it works. This does work. It's a balanced solution. Here, you can run this up to 1,000. Okay, so for the last option here, you can use normal XLR cable, so that's male to female XLR cable. This is fully balanced. This is the easiest and simplest if you're in the pro production world. This is what everything on your stage is going to look like. It's the best without using without buttons. There is no quality difference between this and the previous one that I suggested. They're both fully balanced, but just ease of use and practicality means that XLR is easier to work with on site, and if you're short of cable, you can always run it on site. There's other DJ or production. That's how you disconnect this now. Okay, let's turn this up. You can see that this works as well. I like to use colored XLR cable for short environment like this. It helps you keep track of where. Now for the next two options, they deal with more gray kind of solution. They solve a lot of the issues of our previous solutions that we showed. The first one that we're going to show you is the DI box. So you can see here beside me, I have 4 different DI boxes. They're all made by Radial. This isn't sponsored by Radial or anything like that. It's just a brand of DI box that I've always used. The first one I ever used, and they never moved them. They have a really good reputation. Some of the DI boxes have been hundreds, if not thousands of events. So they are extremely robust, and I can't vouch for them in the real world. What the DI boxes? So right at the beginning of the video, when we talked about the difference between balance and unbalanced cable, the iBox balance cable, it has a transformer built into it, and it can do the phase alignment that is required in order to balance the cable. So if you see some of the iBoxes, let's just walk through them. One of them here is a Pro AV2. I really recommend this one if you want to buy one iBox. The reason I really like it will do anything that has
Oh, what a drop. Damn, I'll be dropping.
So no matter what you're using, you can plug the RCA cable into this, it'll bounce it and spit out an XLR cable. Even if you're dealing with balanced quarter-inch cable, sometimes you just want things like this to convert it to XLR. This is really helpful for you. Other things that typically come with DI boxes are a pad, so if your signal is way too loud or too hot, if you're plugging into an audio mixer or something like that, you can just put a pad on it. Another thing is there will be some type of a ground lift button, so if you are getting a buzz or a hum, you can just click this button and it'll add the ground to make sure that that buzz or hum goes away. The next DI box I have here is a Pro D2. Now this is more straightforward. It just has quarter-inch inputs and outputs and XLR outputs. So if you just need to convert your quarter-inch cable from your audio DJ controller here, you can do that with a box like this. This is really handy. It's not quite as helpful as the Pro D2. Now the third box I have here is an active DI box. A lot of people will say that DJs need active DI box, and I just kind of disagree with that overall. I think if you're going to spend the money on an active DI box, you're going to be looking at our last solution anyway to use a full-blown audio mixer. It'll give you way more control. An active DI box requires phantom power, which you typically need to get from an audio mixer anyway. Or if you're going to connect to another power supply, then again, you're probably priced out. It's going to be the same cost.
Need to know how to connect powered speakers to your DJ controller? Then no worries, I'm going to show you how to do that today. Hi, I'm Dan from Beatmatch Guru. Let's dive right into the tutorial. Like the video and subscribe to the channel. Okay, so if you're in the market for getting some powered speakers and currently you don't have any speakers, for example, or you have an amp set up that you want to get rid of because these bad boys actually have an amp built in, hence why they're called powered. So what you'll need to know is that you need to know the cables that you need and the input and output. So on the DJ controller here, the DDJ 400 by Pioneer, and what you'll find is that on the back there's a phono, and what's interesting is that different ranges of DJ controllers that you come across, they might have different outputs, and they may have multiple outputs. So for example, this.
Throne defended. Goro. Scorpion. Scorpion! You. I will tear you apart! Round 1, fight! This is the end of you. Round 2, fight! Brutality. Behold my power. Scorpion wins. Flawless victory. Pay your respects. There is a new king. Raiden. 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 Round 1. Fight! Do not provoke a god. Round 2. Fight! Finish him! Raiden wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Territory. Scorpion. Round 1. Fight! Round 2. Fight! Scorpion wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Scorpion. Scorpion. one, fight! This is the end of you. Round two, fight! Scorpion wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Katie. Herman. Round one, fight!
Ain't that a bitch?
Round two, fight! Final round, fight! defended. Aaron Black. Predator. Round one, fight! Round two. Fight!
Smell the gun. Happiness is a warm gun.
Final round, fight!
Gun is the best defense.
Finish him! Predator wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Liu Kang, Scorpion.
Liu Kang.
I will not let you pass.
Very well.
Round one, fight! Fight! Finish him! Scorpion wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Scorpion raided. Round one, fight! Round two, fight! Final round, fight! Raiden wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Kitana. Alien. Round one, fight! Round two, fight! Finish her! Alien wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Sub-Zero. Sub-Zero.
Who are you? Perhaps your ice clone. Prepare to be shattered.
Round one, fight! Round two, fight! annihilation. Finish him! Sub-Zero wins. Pay your respects. There is a new king. Sub-Zero. Sub-Zero. Aaron Black.
Let's see.
Warner Brothers just teased the next NetherRealm game, and it's not looking good for Injustice fans. That's right, because not only did WB confirm its focus on big franchises, but also the senior animator for Mortal Kombat also confirmed that he's working on the next game. So yeah, all of these hints point towards another Mortal Kombat game. But don't lose hope, Injustice fans, because nothing is impossible. So far, we only have hints, and while I personally do think another Mortal Kombat game is 80% likely, that's not 100%, so there's still a chance. But let me know in the comments down below which game you want next the most, Injustice 3 or another Mortal Kombat game. Not Mortal Kombat 1. Okay, not again. Then while you're down there, leave a like for future NetherRealm games in general, because I'm just happy that more games are confirmed after the recent merger with Paramount. I just made a full video covering that drama situation if you want to check it out. Another day means more Mortal Kombat news, so to stay up to date, make sure you subscribe below and ring that bell so you never miss any future content. And without any further ado, everyone, let's begin.
Mortal Kombat 13, huh?
Warner Brothers has begun teasing their next games immediately after the Paramount merger, and Mortal Kombat is looking very likely. So that's bad news for Injustice fans. However, there could be an Injustice cross Mortal Kombat. Maybe that's possible. But to give you a full picture of what's happening in this whole situation, I'm gonna break it down. There's two really big hints pointing towards a Mortal Kombat game. First up is this tweet from Jeff Keighley himself. Warner Brothers games will return to some of our biggest franchises in 2027, 2028, says WB Games CEO JB Peretti. If that's how you say his name, I've got no idea. But yeah, big franchises. So that's definitely not Injustice. That series is relatively new. Definitely not a big franchise to be sure. So that's big hint number one, that the next NetherRealm game is going to be a Mortal Kombat. However, I can already hear many of you asking, Underdog, how do we know that means a NetherRealm game, period? Warner Brothers has lots of companies in its game division. So what if this tweet means Hogwarts Legacy 2 or another Batman Arkham game? Surely those games could also be in the works. How do we know another NetherRealm game is even coming? Because Mortal Kombat 1 did underperform a little bit, so maybe Warner Brothers is done with NetherRealm. They're gonna shut down the entire company. Well, thankfully that's not the case, because get this, a senior animator at NetherRealm Studios straight up said, we're cooking. That's right, which implies he's gonna be working on the next game. He's the senior animator at NetherRealm, and he straight up tweeted, I'm cooking, baby. I'm starting work on a new game. And his choice of words is also a big deal, because Warner Brothers themselves also said, we're cooking. So yeah, they're both using the same lingo on purpose. That's not a coincidence. But alright everyone, before going any further, I want to tell you about a really cool Mortal Kombat product starting on Kickstarter. Listen up. Today's video is sponsored by Cryptozoic, and check out their newest Mortal Kombat collaboration. It's live on Kickstarter. Back it now via the link below for exclusive rewards and to help unlock stretch goals. All of our favorite Mortal Kombat characters are here with their fatalities and other memorable moves straight from the game. You can get the base game, 2 cover choices, 3 expansions, playmats, acrylic standees, and more. All of the art is original too, created just for this game. Yeah, their Kickstarter has so many cool exclusives and awesome stretch goals. Play as your favorite Mortal Kombat characters, choose your own playstyle, perform awesome combos, build powerful decks, and unleash devastating fatalities. It's a dynamic 2-player experience and optimized so more players can join the mayhem, but there's also lots of strategy and counterplay by customizing your deck for unique gameplay strategies. Partner with an ally for the 2v2 Deadly Alliance expansion. Pass cards, form unique strategies, and work together to smash the enemy team. I'm talking unique strategies with 10 new 2v2 combatants, all with teamwork combo abilities. And because it's Mortal Kombat 1, of course there's a cameo expansion. Summon 21 classic Mortal Kombat cameo characters from across the franchise's history. Each card delivers iconic moves, a tactical support, and a dose of pure Mortal Kombat nostalgia. As you can see, everyone, this new Mortal Kombat game is freaking awesome, so check out my link down below to back this Kickstarter today and unlock tons of exclusives for yourself and awesome stretch goals for others. Alright, and back to the video. Let's hop on PC Gamer to learn more about Warner Brothers' new direction with their gaming division specifically. So Mortal Kombat, a bit of Harry Potter, some of the Batman Arkham games, you get the idea. After practically disappearing for 2 years, Warner Brothers Games will return to some of its biggest franchises starting next year. Yeah, so like mentioned earlier, this all but confirms that NetherRealm's gonna be working on a Mortal Kombat game and most likely not an Injustice game. As for Warner Brothers Discovery's gaming business, already acknowledged that 2025 was a great year of reset after the division got distracted going after too many IPs with a too broad set of studios. This year, Warner Brothers Discovery is slated to release a new Lego Batman game and a Game of Thrones themed mobile game dubbed Dragonfire. Obviously, that doesn't interest us very much, right? I'm a Mortal Kombat guy. I like the Batman games too, but Lego Batman, not my cup of tea. So let's keep reading. The real fruits will start coming in 27-28 when we return to some of our biggest franchises, he said. Already didn't specify any titles, but it's likely he was referencing the push for a studio to release a Hogwarts Legacy game sequel that will coincide with the debut of HBO's Harry Potter series and a Mortal Kombat game. Just kidding, I'm adding that part on there myself. But yeah, big things are happening at Warner Brothers after merging with Paramount. Anyways, I digress. The whole point of this segue was to show you that I'm not going off tweets on X alone, alright? I'm also considering direct quotes from the owners of the studios themselves, right? The game division lead himself said, yeah, we're focusing on big franchises. So that points towards Mortal Kombat and not so much Injustice 3. But real quick, my personal thoughts on this whole situation. Am I happy about Mortal Kombat over Injustice 3? Honestly, it's a mixed bag for me because gaming is how I make money too. It's not just my hobby. So as a result, I'm kind of conflicted. Gameplay-wise, I'd prefer Injustice 3. It just sounds more fresh in my mind. And also, I love the Injustice series. Big combos go brrr. Also, the rushdown characters are amazing. Too much keep away and zoning. But if NetherRealm just tones that down, Injustice would be better than Mortal Kombat gameplay-wise. I'm just gonna say it because that really is how I feel. I think the Injustice games have the potential to be the best NetherRealm games out there. The problem is all the damn zoning and keep away. It's so annoying. In fact, it's so annoying that NetherRealm invented a whole gimmick gameplay system to get around the zoning in Injustice 2, and it didn't work because the zoning was that overpowered. But alright, I'm getting off topic. The gamer in me would prefer Injustice 3, not only because it would be refreshing, but also I want to see what's happening with the story. Apparently it kept going in the comic books with the He-Man crossover, which sounds crazy and made up, but no, that actually happened. There's a He-Man comic tie-in that has the Injustice characters and is technically a sequel. Then fast forward a couple years, and apparently Injustice Superman is just in the DC universe now. Like, he straight up appeared and is canon in the mainline comic series, which also sounds made up, but no, it's true. A lot of things are happening with the Injustice story, but I want it to be in the game itself. So Injustice 3 would keep that story going, and I want to see what's happening. Because I love DC. I'm a comic book fan first, actually, before a gamer. I've been reading comic books since I was a little bitty kid, and before that, my parents would read the comic books for me because I wasn't able to read yet. So yeah, comic books mean a lot to me personally. However, the job side of me is like, please make another Mortal Kombat because that means more views, which means more money, and also my channel would grow faster too because let's be real, Injustice is just not as popular as the Mortal Kombat series. But once again, I digress. The business side of me definitely wants a Mortal Kombat sequel because that would just do better for my channel, and also it's what you all want to see. I should add that part as well because the numbers don't lie, right? The views on my channel don't lie. When I make a Mortal Kombat video, it always does better than any other fighting game. Whether it's Street Fighter, Guilty Gear, or Injustice, my Mortal Kombat videos always do better, which shows me my audience wants to see that game above all else, which is completely fine. This channel is for you guys. I made this channel for the audience. That's just how it works. So with all that in mind, half of me is excited at the idea of a Mortal Kombat sequel, especially especially if it goes away from Mortal Kombat 1. They've already introduced the multiverse stuff, which I mostly do not like. However, there is one tiny upside to the multiverse shenanigans, and that's the new game taking place in a different reality that's way more similar to the traditional Mortal Kombat series that we all know and love. So, for example, maybe in this timeline, Raiden recreated the universe and just made a typical Mortal Kombat world that we all love and enjoy. Scorpion is back to being Scorpion, Havoc is back to Chaos Realm, all that stuff returns and all the annoying changes are done. CYRAX and Sector are back to being guys, you get the idea. Also, Johnny Cage has his green glow abilities back, yada yada yada. That could actually happen in the next Mortal Kombat game thanks to the multiverse shenanigans. Otherwise, I don't like multiverse. In fact, I downright hate it. Along with time travel, I think it's impossible to write. However, pretty much everything has a silver lining, and this is no different, right? The multiverse allows us to go to a different Mortal Kombat universe where things are more gritty and violent and dark and edgy, which is what I think many fans would like, myself included. But alright everyone, that's about it for the recent hints and stuff on social media that points towards Mortal Kombat and not so much Injustice. However, nothing is confirmed as of yet, it's just hints, and even if those hints do point in a specific direction, Injustice 3 is not off the table, it could happen, and in fact, we could have Mortal Kombat versus Injustice. That would be really cool. Thanks for watching, and I hope you enjoyed. If you did, leave a like down below. Every single like and comment on this video does help it do better in the algorithm, and then finish that comment.
Gun is the best defense.
Here's the brutal truth. The PS6 is coming, and most of you won't be able to afford it. Between the console, games, and subscriptions, we're looking at a $2,000 plus investment just to play. Is gaming officially becoming a hobby only for the rich? Point one, the price tag nightmare. Let's do the painful math. PS6 console, analysts predict $700 to $800 minimum. Games jumping to $80 each. Some deluxe editions hitting $120. Those two launch titles, that's $160 gone instantly. Add a second controller at $90, storage expansion at $150, and PS Plus at $120 per year. Day one, you're spending over $1,200 just to start gaming. That's not a hobby. That's a financial commitment. Point two, the economy doesn't care. Here's the reality check nobody wants to hear. Inflation is crushing families worldwide. Rent is up. Groceries are up. Wages are flat. And Sony thinks now is the time to release the most expensive console ever? The average gamer can't drop $1,200 on entertainment when they're struggling with basics. Gaming used to be the escape from financial stress. Now it's causing financial stress. We're being priced out of our own hobby. Point three, gaming's class divide. This is the ugly future. Gaming is splitting into two classes. The wealthy, who can afford PS6 and premium experiences, and everyone else stuck on last-gen mobile games or cloud streaming. Sony doesn't care because they'd rather have 50 million rich customers than 150 million struggling ones. Higher margins, smaller audience. The mass market era of gaming is dying, and nobody's talking about it. So be honest, can you actually afford the PS6 at launch, or are you waiting years for a price drop? Drop your real situation below and subscribe to Game Station for brutal truths about gaming's affordability crisis. Here's the brutal truth. The PS6 is coming, and most...
So you never sold drugs, have you?
Yeah, I did.
So, in some... What? Quarter spoon. Quarter spoon. Quarter spoon. What is that? Nobody says quarter spoon. You didn't sell shit. You already said quarter. Quarter spoon. What the fuck you talking about? Quarter. You said quarter spoon. I failed the case. You weren't a king nothing. You was a pig pen. What up? So you never sold drugs, have you? Yeah, I did. So, in some... What? Quarter spoon. Quarter spoon. Quarter spoon. What is that? Nobody says quarter spoon. You didn't sell shit. You already said quarter. Quarter spoon. You said quarter spoon. I failed it. You weren't getting nothing. You was a pig pen. Quarter spoon.
Aaron Black wins.
We're filming. Aren't you a good citizen? What do you mean?
Bug out. Grab him.
Defended.
Watch him.
Jason Voorhees.
I need it. Oh, no, he's here. This is Foundation for God wants to spin glasses up here. Why is he running? He didn't even have them. What's his name again?
Round 1. Fight.
What are you talking about? What? Aren't you a good citizen? What do you mean?
Bug out. Grab him. Watch him.
Taste the blade of
I need it. This is Foundation for God wants to spin glasses.
Ghost Limited?
Why Remy did this in the first place? Why Vanessa Williams went down to her first weight? Why Jada went live, told it all? Now why John Bridges taking different roads too far? Why Vanessa called his own family ugly and ugly? Max P out here trying to beat butt. Why Shannon Sharp trying to get some more white itches? Why Trump give Nikki this Willy Wonka ticket? Speaking of Trump, why twin? Why you turning people president to a YN? Why Egypt challenged Krishan with a stiff rap greased up? Why somebody sold your boy them sneakers? Why Shikari, why you run off boo? Why a young boy rub his face on the wrong Gucci? Why they got Steph Curry in the tofu Johns? Why Blueface got the same hairstyles as newborn? Why they sent Dawn to the bang disgusting? Why Carisha had them 2 fingers touching? Why Fabi went Polly Pocket there to flex? Why Meatball turned into Manny Fresh? Why I ain't make up this Dr. Pepper jingle? Why Remy did this in the first place? Why Vanessa Williams went down to her birth weight?
Nobody in human history has ever cared less about their job than James Harden. He kicks it to the corner just to close out on his own teammate. What are we doing? All he knows is jumping off the bench mid-play to get a steal just because he feels like it. I really have no idea how this man is a real person. He loses the handle on the ball and moves into the backcourt, but he decides to clean it up as a little bit too much effort, so instead he just gives up a free leg to the other team. Not picking up the ball and letting your opponent just take it seems to be something of a high. Absolutely no attempt at playing defense was made until the very last second. He's like, you know what? I'll slap the ball away without looking. Look at this man's face. He looks so annoyed that he has to even moderately care. The 76ers are holding the ball at the end of the game. Harden starts spinning it on the skater, and he really wants to do this. Embiid wants to shoot it, he pushes it away, and these two end up fighting for the ball, 2 teammates at the end of the game to shoot a meaningless shot. Harden signs on the foul, so what does he do? He lays on Michael Carter-Williams' back until he just collapses under his weight. Of course, we can't forget when he slams the ball into his own face, leaving John Harden absolutely stunned. He's really never know what Harden's going to do when he steps on the court. Nobody in human history has ever cared less about them.
No friend zone on Highly. Women make the first move, plan fun dates, and love to video chat.
After reviewing the new evidence, this court overturns your conviction. You are fully exonerated of
So that's it? 22 years ago? You can say you're free?
the state.
My kids grew up with me. My son was a killer. And then you tell me you're free.
Your sentence is complete. As of today, you are officially released.
I need to ask the letters. The ones I send every week for 12 years, did any of them ever go through?
Program returned all correspondence. They were never delivered to the recipient.
12 years, talking to nobody.
You've completed your sentence. You are free to leave custody today.
My son.
He still lives in Cedar Falls. He passed 5 months ago. He never recovered from the accident.
Thought I'd get to it.
Take your time, sir.
I lost him long before today.
After serving your sentence, you are hereby released from state custody. I don't know how. Federal information officers will remain in the city. After reviewing the new evidence, this court overturns your...
These are the times fans caught singers completely off guard. Starting off with this fan who shocked Zara Larsson when he joined the stage and knew every dance move.
Round 2. Fight.
Second is when Harry Styles couldn't believe how loud his fan was.
So loud, you know, I've got hundreds of 5 points goes directly from this to my end. I can still hate you more than I can hate me.
And finally, when Sabrina Carpenter ran away when she realized what fan she met.
Oh, Sabrina, can I sing for you?
Girl, no, we've been here before. No.
These are the times fans caught singers completely off guard. Starting off with this fan who shocked Zara Larsson when he joined the stage and knew every dance move.
I don't want to scare you, but only people with an IQ over 130 can solve it. You've got to try it yourself. Boost your IQ.
Nature's own bread. Nature's own right here. 25th, 2 months old. This bread is over 2 months old. It ain't no on the bread. So now look, that's the town. We was out of town for a week. So this bread is less than 3 weeks old.
Johnny Cage wins.
Look how much mold is on this bread.
Pay your respects.
Put this in the combo. Now, this is what nature does over time.
Defend it.
That's the bread you made. Look at it. Back in the day, remember it was like this? Deep this though. This is why I did this video. So I was like, said they do that to get to where we don't spoil like a weight gain. And nature's on used to use nature's own bread. Look nature's own right here. 25th, 2 months old. This bread is over 2 months old. Look, it ain't no on the bread nowhere. So now look, my wife bread.
In Virginia, there's a bridge that's downright terrifying. It literally drags you straight under the ocean for no reason. This is the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, 18 miles long, half above water, half buried beneath it. The first time you drive it, it scares the life out you. You're surrounded by ocean. Waves crash against the sides, and in the tunnel you hear that dull, heavy sound of water pressing on the walls. Your brain won't stop spinning. What if it floods? What if the car breaks down? What if there's traffic underwater? Here's the craziest part. Between the bridge and tunnels sit 4 man-made islands. Huge cargo ships sail right over your head, pressing the ocean down on you. Built in the 1960s to link Virginia's mainland with the eastern shore, it needed underwater tunnels so Navy ships could pass. Structurally, it's rock solid. Walls over 70 centimeters thick, no major leaks in 50-plus years. But what really scares people isn't danger. It's losing control. During storms, the bridge sways. In fog, you can't see a thing. Some drivers panic halfway through. Others drive 100 extra miles to skip it. Even for $1 million, I wouldn't take that drive. In Virginia,
Make sure that they have legal status in the country.
We'll see what happens over these next few moments. So can you just...
On any X post, analyze it for you, and research it as much as you want. So you can basically have, just by tapping the Grok icon, you can assess whether that post is the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth, or whether there's something supplemental you need to be explained. So I think it's actually made a lot of progress towards freedom of speech and people being able to tell whether something is false or not propaganda. The recent update to Grok is actually, I think, very good at piercing through propaganda. And then we use that latest version of Grok to create Grokopedia. It's not just, I think, more neutral and more accurate than Wikipedia, but it actually has a lot more information than a Wikipedia page.
You hear Trump's take on the JFK assassination, why he didn't release the files?
Yeah, I know what Trump's take is.
He said that if you knew what I know, you wouldn't tell people either. Which is crazy.
Well, that's his position on the UAP thing as well.
Yeah.
Actually. And that's a lot of people's position on it. I mean, Trump is saying, of course, the CIA had knowledge of it. That is known. The whole thing, it's just like, it's so funny. There's so many levels and there's so much I don't understand. But the whole JFK conspiracy industry, and it really is an industry, more books written on that than almost any historical topic, is filled with wackos, right? There are a lot of wackos in there. But that fact obscures the larger fact, which is the facts themselves tell an unbelievable story.
Yeah.
And so, I could get into it at great length, but they're still classifying documents 61 years later. Both Trump and Joe Biden have, in violation of my read of federal law, kept those documents secret. There's no living person connected to the Kennedy assassination. It was a couple generations ago. There's no one person whose secrets are being protected. It's an institution, or maybe countries. There may have been countries involved too. I mean, I don't know the answer, but there's clearly something worth protecting. And I know that when I spoke to someone who'd seen the documents, okay, 2 years ago, and I got one fact out of him, which is, yes, the CIA was involved. And by CIA is a huge organization, but James Jesus Angleton, the head of the operations directorate, had knowledge of this, which I think is well known. But that's the view of someone who saw the documents. So I thought that was news. So I went on TV and said that. The next day, I'll never forget it, I went quail hunting. And I was driving back, and I got a phone call from Mike Pompeo's lawyer. Mike Pompeo was Secretary of State, but before then, he was the director of the CIA. And in that position, he plotted the murder of Julian Assange, so he is a criminal as far as I'm concerned. But his lawyer called me and said, you should know that anyone who tells you the contents of classified documents has committed a crime. He's threatening me. He's in my car. With my dog sitting next to me, I'll never forget this. And I said, are you really saying that to reveal that the U.S. government had a role in the murder of a democratically elected president, to say that out loud, that's the crime? What about the actual crime, which is murdering a president? Like, you're covering up for that, Mike Pompeo.
What did he say to that?
He had no response at all. And so Mike Pompeo is the one who pressed Trump to keep those documents secret. And so it's like, what's crazy to me is not just that Pompeo did that. I think Pompeo is a really sinister person and a criminal. I think that because the facts suggest that. He was caught. Yahoo News, Mike Isikoff wrote a long piece on this several years ago. His employees went to Mike Isikoff and said, hey, Mike Pompeo is plotting to murder Julian Assange, who's never even been charged with a crime in the United States, as CIA director. That's illegal. You're not allowed. Federal employees are not allowed to just kill people they don't like, okay? Just to set the baseline here. So that's who Mike Pompeo is. But he somehow intimidated Trump into not releasing this. Well, okay, that's all bad, right? I think it's criminal behavior. What's crazy is how Mike Pompeo is treated. He's treated as like a Republican poobah in good standing. He fully expects to become the Secretary of Defense in a Trump administration, which is like completely insane. Why would you take a criminal and give him nuclear weapons? Okay, that's my view. I think it's a common sense view. And like he goes to fundraisers and dinners and everyone's like, hey, Mike Pompeo. It's like, no, you're the guy who kept information the public has a right to know secret. You're the guy who plotted the murder of someone who committed no crime. You are the outlaw. You are the bad guy. But no, he's treated as like, like a pillar of Republican Washington. I think it's mind-bending to watch that.
Good evening. We begin tonight here with the breaking news. President Trump firing his Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. We have new reporting tonight, what led to the firing and the war in Iran tonight. President Trump telling our Jonathan Karl that the president himself wants a hand in picking Iran's next supreme leader. First tonight, he's picking a new Secretary of Homeland Security after firing one of the most high-profile members of his cabinet. Tonight, sources telling ABC News Kristi Noem was told by the president that she was fired just moments before stepping onto a stage to deliver a speech in Nashville. The president's decision coming after 2 blistering days of hearings on Capitol Hill. A source telling ABC News the president was upset with multiple leadership failures. Of course, the country watched those scenes unfold, the 2 deadly shootings of U.S. citizens in Minneapolis, the mother of 3, Renee Good, and the killing of ICU nurse Alex Preddy. Noem refused to apologize for characterizing both of them as domestic terrorists, saying shortly after the killings it was domestic terrorism. Noem under scrutiny on a number of fronts, including an ad campaign paid for by the American taxpayers, more than $200 million for a campaign that starred Noem herself. She testified the president was aware of it. Tonight, President Trump replacing Noem with Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, a vocal defender of the president's immigration crackdown. ABC's Rachel Scott leading us off from Capitol Hill tonight.
She was one of the most high-profile members of the cabinet. And tonight, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is out, fired by President Trump, the first major shakeup of his second term. Noem's tenure defined by controversy and flashy photo ops. For the president, a $220 million taxpayer-funded ad campaign may have been the last straw.
I'm Kristi Noem.
The secretary seen galloping through Mount Rushmore.
Anyone who searches for freedom can always find a home here.
Tuesday, Republican Senator John Kennedy grilling Noem about taxpayers paying for that campaign.
The president approved ahead of time you spending $220 million running TV ads across the country in which you are featured prominently.
Yes, sir. We went through the legal processes, did it correctly, worked with OMB. Yes.
He did?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Kennedy deeply skeptical.
That's not the president of the United States I know. And in fact, after the hearing, the president of the United States called me. I'm going to put it this way, his recollection and her recollection are different.
Tonight, administration sources telling me Noem's ouster was the culmination of her many unfortunate leadership failures. Flashpoints laid bare this week in two bruising congressional hearings. Noem was pressed on the chaos in Minnesota. Federal officers killing protesters Alex Petty and Renee Good. Quickly characterizing the victims as domestic terrorists just hours after they were shot dead.
That is the definition of domestic terrorism.
Tuesday, the secretary refused to apologize.
Do you want to apologize for that characterization that they were domestic terrorists?
I will continue every day to get up and to work hard to give everybody factual information.
Noem was also asked to explain her relationship with her powerful top aide, Corey Lewandowski, President Trump's former campaign manager, whose official role was a special government employee.
Secretary Noem, at any time during your tenure as Director of Department of Homeland Security, have you had sexual relations with Corey Lewandowski? Mr. Chairman, I am shocked that we're going down and peddling tabloid garbage in this committee today.
Noem even called to task for writing in her book that she shot and killed her family's rambunctious puppy.
A 14-month-old dog is basically a teenager in dog years. You decided to kill that dog because you had not invested the appropriate time in training, and then you have the audacity to go into a book and say it's a leadership lesson about tough choices.
Today, President Trump announcing on social media that Noem was out. Sources tell us he called to inform her just minutes before she took the stage at a speech in Nashville. President's pick to replace Noem, Oklahoma Senator Mark Wayne Mullen. I spoke to him on the Capitol steps.
Is there any learning lessons that you have picked up from Noem and ways in which you want to lead the agency?
Listen, Kristi is a friend. She was tasked to do a very difficult job, and I think she has performed the best she can do underneath the circumstances.
Of course, Kristi Noem oversaw the president's deportation raids, all of those flashy photo ops. But tonight, she is no longer the face of that immigration crackdown. Instead, the president says he's moving her to a new role called Special Envoy for the Shield of the Americas. Though, David, it's unclear what exactly that is.
You'll be tracking this all week long for us, Rachel. Thank you.
Y'all don't know what happened to Salento? Y'all remember Salento, right? The dude who's saying, watch me whip. Now watch me, Nene. Yeah, he's going to jail for 30 years for his cousin. Now, you see, Silento had a problem. Here go his mugshot right here. But actually, this might be the mugshot from the time when he ran into those people's house with a hatchet. We're going to get to that part, too. But Silento had a problem. And it all started when he got famous. You see, at one point, Silento was on top of the world. Y'all remember the song Whip and Nene? It was everywhere. And y'all know what happens after you make a hit. You better make another one and fast. Because when people get tired of you, people get mean. But you know who else gets mean? Your record label. Silento was signed to Capitol Records. They said, Silento, where that next hit at, baby? He said, oh, man, it's coming, man. Y'all want? They said, okay, actually, we don't care. You see, a lot of times record labels will sign an artist who made one hit so they can make money off that hit forever. They don't care about what happens to you afterwards. So they said, Silento, look, unless you come to us with another hit, you're not releasing another song. So Silento in the lab over and over again trying to make a hit. Now, there's something else I should mention. Silento came out at this time saying he has mental health issues. Now, at this point, I'm going to speculate his mental health issues combined with the pressures of making another hit, combined with trying to get out of his label because they wouldn't let him release a song, all really got to him, because this is when the story starts to take a And actually, side note, it got a little worse for him because he did get out of his label. He released his album and it didn't do well. So people were clowning him. So at this point, he allegedly stopped showing up for shows, even though he got paid to go to them. He then gets a domestic charge towards his girlfriend. The cops come in and arrest him. The next day, listen closely, he leaves and he goes looking for his girlfriend. He walks into a house with a hatchet and he said, "Where's she at?" Now, this is the point where you should probably see the mental health issues, or respectfully, he just stupid. Because he walked into the crib and there's a family sitting there, wife, kids, all that. "Honey, can you pass the salt?" He said, "Hey, where's my girlfriend at?" They said, "Do we look like we know who your girlfriend is?" He brings out the hatchet and starts swinging. He said, "Tell me where she at." 2 other dudes who was living in the house rush him. They bring the out, but they don't fire. They just wrestle him and they call the police. The police pull up. They say, "Hey, we just seen you yesterday." He said, "Yeah." They lock him up. He gets released on bail. A month later, they catch bro driving 143 miles an hour. They said 140. Telling us, "Officer, before you finish your sentence, you would be driving 143 miles an hour if you was getting chased by people all the time, everywhere." They said, "Why are you getting chased by people?" He said, "Look at me. Do you know who I am?" They said, "Put your hands behind your back." They arrest him. He started losing it on the body cam. He said, "Man, is it because I'm black?" They said, "Not this time." And well, here's where things start to get wicked. Because when he gets released for this charge, about 3 months later, his cousin was found in the street. On video surveillance, they see his car, his white BMW, driving away. His family members said, "Yup, that's Silento's car." They go over, arrest Silento. He tries to get out on bail. His grandparents said, "Deny that bail." They said, "Silento, we found your cousin." He said, "I did it. It was me." He just confessed. Now, since he confessed, there was no trial, so we didn't get exact details as to why he did it, but he was sentenced to 30 years. Technically, it's a reduced sentence since he was charged with mental health issues, but it is 30 years regardless. And well, his spirits still seem to be high because from jail, he said, more new music on the way.
How do you square that concern for waste, which I share, with the fact that you have spent $220 million running television advertisements that feature you prominently?
Sir, the president tasked me with getting the message out to the country and to other countries where we were seeing the invasion come from, with putting commercials out that told them that if they were in this country illegally, that they needed to leave, or we would detain them and remove them, and they'd not get the chance to come back to America the right way. That has been extremely effective.
Ask you to run these advertisements, is that right? We
had that conversation, yes, before I was put in this position and sworn in and confirmed, and since then as well.
Okay. Did you bid out those service contracts?
Yes, they did. They went out to a competitive bid, and career officials at the department chose who would do those advertising commercials.
And the people that you ended up picking were people who had formerly done your political work back in South Dakota, is that right?
No, that's not correct, sir.
I think it is.
No, it's not, sir. The individuals who, I believe the careers who they chose were 2 different media firms. There's been conversation about their subcontractors, but we have no legal authority to look into subcontractors on work like that.
Okay. And you're saying that you're testifying that President Trump approved this ahead of time. Does that understand?
We had conversations about making sure that we were telling people.
No, ma'am. I'm asking you, sorry to interrupt, but the president approved ahead of time you spending $220 million running TV ads across the country in which you are featured prominently.
Yes, sir. We went through the legal processes, did it correctly, worked with OMB. Yes.
He did?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
And one thing, Senator, I think would be helpful to know is how effective that communications has been. That overwhelmingly
effective in your name recognition. I mean, I personally just. I mean, to me, it puts the president in a terribly awkward spot, and and I'm not saying you're not telling the truth. It's just hard for me to believe. I mean, the president as I do, that you said, Mr. President, here's some ads I've cut, and I'm going to spend $220 million running them, that he would have agreed to that. I don't think Russ Vogt at OMB would have agreed to that. It's something we have to defend. I'm on the Appropriations Committee. My research shows that you did not bid them out, that you picked, in fact, one of the people you picked, the strategy group, Safe America Media was a company formed 11 days before you picked them, and that the strategy group got most of the money, and the head of that is married to your former spokesperson. Look, we all have friends who are qualified. I'm not quibbling with that. It troubles me. A fifth to a quarter of $1 billion of taxpayer money when we're scratching for every penny and we're fighting over rescission packages. I just can't agree with Madam Secretary. Are you still running those ads?
No, Senator, I did not have anything to do with picking those contractors. I know politicals at the Department of Homeland Security did.
I understand. Are you still
officials followed the competitive bid process?
Are you still running those ads?
I think the ads are due to end here in March, I think within a week.
So
I'm not sure of the date. The one that is running is focusing on angel families. Have you seen that? It is the one that's talking about this is our why. This is why we work every day. Okay. It's for the angel families and their victims that need to.
So I'm sure a lot of people have had the same experience. When you're around somebody and they use the word Jew in a derogatory term, it kind of sets you off. It's like when you hear white men drop the N-word with the hard R at the end of it, it kind of just off-puts you because you're like, wow, this person's just an ignorant, racist asshole. But if you are at a point where people saying the word Jew in a derogatory light offends you, or you feel some type of sympathy for these people, you're just not awake yet, and you have no idea who these people are. And I hate to disagree with Candace Owens. It kind of just goes, I don't know, it just rubs me the wrong way. I just don't feel comfortable because I'm one of the biggest fans of Candace Owens. But I'll have to admit, Nick is right about this one point. Check this out and let me know what you think.
Because even the other people, like Candace Owens, you know what? God bless her. Candace Owens is out there. She's against the war. I appreciate that. Somebody clip this. It really is a positive that Candace Owens is against the war in Iran. She's got an unbelievable audience. It's massive. It's a lot of women. Good for her. However, and I will say this, she's saying it's the Khazarian Mafia. It's not. It's not the Khazarian Mafia. It's the Jews. That's why you have to do. No one else is saying it like this. Candace says it's the Khazarian Mafia. It's these nomadic Turkic tribesmen from the 8th century that moved into medieval Europe and started LARPing as Jews. It's Jews. They're doing it on the Jewish holiday of Purim. It's against the Persians. They're mortal enemies. They're calling them the Amalekites. It's straight out of the Old Testament. It's right out of the Old Testament. Okay? I saw Professor Jang, who's on Sneeko. He says it's the Khazarians, it's the Freemasons. He went a little crazy. I like the guy, but he's a little out there. He's talking about eschatology. He won't say it's the Jews either. Tucker Carlson says it's got nothing to do with Judaism. Really? This Jewish war of aggression by the Jewish state for Greater Israel on the Jewish holiday of Purim against the Jewish enemy, the Amalekites, has nothing to do with Judaism? I guess, bro. Okay, I guess. I don't think so, little bro. I don't think so. He goes, it's Netanyahu. Bro, it's not Netanyahu. Netanyahu's opposition. Do you know, just real quick, for anyone that would say it's Netanyahu, do you know that Netanyahu's opposition in the Knesset, the leader of the opposition party, wrote an op-ed in the New York Times late last year, and he literally said, in the front page, said, it's not just Netanyahu, it's all of us. I'm not making this up. Okay? I believe it was either Yair Lapid or Benny Gantz, the leader of the Israeli opposition, okay, the guy that's running the party against Netanyahu, took out an op-ed in the New York Times and said, don't blame this on Netanyahu. He said this is the bipartisan security consensus of all of Israel, and most people support this here. So that's not me. When I say it's the Jews, it's Israel, that's me quoting them. I'm not really saying that. I'm quoting them. That is what they claim. So if you're out there saying it's just Netanyahu, he's the problem, it's not even Israel, it's not even the Jews, look at the polling. 70% of Israelis supported Israel bombing Iran. Okay? The vast majority of Israelis support this war. And there is a wartime cabinet. The opposition was included. They're on board with this whole plan. They've been on board with it. All of the vital members of the Knesset are on board with this and support it. So the idea that there is some, significant pushback, it's not demonstrable of the entire Jewish community, or I should say representative of the whole Jewish community. Where are they getting this stuff? That's just rhetoric. They would like that to be the case, but it isn't. This is the only show that will talk about the Jewishness of all this, from where all this comes. Everybody's either lying or they're afraid, or they're just misinformed. Not the Khazarians, not the Masons. It's not just Netanyahu, contrary to Tucker, Candace, Jang, all these other people. Only this show is going to tell you the power matrix that has brought us to this war. It makes me fear for my life. When you see what the Israelis have done in Beirut, what they've done to Hezbollah in Lebanon, when you see what they've done to Iran, it's a little bit terrifying.
Where the hell has the Twin Cities media been? The Star Tribune is complicit. They've had this story for years, if you just heard, and they've refused to report anything on it. In fact, they continue to try and cover up. Our Minnesota Republican colleagues have demanded answers and accountability for years, but have seen nothing from Walz, his administration, our Democrat colleagues like Tina Smith, Amy Klobuchar, Ilhan Omar, and Angie Craig, or the worthless Star Tribune. Thank God for President Donald J. Trump for finally bringing attention to this issue. Representative Rarick, I'm going to begin with you. You've been working on this issue for years. You've spoken to the whistleblowers personally. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You have an understanding that 1,000 whistleblowers running an account on X have come forward to expose fraud in Minnesota state agencies, and they have been entirely ignored by Tim Walz and have even been retaliated against. Is that accurate?
That is correct. Even this morning, I got another message.
Well, in your experience, are their claims credible, or are they politically motivated against Walz?
They're completely credible, not politically motivated.
In fact, many of these are Walz administration employees, correct?
They are actually Democrats as well.
Can you quickly give us one example of the retaliation these folks have been facing?
Yes, I can. In my opening statement, I mentioned that the most severe ones was that they would be fired with cause, so they couldn't have unemployment insurance, that they would be blacklisted from all state agencies, and I bet that it's also Hennepin County and Ramsey County, as you know, those are Democrat run, and much, much more.
Based on what you've learned, Representative, over the last several years, do you have any doubt that Governor Tim Walz knew about this fraud as it was occurring?
He absolutely knew that it was occurring.
Thank you. The Housing Stability Services Program was estimated to cost about $2.6 million per year, but before it was shut down last October, it was on track to run about $122 million in 2025. In fact, I think they sucked $161 million out of it from the point it started in 2020 until it was finally shut down. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. And Joe Thompson believes that 90% of that was fraud.
Yeah. The Quality Leering Center, as uncovered by Nick Shirley, received almost $10 million in funding. Is that accurate?
I believe it is.
There are more than 80 autism centers in Minnesota under investigation. Is that true?
I believe it is, yes.
It's clear that someone is criminally complicit. You can't just let this amount of money get out of your administration over a period of 7 years without knowing. There was a hearing in the state regarding the fraudulent housing stabilization program, but before that hearing, Governor Walz fired the official who was slated to testify so that they could not testify and expose what was happening under Governor Walz's watch. Has Governor Walz or Attorney General Ellison fired anyone else to your knowledge, Representative?
Not to my knowledge, and that was Eric Rumdahl, and his administration believes that he was
he was not fired, but I say he was fired because it was too convenient.
Right. Representative Hudson, is it true that 90% of the individuals charged, regardless of what your colleague on the panel just said with his facts and figures, 90% of the individuals charged or indicted with the $250 million Feeding Our Future COVID fraud are of Somali descent?
I believe that to be correct.
Are you aware that in a 2021 video, Mr. Ellison promised that he would obstruct his own agencies in their investigation of Somali fraud?
I am very much aware of that.
It's no wonder that criminals in the Somali community felt they were free to steal taxpayer dollars. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Marion. Do you have any doubt that Tim Walz knew about this fraud as it was occurring?
None whatsoever.
Walz and Ellison were protecting fraudsters instead of investigating them, and it was purposeful. And it's no coincidence that this is occurring largely in the Somali community. Walz made a sanctuary state, Minnesota, a sanctuary state. He gave free health care, free college, and free licenses to illegals. And Walz looked the other way when Somali immigrants were stealing. Representative Robbins, do you have any doubt that Tim Walz knew about this fraud as it was occurring?
None whatsoever.
So all three of you have no doubt in your minds that Tim Walz knew about the $9 billion of fraud during his tenure as governor and did nothing about it. It looks like my time is about to expire, and I do want to say to all of you, on behalf of Minnesota, thank you for being here, and justice will be served.
The world saw your battleship sunk in the Indian Ocean. Dozens of Iranian sailors died. Your response was, quote, "Mark my words, the U.S. will come to bitterly regret the precedent it has set." So what is Iran going to do? And at this point, given the state of your military right now, what can you do?
Well, first of all, that was a training training ship, which was invited by the Indian Navy to take part in an exercise, and they went there as their guests, the Indians guests, and they, did participate in that exercise, and they were in their way back home, and the ship was unarmed. So attacking an unarmed ship full of, training officers and sailors is, a war crime, I have to say.
The U.S. says it controls the skies, that Iran's ballistic missile attacks have dropped more than 80%. The U.S. has hit over 2,000 Iranian targets. The Pentagon says America is winning decisively. Do you think they're wrong?
Well, I think, now 6 days after the war, it is clear that the U.S. Has failed to achieve its main goal, which was clean, rapid victory. They failed to achieve that, and now they are trying to justify why they did attack us, and they have, presented so many different reasons, but none of them worked. And now they are talking about, Plan B, and I believe that, their Plan B would be even a bigger failure. So they are
Minister,
but at the moment,
Minister, your supreme leader was killed. Your top military leaders were killed. Your military installations have been bombed. How can you call that a failure?
Then what they have achieved? What was their goal? They came here for a regime change, perhaps. They came here for a rapid victory, so they can, control everything. But they have failed. The system is working. The commanders have been replaced, and the supreme leader is going to be replaced soon, according to the procedures set by the Constitution. So everything is in order. Yes, we have been targeted, but we have also have attacked so many targets in Israel, and so many targets belongs to the Americans. Their assets, their bases, their installations in the region, and they have not been able to prevent those attacks. Our missiles are still working. Our missiles are still in place and hitting their targets in a very precise manner.
President Trump has not ruled out boots on the ground in Iran. Are you afraid of a U.S. invasion in your country?
No, we are waiting for them.
You are waiting for the U.S. military to invade the ground troops?
Yes. because we are confident that we can confront them, and that would be a big disaster for them.
So you're saying that Iran is ready and willing to take on the U.S. military if there were to be ground troops?
Well, we were ready for this war even more than the previous war. So you can see, the quality of our missiles, how much they are upgraded after the last war, because we learned lots of lessons. And we are prepared for any other eventuality, even, a ground invasion. So our soldiers are prepared for any scenario. When I said that we are waiting for them, it didn't mean that we are waiting for continuation of the war. No, but we have prepared ourselves to confront with any scenario, with any eventuality, any possibility, and we know that we can handle that.
Are your allies Russia and China helping you?
Well, they are supporting us politically and otherwise.
Are they supporting you militarily?
Well, military cooperation between Iran and Russia is not a secret. We have worked with each other in the past, and that has continued, and will continue, I guess.
He is. I'm not joking when I say this. He is probably one of the funniest men that you'd be around, and just he's always poking fun at you. He's going to make fun at you just like I'm making fun at you. If you have horrible shoes on, he'll call you out on it. If you have a bad golf game, which I don't even play golf, he'll remind you about it. He'll talk about your family, and if he knows that you have a need, he will try to meet it. He's the most caring guy too. What the picture that you see of him on TV is him caring, but you don't get to see the personal side of him. If you're in a meeting with him, I don't care what it is, his grandkids run in, he flops them on his lap. He's just a normal guy. My kids, he asks me about my kids all the time. My favorite, the one he likes the most, his name's Andrew. He wrestles at OU. And Andrew, one time, we were wrestling out on the beach, and he grabbed me and launched me over his head. And Andrew posted it. Of all the things to post, Andrew posted that. He puts, welcome to Mullen Airlines for Dads Fly Free. Literally, the wrestlers, it was freestyle season, he literally launched me for 5. Legitly launched me for 5. First time he's ever taken me down at all. And he's never touched me since then, because I told him I'll kill him next time. But Trump saw the post, and he thought it was so funny. And then he wanted me to send him the whole video. And then he wanted us to come see. And now he wants Andrew to come intern for him. Because he always tells everybody, you think Mullen stuff, you ought to see his son. So, this is the best story that I can tell you about Trump, about who he is outside of being funny. It's another boy that wrestles at Oklahoma State. His name's Jim. He got hurt really bad wrestling at Newton, Kansas, the tournament champions. At that time, Jim was ranked number 1 in the nation. He was ranked in the world. He was internationally, he was 17-0, and had wrestled at 14 years old. The kid had wrestled all over Europe. I mean, he's just really exceptionally good. He was 15 years old, wrestling Newton, Kansas. They shoot in, and they hit like 2 rams. And Jim kind of stumbles, looks at me, and Dad says, "Dad, I don't feel good." And he collapsed and coded. And he coded 3 other times, severe oxygen depletion. Woke up 26 hours later, and a different kid. He didn't know his name, didn't know where he was at. He couldn't touch his nose. He couldn't walk without assistance. And we entered a whole new life. For that happened January 17th of 2020. Somehow it broke. The news broke. I don't know what happened, but somehow it broke because we were in ICU, and then we had to go to California for cognitive rehabilitation for 18 months. And President Trump found out about it, and he called us while we were still in Newton, Kansas, or actually it was at Wichita, Kansas at the time, the Wesley Medical Center. And when I was telling him what took place, he asked what he could do. I said, "Sir, I really don't." He said, "I'm sending my plane. My plane will come pick you up, and it'll fly you to California." I said, "Sir, we can't take your plane because you can't go to a certain elevation. We've got to drive." And he said, "I'm going to come see you." Now, this is the President of the United States that's in the middle of a re-elect. This is in 2020. And he flew to Bakersfield, California, just to meet my son, who he had never met before, and sat there and encouraged him and talked to him. Now, this is the type of guy he is, right? they were trying to get him to leave because he was on a schedule, and he looked at him and he says, actually about the third time I messed with him, he says, hey, guarantee you the plane won't leave without me. Right? And then he took Jim and he spent another 15 minutes. Now, did that win him a vote? Was there cameras around? There wasn't a single camera around. But the only thing he cared about was him. And that was the first memory that, because Jim was having short-term memory, and that was the first memory he remembers. That was 9 weeks after the accident. That's his first cognitive memory, and that started him moving past because of the impression that made. So if it tells you what type of guy he is, I say he's not, I don't just support him, but he's a friend of mine. You know, someone that loves on your kids, that makes a huge difference, right? And someone that cares that much. He didn't do it for fanfare. There was no press release. There was no social media release. That was just him being who he is. And that's the guy that I know well. And you guys love him. If you're talking about a commander-in-chief that you have respect for, that's him.
The news this comes a day after a difficult couple of days on Capitol Hill in both the House and the Senate for Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary. She is being replaced. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen is now going to take over her job. The president making the announcement on Truth Social just a short time ago. He writes, quote, I am pleased to announce that the highly respected United States Senator from the great state of Oklahoma, Mark Wayne Mullen, will become the United States Secretary of Homeland Security effective March 31st of this year. The current Secretary, Kristi Noem, who has served us well and has had numerous and spectacular results, especially on the border, will be moving to be special envoy for the Shield of the Americas, which is a new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere that they're announcing on Saturday at Doral in Florida. The president says, I thank Kristi for her service at Homeland. So this comes amid reports that the president was none too pleased about the advertising campaign money that came to light during these hearings, Sandra. And so just in the last 24 hours, we've heard a lot of rumors that Mark Wayne Mullen may be tapped for DHS, and now it appears the president has made that decision, and that's going to happen at the end of the month.
Yeah, there was some reporting leading up to this that this could be the case. No confirmation had been made by the president himself until now, but there was reports of, frustration inside the White House over some of the actions taken on the part of Kristi Noem. Looking at the announcement, though, and looking at the touting President Trump does of Mark Wayne McMillan's record 10 years in the U.S. House of Representatives, 3 in the Senate. The president says he's done a tremendous job with the people of Oklahoma. As the president pointed out somewhere, he did very well. So obviously this is breaking news. Just now, President Trump making the formal announcement that DHS Secretary Kristi Noem will be replaced, John.
And also the president taking note of Mark Wayne Mullen's status as a former undefeated professional MMA fighter, also the only Native American in the Senate. Let's bring in Jackie Heinrich. She's at the White House. The timing of this, I guess, was a little bit of a surprise. We didn't expect it quite this soon, but it was certainly expected.
Well, John, this president has been reluctant to shuffle his staff since really early in his second term when he moved National Security Advisor Mike Waltz over to Ambassador of the UN. Since then, he's kept all of his folks sort of in position, weathered whatever criticism comes their way. And Kristi Noem, the DHS Secretary, has faced a turbulent period in the last few weeks. Amid the fallout, the response to the ICE deportation campaign in Minnesota, some public statements that she made, and then most recently this week, her testimony on Capitol Hill, there were reports that her defense of her campaign, her ad campaign, $200 million in spending that prominently featured her sometimes on horseback, claiming that the president, according to these reports, had approved of that, reportedly upset him. He wasn't happy about giving the impression that he had sort of authorized that amid this broader administration effort to root out fraud. So she's being moved now into another role. The special envoy for the Shield of the Americas, a new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere that they're announcing on Saturday. The president's been, defensive of Kristi Noem for the last several weeks as she's faced questions about her ability to carry out her duties. He regularly pointed to the success closing the southern border, the fact that there have been no illegal immigrants caught and released into the interior of the U.S. for several months, the fact that overdoses and murders are at historic lows, and pointed to those successes to sort of boost her up and defend keeping her in place. But it seems like that testimony on Capitol Hill might have been a turning point. There were also some reports that FEMA funding that was stalled suddenly came through after questioning. And so this is a rapid development, of course, and something we didn't expect until potentially after the midterms. This is a strange time for the president to make that major of a shakeup. But there was, sort of the writing on the wall after he elevated Tom Homan, his border czar, to take a more prominent role in the ICE deportation campaign. It's well reported that there's been a long-standing rift between Homan and Noem about how this should be handled.
Gentlemen, let's see if we can agree on at least one thing today. Today's hearing is titled Oversight of Fraud and Misuse of Federal Funds in Minnesota. Can we agree that this fraud is a serious thing, Governor Walz? Yes or no? Can we agree on that?
Yes, any fraud is serious.
Thank you. Because it's interesting that you and I agree that it's a serious thing, considering the man sitting next to you, your Attorney General Keith Ellison, just 2 months ago said, quote, "This is a political matter. This is not a serious thing," end quote. Attorney General Ellison, is there an organized crime ring operating in Minnesota? I'll answer for you, sir. Governor Walz believes there is an active crime ring in our state. In October, the governor said, quote, "We've got an organized crime ring in Minnesota. I think it's been going on for years." Moving on, Mr. Ellison, I, along with millions of Americans, have grave concerns over your alleged relationships with Somali fraudsters who have since been charged and convicted of federal crimes. I'm sure you are aware that over 90% of the defendants charged in the Feeding Our Future fraud case are of Somali descent. In fact, you have personal knowledge of these people. There's a 54-minute audio tape of your meeting with these criminals in December of 2021. And during your meeting, they complained to you about increased scrutiny of their nonprofits, and you told them, quote, "Of course I'm here to help," end quote. It's on the internet. Anyone can listen to you say that. Since then, you claim you were not aware of their crimes in the $250 million Feeding Our Future scheme, the largest pandemic fraud case in the nation. But just weeks after your December 2021 meeting, the FBI executed search warrants that you never would have requested in the Feeding Our Future fraud investigation. Now let's fast forward to September of 2022. 10 months after you met with the Somali fraudsters, your office issued a press release stating, quote, "Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison and his office have been deeply involved for 2 years in holding Feeding Our Future accountable," end quote. So according to your office, sir, you have been deeply involved in the Feeding Our Future case since September of 2020. That actually sounds like you are saying that at the time of your infamous meeting with the Somali fraudsters, you were already aware of the allegations of fraud. When you had this meeting in December 2021, did you know, sir, about the long-running FBI investigation into Feeding Our Future? Yes or no?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Representative Emmer.
Reclaiming my time. When did you personally become aware of the FBI investigation? That's all I'm asking.
Representative Emmer, as you know, I have addressed this issue many times.
All right. Reclaiming my time. In that same meeting with the fraudsters, Mr. Attorney General, you took aim at the Minnesota Department of Education. You stated that the Minnesota Department of Education had fought the nonprofit in very disgusting ways, in a very racist, xenophobic, and Islamophobic manner. You actually asked for the names of all these folks who are just hung up, and offered to call the Minnesota Department of Education to, quote, demand some explanations. We now know that when you made these comments, the Biden DOJ was working with the Minnesota Department of Education, and that their work exposed the massive fraud ring. Pretty bad look for you, sir. Either you were oblivious to what was going on under your nose, or worse, you were trying to obstruct the work of the Minnesota Department of Education. So I can see the time is getting short. Mr. Chairman, we are left with two questions. One, what did Governor Walz and Keith Ellison know about the fraud? And two, when did they actually know it? I would suggest that if they do not give direct and truthful answers to both these questions at this hearing, then they both need to be put under oath in a deposition. This is a serious thing, Mr. Attorney General. You are the only one who thinks protecting taxpayer dollars is political. Mr. Ellison, my concern is that you actively obstructed this investigation in exchange for campaign donations, a quid pro quo. If these concerns are proven to be true, you should be disbarred and you should go to jail. I yield back.
You better buckle up, Buttercup, because I ain't holding back on this one. I need every nurse, every single one of you healthcare workers, every damn person that has RN, LPN, BSN, or MD behind their names to sit all the way the hell down and listen very carefully. Because some of you have lost the plot. Let me remind you of something before you keep flapping those gums on the internet. You took an oath. I don't care if you want to call it the Hippocratic Oath. I don't care if you want to call it the Florence Nightingale Pledge. The backbone is the same. You took that oath to do not harm. Use your medical knowledge to heal, not to hurt. And last but not least, to respect human life. That is not optional, and that is not situational. And it damn sure does not change based on your political beliefs. So when I see nurses online, people who are trained in pharmacology, anatomy, and toxicology out here making suggestions on how to use medical knowledge to harm federal agents or people they do not stand beside politically, honey child, you didn't just cross a line. You nuked your entire profession's credibility. You are not edgy, you are not brave, and you are not resisting. You are weaponizing medical knowledge. And that's the exact opposite of what you swore to do. Let me be real clear. If you are comfortable joking about poisoning someone, incapacitating someone, or harming any human being using medical insight, you have no business touching any patients. None, zero, nada. Because if you can justify harming someone that you politically disagree with today, what stops you from justifying harm to any patient tomorrow? That oath you took wasn't about mobs, it wasn't about social media clout, and it damn sure wasn't about activism. It was about protecting life, even when it's inconvenient, and even when you don't like the person that's standing in front of you. For all you'll start crying and say, it's just words. Let me stop you right there. When those words come out of people who are trained in medicine, they are no longer jokes. They are breaches of ethics. You are held to a higher standard. Not because you're special, but because you have knowledge that if misused, can kill someone. So if you are a nurse, a medical profession that's online, fantasizing about harming people, take your scrubs off and log out. And stop embarrassing a profession that stands on compassion, restraint, and humanity. Because healers who cheer on harm are not healers at all.
I'm really almost overwhelmed by the cover-up of it and by the people I know who participated in that. And I'll just name two of them. One is Bill Barr, who's the two-time Republican Attorney General, whose father, by the way, started Jeffrey Epstein's career. His father, Donald Barr, was a former OSS CIA officer. In the files, but I should also say that Jeffrey Epstein describes Bill Barr, former AG, as CIA. Jeffrey Epstein privately says this guy's CIA. Barr covered up Epstein's murder. He was clearly murdered in federal detention. Barr said out loud, we got to make sure everyone thinks this is a suicide. So why isn't he being asked about this? And the second is Mike Pompeo. And Mike Pompeo was caught plotting to murder Julian Assange, the head of WikiLeaks. Why is this significant? Well, because it was WikiLeaks that made that first tranche of emails available to the public. And it was
Julian Assange, who said on camera, basically said, my source, he didn't say my source, but he heavily suggested in an interview with Dutch television, my source was Seth Rich, the DNC staffer who was found murdered on the street in Washington in a so-called robbery where nothing was taken from him. That investigation was taken over by the FBI. Why? And Assange goes on Dutch television and says, I can't see who my sources are, but they face great risks. You could pull up the interview right now and look at it. And then he points to Seth Rich. And the interviewer's like, wait, are you saying Seth Rich was murdered for this? And Assange is like, look, I can't tell you who my sources are, but my sources take great risks. Seth Rich just got murdered. I mean, that couldn't be clearer, right? It was right after that Julian Assange was incarcerated, first in an embassy in London and then in Belmarsh prison, never charged with a crime. And that was pushed by CIA and Mike Pompeo. And it's like, wait a second, shouldn't someone ask Mike Pompeo? Like, what is this? What is this? These are real allegations, they're credible allegations, and rather than follow up, you're punishing the guy who brought them to light? Tell us how that works, Mike Pompeo. Mike Pompeo's like wandering free. And no one asks him about this. Like, what is going on, Ian Carroll?
Every time I talk about this story, every aspect of the story from Pizzagate to Epstein, everything in between, I always have to try not to get angry because it's when you think about it, especially for me, the cover-up, it makes me so furious how regular Americans are going to jail over like smoking a joint, or going to jail over like paying taxes that are getting sent overseas anyways, or going to jail over a parking ticket they can't afford, whatever it is. This madness in this country where we are lawfared to death, but these obvious criminals and these people that we at least have obvious questions for are just walking free. And you bring up two really great points in this case, I think it's obvious that those actions are being taken on behalf of whatever criminal organizations or happenings are being exposed. For example, in those email dumps that Seth Rich probably leaked, it wasn't just Pizzagate stuff. It was also all sorts of Benghazi stuff, all sorts of Hillary Clinton stuff, all sorts of other really serious stuff that also was never asked of the appropriate parties. But, I mean, when you start talking about who's still walking free that we should be asking questions of, and we're looking at the Epstein investigation, that list immediately grows to like 100 miles long. And we got in one of the document drops that happened a couple weeks ago, and then we re-corroborated multiple times since then. We got a list of 10 co-conspirators that they have had for years from one of the old investigations. It just never happened because Cash Patel's been telling us there are no co-conspirators. There is no organization. It was just him alone. We've got a document saying that they had 10 co-conspirators, one of whom was Leslie Wexner. They're named, and the list is long. Like, there's pilots, we know their names, like Visosky. There's 3 different pilots. There's a bunch of other madams like Ghislaine Maxwell, but assistants that were helping to recruit girls. There's a bunch of other people that were trafficking models and bringing models in and out. There's just there's an enormously long list of people in various roles all around Epstein that we know full well were, at the very least, deeply suspiciously involved, where they should be asked some very serious questions. I mean, right up to Ehud Barak, who Round 1, fight.
To deal with the Freemasons. I hear a lot of stuff.
There's a vast array of information. There's only a few real Freemasons that exist. In other words, when I say a few, I'm talking about maybe a few hundred, maybe at the top level that really know the ancient secrets. Okay. There's only a very small, and I do mean small, amount of people that really house and hold the true knowledge of the ancient past at the top level Freemasons.
When did this start?
Yeah, this goes all the way back to deep antiquity. We're talking about 30,000 plus years ago. There were these brick masons in ancient Kemet called the Shatu. After the Great Flood, aka Marduk, he's known as Marduk in the Bible, M-A-R-D, in case people say Marduk, depending on how you want to pronounce his name. He's also in the Jewish Torah as well. In Kemet, he was known as This is why people say amen, actually. This is to him. He actually made it a rule, a law. But he had these brick masons helping him rebuild the land of Shem. And these brick masons had the secret knowledge of space flight, technologies, how to turn stone structures into advanced computer housing, data storage devices, as well as power generators and many other functions. A lot of the stone structures that were built were actually multifunctional stone computers. If you go into a place where you only have limited resources and you can't take a factory and a whole bunch of workers with you, what do? You learn how to work with what's there. And they mastered stone masonry. They also encoded and embedded a lot of the wisdom and knowledge from the ancient Egyptian mysteries and the Kemetic mysteries into the structures. Now, these Freemasons were called Shatu. As a matter of fact, the Shatu helped Amun-Ra escape. In the last, there was a pyramid war. There were 2 pyramid wars. The second pyramid war in the tablets talks about the fact that the Shatu helped Amun-Ra escape through a hidden passage in one of the pyramids. And before he left, he decreed that he would leave the kingdom to his Ra-Kam. Ra-Kam, K-A-M, translates now into shield. Kam translates into shield, Ra, shield. For time, it became Rothschilds. And so this decree came down tens of thousands of years ago. Who's the richest family on the planet, worth $700 trillion combined income, net worth? The Rothschilds. It still is happening till this very, very day. And this masonry is part of the mysteries, in the mystery schools. Only adept initiates, hand-picked people would get to learn this sacred knowledge. And then the Masons would actually encode it into structures and buildings, which is encoded all throughout the world, throughout Rome at the Vatican, all throughout Europe, all throughout like areas like in Bosnia, believe it or not, where you have the Pyramid of the Sun there in the Bosnian Valley.
How would they pick who gets the knowledge?
They literally had a system in which they can identify people who they called adept initiates, people who seem to have some type of ability to perceive things at a higher level or retain knowledge at a higher level or display some type of talent, or ability. And those people were literally handpicked. Yeshua, aka Jesus, was one of these students as well. If you read the Gospel of the Holy 12, you'll find that when he disappeared from the Bible, where did he go? He went to Egypt. I've taken many people to the actual bed that he slept in, which is still there in Egypt. It's a shrine now. And he was there learning the Egyptian mysteries. It's well-known, well-documented. I mean, that was an apocryphal text that was left out of the Bible. He left there and went to Tibet to learn Reiki healing and Qigong and energy healing with his hands. He came down through India, learned the mystic arts, and then the Bible picks up at the age of 32, I called my son out of Egypt. That's what the Bible says. And he ends up riding it on the back of a donkey back in Jerusalem. So that's the loop that's missing out of there, 12 to 32. That chunk is missing out in the Gospel of the Holy 12. Again, he also had the Mason knowledge.
We have breaking news and updates on Iran and everything going on in the world. CNN is quoted as stating, "We're not showing you that because the Israeli government doesn't allow us or want us to show where that may come from." A major American news network just admitted on air that a foreign government is controlling what you see, not suggesting it, not implying it, confessing it. Speaker Johnson calls Islam a misguided religion from the House floor. The CIA arms Kurdish militias for regime change. And now CNN confirms Israel is managing the visual narrative of a war American taxpayers are funding with their lives and $220 million a day. You're not seeing the full picture by design. So they were showing a missile not being intercepted. And they can't show that because they don't want to show Israel is losing the war with Iran. And UK Ministry of Defense says the Shahed-like drone that targeted RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus was not launched from Iran. Caroline Leavitt has lied yet again, and I'm calling it out flat out as it is. She said, with respect to Spain, I think they heard the president's message yesterday loud and clear, and it's my understanding over the past several hours they've agreed to cooperate with the United States military. The president expects all of our European allies, or of course, to cooperate in this long sought after mission. So she just lied, stating that Spain has now changed their mind and said, you know what, you can use our bases, you can use our airspace, you can use our country to attack Iran. They were watching the news and they immediately stated, we deny the White House claims of shift in military base policy. And Iran continues to assert its control over the Strait of Hormuz, directly challenging Trump to escort ships into the strait. By Trump saying just go ahead through the strait, he is not realizing that there are more lives to be lost. And Iran has already said we will be targeting every ship that attempts to go through the strait, which is what they've already been doing. And Lebanese resistance targets Iron Dome radars in Kiryat Eliezer and Palmachim air base using drones. Now, this comes after criminal aggression against dozens of Lebanese cities and towns, including the southern suburb of Beirut. And Macron released a very long statement. I'm only going to read half of it. I spoke with Bibi as well as the president of the Lebanese Republic and Prime Minister Nawaf Salam to discuss the situation in Lebanon, which is very concerning. I reiterated the need for Hezbollah to immediately cease its attacks against Israel and beyond. But he also said, likewise, I urge the Israeli Prime Minister to preserve Lebanon's territorial integrity and to refrain from a ground offensive. It is important that the parties return to the ceasefire agreement. France will continue together with its partners to support the efforts of the Lebanese armed forces so that they can fully carry out their missions of sovereignty and put an end to the threat posed by Hezbollah. He is playing both sides of the fence. And a spokesman for the Iranian armed forces stated, if you strike our embassy, we will strike yours. Up until now, in consideration for countries around the world, we have not touched the embassies of the Israeli regime. If the Israeli regime targets the Iranian embassy in Lebanon, we will definitely target all of its embassies. And this is Tel Aviv, like 35 minutes ago. And Spain, again, they issued two statements after Caroline Levin ran her mouth. Spain's Foreign Minister Jose Manuel Alvarez flatly denied the claim, saying the government's position on war with Iran has not changed one iota. Madrid has said it will not allow U.S. bases in southern Spain to be used for strikes on Iran unless actions fall under the UN Charter. And Iran's president thanked them for that. Trump claims he had destroyed Iran's naval forces, but the situation as seen now tells a different story. He said the U.S. can no longer send its fleet to evacuate those stuck in the Gulf or reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The IRGC says it's destroyed 7 advanced enemy radars, adding that the eyes of the United States and Israel in the region have been blinded. But they're not going to play this out on Fox News, are they? And Trump stated if we didn't hit within 2 weeks, they would have had a nuclear weapon. Would have, meaning future tense, not present tense, not past tense. And lastly, I saved the very worst for last. The president had a feeling, again, based on fact, that Iran was going to strike the United States, and he made a determination to launch Operation Epic Fury. This reporter writes, so the United States bombed and went to war with Iran based off Trump's feelings. That's like me saying, I have a feeling based off facts, my man is cheating on me. I'm going to go and fight somebody. Off of what facts? What facts when you are doing it based off feelings? These people are too emotional. And hundreds of lives have now been lost. And they're claiming that only 6, when Russia, China, Iran, Iraq, and multiple other countries have stated it's almost at 1,000 for American lives.
You ever notice this pattern, how traditional media and Dems support lofty goals but never a plan to achieve them? We saw it with Doge. They said for years the deficit will destroy us, but when someone actually picks up the knife, they key cars. They said they wanted a secure border, then enforcement ramps up, they call you racist, and they spit on cops. And now with Iran, it's the same thing. I mean, it took forever to get the left to even admit the Iranian regime isn't a knitting circle. After all, this is a government that funds proxies, destabilizes neighbors, treats death to America like a morning greeting, and they have women wear headscarves, even the hot ones. Well, when Trump hears there's a problem, he can't help but want to solve it in the only way he knows how. It's kind of why he won. And what happens with his detractors? Well, they retreat to the same prison of 2 ideas. Sure, Iran is a terrible regime, but we can't have forever wars. Well, we agree on that. But it's like saying I have split ends, but I really don't want to have to shave my head. The real world has endless options, and many of them are adjustable. Trump knows this. He dials things up, he dials things down, because he operates in a reality filled with some very bad people. Now, it would be different if Iran wanted to be left alone and left us alone. But they spent decades calling for our death, dragging us into scraps we want no part in. Yet our own regime kept kicking the can down the road, making it the next guy's problem. The problem? That next guy was Trump. You make it his problem, he's going to solve it. along with other long-standing issues. Remember the last warning Obama gave to Trump? Hey, buddy, watch out for North Korea. And what's the first thing Trump did? Deal with North Korea. So at him, Iran is like a Rubik's Cube. It's not if he can solve it, but how fast and with the fewest moves. And he has no problem showing you where he's at, like in this perfect moment.
You want to say something really fast, Barry?
Thank you.
I have to go back and look at the war. You know, we have a lot of things happening.
Notice how that, it's just a small thing, but how different that is than past leaders. Absolutely no leader would say, hey, I got to run, got a war to wage. But to Trump, he treats it like a problem that needs fixing. And he sounds no different than Don Lemon saying, I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got dozens of homeless to paying. Meanwhile, even the region itself has moved on. Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Israel, they're building tech hubs, wealth funds, AI, tourism, data centers. The Saudis even let women drive, regardless of what it does to car insurance rates. And women don't have to be fully covered anymore, with the exception, of course, of one. Many Muslim nations signed on to the Abraham Accords with Israel, which is like the Crips and the Bloods starting a softball team together. But Iran is the last guy clinging to old ways. The Ayatollah was probably still using silly putty to copy newspaper articles. But Trump doesn't see this as an ideological debate. He sees it transactionally. Apply pressure. What's the return? Stability, trade, energy security. It's a negotiation, not group therapy. He's not worried about Spain's feelings. We've heard enough Spanish anyway during the halftime show. It's all back. So we finally have a president that doesn't just understand the goal, but willing to provide a path to it. In the real world, a messy place where things aren't perfect, but where life happens. The Iran combat will end at some point. There will be a deal. It won't be poetry. It'll be paperwork, commerce instead of chaos. And the left will hate it, no matter how it looks. Because it's not that they just hate watching the sausage get made. They hate that it gets made at all. And boy, do they despise the guy who's making it.
Here's something Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and Tucker Carlson haven't told you about Jeffrey Epstein. That while Epstein was serving time on his first conviction in 2009, Lord Peter Mandelson stayed at his house. Mandelson is the current British ambassador to the United States and was part of Tony Blair's political machine when he was prime minister. That should begin to give you a little more insight into how all of the sound and fury about the Epstein files is obscuring a much deeper battle that is going on. Most people think that the Epstein story is just about sex trafficking and compromising politicians and billionaires with underage girls. Well, that's certainly part of it. But if you're fixated on that, you'll miss Trump's history-making moves. Because the real battle is Donald Trump's commitment to free the United States from the empire's control. Control which is exercised with the classic imperial tools of war and money. Epstein wasn't just running a blackmail operation. He was a key financial player in maintaining British imperial banking domination in the world. This is Susan Kokinda, and 1 year ago today, I was on the floor of the Republican convention in Milwaukee as part of the Michigan delegation. I was privileged to watch Donald Trump launch his triumphant march to a second term as president. With over 50 years of political organizing against the modern-day British Empire under my belt, I can tell you that those 4 days in July, coming just after Trump's miraculous escape from assassination, marked a turning point in history. Now add to that a recently released interview with Russian President Putin, and you'll see emerging the potential for a coming world in which nations are sovereign, economically and strategically, and in which empires, today's globalists, are relegated to the dustbin of history. So in this midweek update, I'm going to look at 3 critical developments. How Putin's recent comments about the British and French empires provide the necessary context for understanding Trump's latest moves on Ukraine. Epstein's role as a financial player in maintaining British imperial banking domination, and Trump's political and economic counteroffensive. So let's start with Putin's comments that provide some crucial context for what Trump is doing. In a recently released interview, Putin dropped an observation about one of the most important elements of post-World War II history. He said, in some former colonial empires like Britain or France, they consider us responsible for the collapse of their colonial empires. And this historical negativity persists. The fact is, after World War II, the United States, along with Russia in some ways, worked toward the destruction of these empires and worked to assist the colonies in getting their independence and sovereignty. Now, that's the same outlook that Franklin Roosevelt had for the post-war period, an outlook which was sabotaged when British puppet Harry Truman instead threw America's might in with the British imperial and geopolitical schemes instead. And Putin kept coming back to the geopolitical underpinnings of how Russia was treated and lied to in the post-Soviet period. And he made clear that only sovereignty will protect Russia. He said, it became clear that until we assert ourselves as an independent sovereign power capable of defending our future, we will not be respected. Now, Trump understands that, and he's approached the question of settling the Ukraine war from the standpoint of treating Russia as a sovereign nation with legitimate interests, not as a perpetual enemy to be threatened and challenged. Look at his big announcement on Monday from that standpoint. It's not a capitulation to the neocons or a betrayal of his base. It's an...
Quick update, there's a lot going on. A Boeing E-6B Mercury, which is a U.S. Navy nuclear command and control aircraft for submarines, is crossing the Atlantic to the Middle East, which is not a common route for this aircraft. The U.S. tested a doomsday missile off the coast of California. China has told their largest oil refiners to suspend exports of gasoline and diesel. China is sending a special envoy to mediate and help resolve the situation in Iran. Iran struck the U.S. Embassy compound in Saudi Arabia, the U.S. consulate in Dubai. They vowed to, quote-unquote, completely destroy military and economic infrastructure in the Middle East. So this includes U.S. bases and oil assets. Iranian drones have struck this pipeline in Georgia, which supplies 30% of this country's oil. The U.S. Senate voted 53 to 47 against limiting Trump's war power on Iran, meaning they voted against Trump needing Congress approval for more military action. The U.S. has assisted in around 9,000 Americans with leaving the region, with around 1,600 more requesting help. Putin said that perhaps Russia will stop supplying European countries with gas. The UK Defense Ministry has confirmed that the drone that struck the UK base in Cyprus did not come from Iran. Majority of Cuba was hit by a nationwide electricity blackout. The main causes apparently were from major oil shortages, as well as technical failures. A massive explosion happened today in Logan Township, New Jersey, at an industrial facility. The blast was apparently powerful enough to be felt miles away in the Philadelphia region, South Jersey, and even Delaware. Witnesses described it as shaking buildings like an earthquake and shockwaves that destroyed windows nearby. At least 4 people were critically injured. No cause has been officially confirmed yet. The DOJ has taken down more than 47,000 files from the Epstein files, which is around 65,000 pages. An Iranian ballistic missile was tracked heading into Turkish airspace. It flew over Iraq and Syria before being intercepted by NATO. The exact intended target remains unclear. Turkish officials claimed the missile was aimed at Greek Cyprus, but veered off course before it was intercepted. So in response, Greece deployed military assets to Cyprus, including F-16 aircraft, a frigate, and reactivated its Common Defense Pact with Cyprus. Former Marine Sergeant Brian McGinnis stood up in Congress today to say, we don't want to go to war with Iran on this country's behalf. He was removed by Capitol Police, and the result of that was his arm was broken. It didn't look intentional, but it happened. The House voted to block the release of congressional misconduct reports. They voted 357 to 65 to block it. 182 Democrats and 175 Republicans voted to block it. The Canadian Prime Minister is not ruling out military action with the U.S. and this country against Iran. He said, quote, We will stand by our allies when it makes sense. An oil tanker near Kuwait got hit by a large explosion, resulting in a huge oil spill. The IDF soldiers have a third temple patch on their uniforms. If you know, you know. The House Oversight Committee has voted to subpoena Pam Bondi, requiring them to testify about the DOJ's handling of the Epstein files.
You know, the same thing happened with me and Joe Silver. I'm doing the Brave one. And we're at the Venice Film Festival, and some reporter out of nowhere gaslights me. And he says to me, he's like, why isn't your name above the titles with Jody? And I'm sitting there thinking, yeah, why isn't my name above the titles with Jody? So I started making calls as if that was my right. And it wasn't. And then Joe Silver came and had a conversation with me. He's like, the reason your name isn't above the titles is because you're not the star of this day. It's Jody. And if you win, if you get nominated for an Oscar, it's going to be for supporting actor. It's not going to be for best actor. And I was like, okay, thank you for telling me that. Now I understand. But you have to remember, I'm a man just like you. And if you ever talk to me in that way again, I'm going to knock your teeth out your mouth.
You said that.
This is what I said. And then I have to fly back on a private flight with him. And Susan Downey is his producing partner on that. And then maybe 8 months later, I lose Iron Man. And I'm sure that all of those things played their part. But I got gaslit. He did the right thing in coming and talking to me. But I responded in this aggressive manner instead of being cool about and understanding that, you know, you get what's supposed to come to you.
Nothing to admit to, though.
Oh my God.
You're in a business where it's image. It's so how could you have done it differently?
Oh,
you go back.
I would have just let it pass with him asking, you know, shouldn't you be above the titles? Well, if I should be above the titles, I would be. You know, you are where you're supposed to be. Now I understand that. I had a meeting with Denzel once, and he told me, he was like, look at your hands, man. You're always like this. Your fists all balled up. He said, and all these producers want to do is they're trying to open your hand and so they can put money in it. But you won't do it. You keep your hands all tight like this, and you're blowing it. And this is 20 years ago.
Holy moly, what is kind of
20 years
advice? So 20 years ago, were you from 20 years ago would be what? 2006, so 20 years ago.
It was right before, it was maybe about 20. It was right before I did Hustle and Flow. It was right before, because I ended up going back into the Chitlin circuit. I was no longer being supported by the studios again. You know, because I was so aggressive.
How many times?
At least 8 times. I've had a number of opportunities, and, you know, but my aggression, you know, my need to be a man, you ain't gonna talk to me like that. You know, instead of learning how to diffuse and to walk away and to smile, okay, this isn't your day, or this isn't my road right now. But I've been beat up so much as a little kid because I was light-skinned with green eyes in a black neighborhood. You know, and they used to slap me and say, watch him turn red. And I had to learn how to fight at 13, 14. And once I learned how to fight, now I'm going to make everybody pay for what's happened to me. And that's what I realized I was doing. I'm just battling. I'm battling shadows from the past. You ain't going to punk me, you know? And it's like I was punking myself. So that's the hardest thing, to get out of your own way, to recognize, oh, wow, this ain't even about me.
Did you enjoy doing Iron Man?
Oh, I loved it. I loved it. I loved watching Robert. I've never seen somebody own a set the way that Robert owned that character. He threw it away. Cut it in half, throw it away. Cut it in half, throw it away. He wasn't trying to be Iron Man. He was Tony Stark.
You know, we're watching a global system get dismantled in real time, and most people, they have no idea what it even is. We're in the middle of a complete global restructure, and that's what I've been talking about for the last 3 days.
if you've been listening. 2 days ago, I talked about Trump cutting off globalist money pipelines flowing out of Venezuela and South America. And then yesterday, I talked about how America is divorcing itself from Europe, unfortunately. And today, we're talking about a brand new economic powerhouse forming right in front of us. So here's the through line. For decades, a tiny network of unelected institutions, central banks, through supernatural clubs and a globalist architecture behind the dollar system quietly decided how the world works. It wasn't presidents, it wasn't voters, and it wasn't the nations. And that's exactly why parts of Washington are melting down right now. Parts of Europe are even melting down as well. Because Trump is dismantling that system piece by piece faster than anyone expected, and the Europeans are freaking out. Look at the AI chip approvals with China. That wasn't weakness, that was leverage. And sending Kushner and Witkoff speaking directly to Putin, that bypassed the old diplomatic channels that have controlled global affairs for over 70 years. And now we have this provocative idea bouncing around D.C. Listen to this. They're calling it the Core Five. America, China, Russia, India, and Japan. A strategic alignment that sidelines Europe overnight. Do you realize what's going on here? Do you see the scale of what's happening? And of course, the White House denies it. They have to, right now anyway. But everyone in the national security world is saying the same thing. You know what? It fits the pattern. Trump already called the G7 obsolete. He thinks the UN Security Council is a museum piece, and he's openly challenging NATO. And the new national security strategy? Well, it literally warns that Europe faces civilizational erasure. You may not like his style, but he's not wrong about the system being broken. And here's the real danger, and I mean danger for him. When you start dismantling global lifelines, the financial networks, the alliances, the influence circuits that keep entire nations and institutions alive, you don't just disrupt power. You expose all the ride-alongs, the fake supporters, the people terrified that their world of profit and power is ending. That's why you see all the panic. That's why you see all this infighting in Europe. And that's why the same people who pretended to love America are now screaming as the old structure collapses, because this right here is a restructuring of the world order. And they're losing power and money. And for the first time in our lifetime, it's being led not by globalists, but by a man and a movement who believes that nations should control their own destiny. And that puts him in dire danger. America first triggered them before like crazy. But America restructured? That terrifies me even more. And here's what most people aren't even noticing. This restructuring doesn't just challenge Europe or South America. It challenges BRICS. Because if the USA, China, Russia, India, and Japan form a stable competitive economic bloc, then BRICS loses its leverage altogether. It loses its urgency and possibly its entire purpose, which is good for the Americans. This forces them to rethink everything, the same way it forces Europe to rethink everything. And all of this is exactly what Trump said he was going to do in the first place. So when you look at this moment, ask yourself something. What's missing? If all of this is breaking apart, where's the foundation? Where's the leadership at? Our level, the citizens. And this is exactly why we go back to the same message I always share. Citizen servant leaders matter now more than ever, because the world is shifting so fast. People are sick of bureaucrats and polished politicians. It's the citizens, you, in your town, your city, your state, your nation, who must decide what comes next. The bureaucratic elite, these global institutions controlling everything, it's cracking in a big way. And if we get in there, citizens who aren't blind, who aren't beholden, who are free, then we can lead. And you know what? It's time that we lead. It's time to take America back. Join me on Patreon and find out how you can get involved with Take America Back, because it's an organization starting, it's a movement, and it's happening right in front of you.
Yeah, I'm not interested in anything. Okay?
No, you're going to be interested in this, I promise. No, hey, I'm not a telemarketer. I actually want to help you out with something.
Look, man, I don't need help. I'm fine.
I'm not. I promise you. Don't hang up. Hey, are you still there, Eric?
Yeah, I'm still here. We're good.
This is Jubal from Brook and Jubal in the Morning. It's a radio show. And I'm not calling to sell you anything. I'm calling because I got an email about you from one of our listeners.
What?
Yeah. Now are you a little interested in what I have to talk about?
I mean, not really, but what are you talking about?
You recently went on a date with a girl named Tiffany, right?
How do you know that?
Because Tiffany emailed me and asked me if I could get you on the phone and find out why you're not calling her back.
She works for the radio station?
No, she listens to the radio show and asked if we could call you to find out if she did something wrong on your date, because she would like to see you again. So she's wondering why you're not getting back to her.
I mean, I don't know if I want to talk about that stuff on the radio or whatever.
Is there anything?
No, she'll tell you whatever she wants. I don't really feel comfortable.
Yeah, but she doesn't know. I mean, unless it's something that is your personal life and embarrassing about you, I can understand you not sharing that. But is there anything I can tell her just to give her some sort of advice?
I mean, like, talk to her about it, and you'll get a sense of why no one's going to go on another date with her.
Well, I talked to her about your date. She told us about it. She said there was an awkward moment where she accidentally hit herself in the nose, and her nose started bleeding.
Yeah, that was one of many incredible moments of the date, yeah.
Incredible, but I don't think you mean incredible like an actual good thing, right?
No, I mean it was like the most sarcastic thing.
I appreciate you staying on the phone with me for a few minutes. If your date was that bad, don't you think it'd be nice to give her some advice so that in the future when she goes out with people, it isn't as painful as an experience as it sounds like it was?
She's just the weirdest person that I've ever done in a date with.
How so?
You ever meet one of those people that just blows everything up into like the biggest possible deal? Like, oh my God, the traffic was the absolute worst. Everything is underlined.
Yeah.
Everything is in caps lock. Everything is just 15 exclamation points. She was like, the traffic was the absolute worst traffic I've ever been in. Like, take New York traffic and take LA traffic and take Mexico City traffic or whatever she said, and add them all together. That's the traffic I was just in. And it's like, there's no way to possibly believe that.
It seems like you didn't even give her a chance, though. I mean, if you're talking about, she just obviously felt bad about the traffic and was trying to make up for it.
I see your point, but it was with everything. It wasn't just the traffic. It was every single element of our date, every story, every reading of the menu. Whoa. You know, like, oh my God, they have margaritas. Oh my God, I love margaritas, but I want it to be the best margarita. And the margarita comes, and it wasn't just like, take a sip and like, this is pretty good, you want to try it? It's like, oh my God, this margarita is amazing. Like this before.
I've definitely been around those type of people. I know exactly the type of person you're explaining.
From the other side of the
This is the most amazing, life-changing margarita you've ever had, Eric.
Shaman on the top of the hill for like 8 salts of the Himalayas on the rim of the tree. I tried it and it was like, yeah, it's a margarita. It's a margarita.
Yes, I've had a margarita in my life. We talked to her a little bit, Eric, and I didn't get that vibe from her at all.
Really?
Yeah.
She described the date as like one of the best dates she'd ever been on, and Eric was the greatest guy she'd ever met.
That's true.
Right. But she kept telling, like, she had a bloody nose and like cleaned the table and kept telling her story. And like, and then I'm just sitting there and be like, you know, do you need something? Do you need a napkin or whatever? Yeah. And she was like, oh my God, you're the greatest guy. You're just like the greatest guy. I'm like, what's coming out of your nose?
You're like, no, I'm not the greatest guy. I'm just a human, and I noticed somebody else with a bloody nose, and I thought I might give them something to wipe it up with. Hey, Eric, I really appreciate you giving us a little bit of information on your date, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I'm as exhausted now as I was after the date. Just think it.
That was the most.
It's like a marathon, or like 3 marathons, or like the longest marathon in the world.
Eric, I should also let you know that Tiffany is actually on the other line listening to this conversation.
What?
Oh, hi, Eric. That was really mean.
You don't think the moon landing is real?
No, I don't. No. Do you?
Yeah.
Why do you think the moon landing is real? Why don't you tell me why?
You saw it on television.
Oh, you're genius. Oh, beat that.
Bleep it. No, it's okay.
That's genius. You saw it on TV? That's awesome. I'm going to show you some CGI. I'm going to show you King Kong. I saw that on TV, too. There's an 80-foot gorilla. He's running around kidnapping white chicks. Check it out. 1972 was the last time a human being has been through the Van Allen radiation belt. 1972. That's the last time.
There's been only 7 trips ever that human beings have ever gone past 400 miles. Every single space station mission, every space shuttle, every satellite, all of those are inside the protective Van Allen radiation belts, which start at 1,000 miles. They go from 1,000 miles to, depending on who you ask, if you ask NASA, 24,000 miles. If you ask James Van Allen, the guy who discovered it, it's 67,000 miles of intense radiation. It's a gigantic donut band that covers around the Earth. Now, even if you got outside of that band, you have to deal with solar cycles. There's the apex of a 20-year solar cycle was between 1969 and 1972. All the time when these guys are making those missions. Any one of those guys out there in those tiny little shielded crafts would have been killed instantly during any solar flare. Mark Bacon.
You should open with that.
If you look at any of the footage online, it looks ridiculous. It looks stupid. If you look at the videos, it looks ridiculous and dumb. You know why? Because in 1969, nobody anticipated that we were going to have VCRs and the internet. We were going to be able to watch that. They wanted to win the Cold War. The Soviet Union's had over 10 firsts in space. First man in space, first woman in space. First, they had everything. First dog in space. They had first satellite. They were so much more advanced than the Americans were. But the Americans were more advanced in trickery. And that's what they did. They figured out a way to fake it. That's why when Neil Armstrong got back, first of all, he went insane. He went into a deep depression. So did Buzz Aldrin. He became a huge alcoholic. He gave no interviews. Neil Armstrong still to this day will not give interviews. He gave one speech that he gave at the 25th anniversary of the moon landing. And this is what he said in front of America's best honor students. He said, "We have here amongst us America's best and brightest." And the quote was, "You will achieve many great things if you could peel away one of truth's hidden layers." That's a speech this guy gives standing in front of the top honor students. Not, "I went to the moon." He doesn't say that. He gives this cryptic speech. Now, Bill Clinton, in page 100, I think it's 156 of his book, My Life, he gives this story about how when he was a kid, he was working with this carpenter. And this carpenter said, "I don't believe man landed on the moon." It was 3 months after the moon landing. And he said, "I thought that guy was ridiculous." He said, "You know what? I don't believe anything those TV fellows show you." He said, "After 8 years in the White House, I thought maybe that guy was ahead of his time." Wow. This is in Bill Clinton's autobiography. Wow. This is in his book. There's no way people went on the moon. There's no way. It's impossible today. China wants to go back to the moon. They don't even have a clue how to do it. They're going to try to get there in 2020. America thinks we could possibly go back in 2017. All of the hard data, the telemetry data, 14,000 reels is missing. No one can find it. What the telemetry data is, that's the binary data, the ones and the zeros that show the distance between the command module and the Earth during every step of the way on the way to the moon and back, which you can't fake. They don't have that. They can't find it. Which you would think would be in a locked golden vault in the Smithsonian. But no, they can't find it. Well, they say, well, they placed laser reflectors on the moon. You can shoot a laser beam. That's proof. Well, it's not proof because the Russians did it twice with unmanned probes. The Russians also collected space samples and samples of the moon.
It's very amazing. I've had these guys on, and
which guys?
The different guys on the internet that are behind.
There's a lot of guys, and I've debated that one guy, that Phil Plait from Battleship. I clown that guy.
The guy that gets in every astronaut's face.
Well, that guy's crazy Christian, and he's nuts. Which is, you know what? You have to be a little crazy to look that deep into this theory because it seems so solid. We went to the moon. It seems so solid until you look into it.
But here's the only thing. We can't keep anything quiet in this country.
It doesn't matter. No one's keeping it quiet.
Everybody
look at it.
The astronauts,
those guys are afraid of their lives. Gus Grisham, the pilot who was the guy who died on the launch pad along with two of his friends, he was a public critic of NASA. He put a lemon, he hung it on the simulator, put a lemon and put it on a hanger and hung it. He was dead in that same cockpit. He died like 2 weeks later. He burned to death inside of that. They were terrified. This was a matter of life and death. These guys were in the middle of a huge Cold War between Russia, and they wanted to show that America had technological superiority. Race to the moon landing, all that stuff is not about going to the moon and collecting things. It's about military superiority. It's about the ability to do things with military technology. All of that stuff they use for NASA, all the stuff they use for the stealth bomber, the space shuttle, all those missions, it's not for philanthropy missions. That's to fuel the military-industrial complex. The machine behind this is all the military. And getting to the moon first is making a statement that we have military technological superiority over Russia, and that's what they did. You got to look into it, man. The more you look into it, every photograph of the moon looks goofy. There's intersecting shadows that show more than one light source, and you can try to explain any one of these things away, which many people do. But the problem is when you look at them all together.
Joe, we're not on for 10 hours.
Round
Now to the war in Iran tonight, the president telling ABC News Today that he should be personally involved in choosing Iran's next supreme leader. The U.S. and Israel tonight ramping up attacks targeting Iran's mobile missile launchers. Iran retaliating, striking an oil facility in Bahrain, some Iranian missiles avoiding interceptors. Iran also targeting an airport. At least 15 countries now involved in this conflict. Thousands of Americans still trying to get out of the Middle East. The first flight out of Dubai landing in New York City today. Our chief foreign correspondent Ian Pannell from the region again tonight.
The US and Israel unleashing new waves of devastating attacks on Iran tonight, ramping up strikes against the regime. And late today, President Trump saying the operation is far ahead of schedule.
We're destroying more of Iran's missiles and drone capability every single hour, knocking them out like nobody thought was possible.
The president urging regime change and telling our John Carl that he should have a role in picking Iran's next supreme leader, and saying the Ayatollah Khamenei's son, Mujtaba, is not an acceptable option.
I'm once again calling on all members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the military and the police to lay down their arms. They're only going to be killed. And now is the time to stand up for the Iranian people and help take back your country.
And tonight, Secretary Pete Hegseth saying the amount of firepower over Iran is about to surge dramatically.
Iran is hoping that we cannot sustain this, which is a really bad miscalculation for the IRGC in Iran.
Israel releasing video of a mid-air dogfight over Iran. The IDF saying the Israeli F-35 stealth fighter shot down an Iranian warplane, marking the first ever confirmed air-to-air takedown by an F-35. US B-52 bombers striking Iranian ballistic missile and command and control facilities. And tonight, the war widening. Israel fighting on two fronts, striking Iran and Lebanon, pounding Beirut. Our Matt Rivers is there.
It sounds like incoming. There was the explosion, a series of explosions there. That's the latest Israeli airstrike. Hundreds of thousands of people were warned by the Israeli military to evacuate from there earlier today in advance of those airstrikes that we just heard.
But Iran's still striking back. Today releasing video claiming to show the launch of a missile with multiple warheads. Dramatic video posted online capturing massive explosions as Iranian missiles slammed into an oil refinery in Bahrain. Air defense systems firing, but missing the missiles. No injuries reported. And for the first time since this war erupted, Azerbaijan says it was targeted by 2 Iranian drones. One landing near a school. Another hitting an airport, causing injuries. Iran denies attacking the country. And with more US troops heading to the region, a new warning from Iran tonight, saying thousands will be killed if the US dares launch a ground offensive. One Iranian official saying, "We're waiting for you." Thousands of Americans still struggling to escape the war-torn region. The first direct flight from Dubai arriving in New York today. The State Department confirming the first charter flights took off, and they're surging additional flights and ground transports to help get Americans out. 25,000 flights have been cancelled since the war began. Officials say at least 20,000 Americans have already returned to the U.S. since Saturday, at least 10,000 helped by the task force.
Then the war started.
Ryan Rivera Cabrera, a college student from Boston, was trapped in Dubai after the war broke out, telling ABC News the U.S. government did very little to help him.
Really, every time we contact a federal resource, it would just say some shelter in place and, aim to find a commercial flight.
Cabrera saying he didn't feel safe until he landed in New York today.
I didn't feel relief until the wheels started running on the floor just a few hours ago. That's when I finally was able to take a sigh of, relief.
We saw a lot of missiles.
Charles Lowe from New Jersey, also on that flight back to the US, saying he saw missiles flying over his head in Dubai.
It's not usual to have missiles intercepted above your head.
How difficult was it to get a flight out?
Impossible.
David, with the US warning the war's about to surge dramatically, Israel's chief of staff also saying strikes are going to ramp up in what he calls phase 2 of this war.
David, Ian Pannell live in Tel Aviv again tonight. Ian, thank you. Ruby Ridge, by the way, is seen as a success.
by the FBI.
Which is crazy.
Which is fucking bananas.
Tell people if they don't know what Ruby Bridge was.
Yes.
Tell them the story behind it.
So Randy Weaver, a Green Beret from Vietnam, shacks up in rural Idaho, and he decides that he wants to have a life off-grid. And the FBI, doing an investigation with the ATF, finds out that he has some kind of gun issue. And they need to do an investigation, and they need to go on site. But this is almost, it's crazy because there's similarities with our situation. You find out the guy's background. Like if you're developing a target packet on a bad guy, you would want to know the guy's background, right? That's the first thing you do because you want to assess potential risk to force, and you want to mitigate risk overall. What's his background? Green Beret, Vietnam. Oh, fuck. Right? And everybody gets all fucking crazy, right? They start going, oh, we need to find out more. So they do surveillance. They don't just do off-site surveillance. They don't do long-range surveillance. They get in ghillie suits and low crawl to his fucking cabin, right? In ghillie suits. His son and his dog are out on the property because it's his fucking property. And they discover these guys in ghillie suits. The son raises his rifle, shoots and kills one of the FBI guys, and the FBI guys kill his son. So what would you do if you own property in rural anywhere in America, you hear gunshots, and your fucking son's dead, and you don't know what's going on? And it's a bunch of dudes in ghillie suits. So he winds up locking himself and barricading himself in the cabin, and then they deploy the FBI hostage rescue team, HRT. I actually interviewed one of the guys that was he was in the sniper site as a sniper for FBI HRT when this went down. So, long story short, they kill his wife as well. Shoot his wife.
While she was holding a baby.
While she was holding a baby. They think, talking to one of the snipers, they thought that he was charging them into their position, but he was fake charging. Like he was making like a gesture like he was charging. So they got panicky and they started breaking shots off at him. I don't know if they wounded him, maybe wounded him, but he gets back inside. And so they dump the next person they saw, which happened to be the wife. So they end up barricading the place even more. And his ex-commander is the one that basically does a call out and gets him to negotiate and then eventually gets him to surrender. So all this is said and done, the FBI is found in the wrong. They sue the FBI, they win. It's an insanely controversial topic, but if you look at the FBI, two of the successes, I mean, there was guys who got awards from the FBI on that fucking mission. Like even though it was proven that they were in the wrong. Yeah, even though it's proven they were in the wrong. Like Waco is a good example of it as well. But this is what I'm talking about. Like there's a breakdown between organizations in the government and their powers that be. And likely a tipping point of mistakes that cascaded into the catastrophe that it was. But that's the problem. I mean, we're seeing those things now. Like, what I do with my business in a free society is none of your fucking business.
This story broke a few days ago, and yet most Americans still haven't heard a word about it. In a stunning admission, Fulton County, Georgia has confirmed that 315,000 early votes were certified without the legally required poll worker signatures, meaning they were certified illegally, which means the ballots were never verified to be real as required by law. The mandatory safeguards were skipped, and the uncertified votes were approved anyway. Americans were shamed for asking questions, and now officials are forced to admit they were right to ask questions. And here's what makes this even more damning. A Fulton County judge has now kept subpoenas alive, seeking access to those 2020 ballots, confirming this issue is serious enough for the courts to intervene. Yet the mainstream media still refuses to cover this tremendous admission, because acknowledging it would mean admitting they helped silence legitimate questions about fair and free elections. This is not new speculation. This is not a resurfaced claim. This is a new admission on the record, made in court filings and confirmed by county attorneys. State officials have also acknowledged Fulton County violated official election processes in a huge way, and yet there's total silence from national media. And why does this matter now? because poll worker signatures are not cosmetic. They are the legal verification step that confirms voting machines were properly opened, properly closed, and properly reconciled. When those signatures are missing, the verification process itself is broken. Officials insist the issue was procedural, but procedures are the safeguard. Without them, voters are asked to blindly trust explanations given after certification instead of safeguards enforced before certification. Georgia, quote, hand-counted the ballots in a controversial audit in 2020, but it is now admitted they counted uncertified ballots. They never bothered to check if the ballots were lawfully verified before certification, meaning a mandatory statutory condition was skipped. In short, counting ballots later does not make an improperly verified certification legal. And remember, in 2020, Georgia was decided by a mere 11,779 votes, and the consequences went far beyond the presidency. Georgia's election results flipped 2 U.S. Senate seats, costing Republicans Senate control and helping deliver a full federal Democratic trifecta in Washington, fundamentally altering the balance of power for years. This is not only about relitigating the past, it's about confronting a present-day reality. If election violations can be admitted years later with no investigation, no consequences, and no reform hearings, what message does that send heading into the next election cycle? And this is why the media is ignoring these new facts. For years, mainstream outlets didn't investigate, they coordinated, marching in lockstep with government narratives and shutting down the public. Questioning election integrity wasn't debated, it was punished. People lost everything. January 6 defendants were sentenced to decades in prison. Millions of citizens were censored, terrorized, and disenfranchised. Journalists lost their livelihoods. Trump allies like Mike Lindell and Rudy Giuliani were financially destroyed. They even came for President Trump, all for the revolutionary act of questioning an election process that is now openly admitted to having violated the law. And it leaves one unavoidable question the mainstream media still won't ask. What really happened in the election of 2020? This was never about President Trump. It was and still is about the disenfranchised American voter. When legally mandated verification steps are skipped, the injury is constitutional. The voter's right to equal protection and a lawful vote is violated. The injured party is the citizen of the United States, from Georgia to New York to Texas, and the injured party has standing and is owed a remedy. That remedy begins with a full, transparent investigation into the 2020 election failures, followed by full accountability and lawful redress for lives damaged simply for questioning them. Reporting for Lindell TV in Washington, D.C., I'm Kara Castronova.
It froze up there then. 1 month ago. Will she be on the job in a month? He was honest. It's up to one guy. That guy decided you're out. I can tell you authoritatively, Noam and Lewandowski were butting heads behind closed doors with border czar Tom Homan. The way I heard it, Homan was privately urging the president to push Noam and Lewandowski out for weeks and weeks. The thrust of the fight, Homan had been urging, focus on just reporting the worst of the worst. Noam and her team were obsessed with these showy criminal busts, try and get the president's attention, the media's attention. And the media blew all of it out of proportion, as you know, made the president look bad, suggesting DHS was also sweeping up innocent grandmas and kids at kindergarten. It wasn't true, but they fed into it. Instead of focusing on the hardened criminals, Homan has long said should be the focus. That led to different camps inside the department, with Rodney Scott there, the commissioner of Customs and Border Protection, siding with Homan. I'm told when news broke this afternoon that Noam was out, Scott screamed out yes. He was excited to see her go, and maybe folks in the building been a bit more focused on maneuvering than, say, protecting the homeland. Getting Noam out gets the focus off her failures and back on what's working. U.S. Central Command today releasing new video. Show how the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, and the military leadership, they're dismantling the Iranian regime in these joint actions with Israel. Hegseth is at CENTCOM headquarters this hour, by the way, after spending the morning at a summit in Miami with Southcom, where he touted the massive success of the mission the president ordered to basically liberate Venezuela. They're saying Cuba's going to be next. And they've shut down the flow of deadly narcotics. Watch.
We are at long last putting America, Americans, and the Americas first, ensuring peace through strength and restoring common sense. At our department, we're doing it by restoring the warrior ethos, rebuilding our military to historic levels, and reestablishing deterrence in this hemisphere and around the world.
It's only the American military, rebuilt by this president, that can accomplish this. Look at this picture and this graphic of the British Navy. It was once massive, and now it's nothing. No wonder why the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is cowering in a corner. It's the president who's dominating the world stage. No wonder why even CNN is admitting it.
Republicans love Donald Trump more than any president's own party supporters loved him at this particular point. Just take a look here. Okay, own party supporters, 21st century presidents, own party approval about at this point in the second term. Bush was at 77%. Obama was at 77%. Look at this. 86% of Republicans approve of the job that Donald Trump is doing at this point.
It was time to get the focus today back on the president, his success for the American people, not just for him. And get it off Kristi Noem and her problems. And pushing her aside, which the Democrats were demanding, could force the left to finally free up the rest of the Homeland Security money that they're holding back. The left has been shamelessly doing that at a time when we're under threat. And it's a good thing for you that maybe the money's going to become free. And that's the big take tonight. Longtime advisor to the president, Roger Stone, joins me now live. Roger, welcome. Always good to see you.
Good to be with you, Ed.
What do you make of the president replacing Kristi Noem tonight?
Well, I think this was a long time coming. I think there are a number of problems. She testified before the Senate the other day that Corey Lewandowski, her paramour, played no role in the letting of federal contracts when there's a great deal of paperwork that demonstrates that he was deeply involved in that, even though he's not technically a government employee and has no real authority. Then you had the $220 million ad campaign that the department gave a contract for without competitive bidding, goes to a company that subcontracts to a company that appears to me to belong to, well, Corey Lewandowski or one of his partners. And of course, the larger issue here, which you hit right on the head, Ed, is that the folks at ICE, who I think have more law enforcement experience, more training, more judgment in terms of how to de-escalate some of these optics in public, compared to those at Border Patrol, those folks have less training, less experience under the leadership of Kristi Noem. So I think Tom Homan and his folks have done a great job here.
They have.
And
Unwrapping the Iraq war on its own will probably take another video. Some believe the war began because of an interest in oil, while others claim it was a direct response to the 9/11 attacks. What is especially interesting is the war in Iraq actually started about a month after Fassbinder and his team discovered the grave of Gilgamesh. According to sources, the war essentially made it impossible for Fassbinder and his team to get the items they discovered, so they couldn't carbon date them or make additional findings to help them understand what they were dealing with. Left with nothing they could do and a need to save themselves, Fassbinder and his team left the area where they had made the groundbreaking discovery and fled the country. It's easy to think that this is nothing but a myth, but consider this: every single justifiable reason why the US invaded Iraq has been proven to be false. The official line was the country had helped to plan the 9/11 attacks, but George W. Bush, the US president who started this entire thing, officially came out to say that they didn't.
What did Iraq have to do with what? The attack on the World Trade Center. Nothing, except for it's part of. And nobody's ever suggested in this administration that Saddam Hussein ordered the attack. Iraq was the lesson of September 11th is take threats before they fully materialize, Ken. Nobody's ever suggested.
For the others who think the invasion was to stop Iraq from developing nuclear weapons and instruments of mass destruction, well, guess what? Iraq wasn't.
The main reason we went into Iraq at the time was we thought he had weapons of mass destruction. Turns out he didn't, but he had the capacity to make weapons of mass destruction.
The only possible reason was that perhaps the government wanted to gain control of Iraq's massive oil reserves. But is there really a good enough reason to start a war that decimated a region and left it perpetually in flux? What if there was some other reason for this? What if there was something the US government really wanted to achieve in Iraq? Well, leaked emails to Hillary Clinton, a woman who, in case you forgot, has spent most of her adult life in government and even ran for president twice, shows that the powers that be just might have had a reason to keep this discovery a secret.
Now you can see here, it says, this is from Denitra Senegar. That's who it's from. This is to Hillary Clinton. Important for context. And then it says, oh, you can read it there. And you see what it says? I mean, requesting documents pertaining to the resurrection chamber of Gilgamesh, the location of his body, and the location of the buried Nephilim.
Want to know what's even weirder? Witnesses claimed that the military immediately set up an encampment around the grave of Gilgamesh as soon as they landed in Iraq. They reportedly sent reporters and locals out of the region and pretty much overran the entire area. Some witnesses also claimed that the military began excavating items from the site, moving them to an undisclosed location. And besides all this, reports of the discovery of Gilgamesh's grave were pretty much wiped off the internet. It was basically like this thing never existed. To be fair, this might all seem a bit extreme, but there's definitely a lot of overlap. As for why the government might be interested in Gilgamesh and his grave, there's also a bit of a theory. Corey Good, an independent investigator and YouTuber, claimed that the government and other members of the global elite might be looking to carry out DNA tests on Gilgamesh's corpse, as well as the other corpses found in the tomb. In an episode of Cosmic Disclosure that has now been deleted, Good claimed that there are several stasis chambers around the world where these giants are pretty much kept. No one knows if governments around the world are using these chambers as a way of preserving the bodies for the purpose of conducting these tests. But it sure won't be out of the ordinary to find that out. Now, you might think that the discovery of Gilgamesh and his grave might be the only weird thing to come out of Iraq, but you'd be wrong. This region could contain secrets about the origins of mankind as well as how we came to be. In March 1853, a group of men led by French scientist Paul-Émile Botta discovered an interesting find while digging for treasures in Khorsabad, Iraq. They found the remains of what appeared to be a massive Assyrian palace, and with it, a trove of Sumerian cuneiform inscriptions. When translated, the inscriptions showed what archaeologists believed to be the oldest civilization in the world, a group of superhuman beings known as the Anunnaki.
Lady Gaga's out here doing some fallen angel witchcraft now. Everyone's out here using the word abracadabra like it's some silly made-up word, not knowing that it's real witchcraft and comes with real consequences. And it's also why none of us should be listening to this song or watching it, because the lyrics are literally a spell. Take it from this strega. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Lady Gaga has some explaining to do. And here's why. Not only is the imagery very disturbing, giving off satanic ritualistic symbolism all throughout the video, but now here's the kicker. Let me explain exactly what she's saying in this video and how the abracadabra is bringing it into reality and why we should not listen to this song. So where does the word abracadabra come from? And what does it mean? Abracadabra originates as a Hebrew language, and it's specifically used in witchcraft. It's actually pronounced Ada-kadabri, and it means I will create as I speak. The universe has one song and one truth. Words cast spells, and that's why it's called spelling. Words are energy. Use them wisely. The cells in your body react to everything that your mind says, to the point where negativity can bring down your immune system. Experts in the occult and witchcraft know this. Did you know that the difference between abracadabra and avada kedavra? It means I will create when I speak, and avada kedavra means I will destroy as I speak. The words come from ancient Aramaic and was said to be used in witch spells. Abracadabra is a powerful spell, especially when used in a triangular mode. But it was also used for good, because when you're writing it downwards, It rids yourself of evil. If you write it upwards, it's for good luck. People from the ancient world used to write it on amulets. Using the triangular form and writing abracadabra within the triangle was actually a self-healing amulet that medics would give to their patients to rid them of their disease and illness. But it can also be used for evil. And here we go back to the video. In the chorus, Gaga chants, abracadabra, amorunana, abracadabra, mosta o gaga, abracadabra, abra o nana. In her tongue, she said, death or love tonight. Amor, meaning love in Latin, and morta, meaning death. Explaining the meaning behind abracadabra, with El, Gaga said, the song is about facing the challenge of life and the challenge of the night and finding the magic in it all. But, based on my research and my translations of her song, there's much more of a dark, sinister meaning behind it. She doesn't fool me. The meaning behind her lyrics are, or you love me, or I shall bring death to you. This is why we should not be watching her music video or listening to the song. And if you know anything about the occult, you know I'm right. So no more Gaga for me. I did not like this. And no one is going to take it out of my head that she didn't know exactly what she was doing. There's even a deeper meaning to the symbolism in the dress, where she expresses marriage. But still, do we want to marry into death or die if we don't love her? I don't think so. Abracadabra, no Gaga. Amor no tu de Gaga. Dormentus, incendius Gaga. Ada retro Gaga. And as for other meanings of the word, you can pause and read. But bottom line, she should not have said what she said in that video. And now that you know, you know.
Blackouts across Iraq, an Iranian warship torpedoed, and reports of a CIA plot to spark a Kurdish uprising. If you are struggling to keep up with what's happening right now, you're not alone. The pace of change is dizzying. So here's a summary of the last 24 hours in the war on Iran.
Only the United States of America could lead this. Only us. But when you add the Israeli Defense Forces, the combination is sheer destruction.
Throne defended.
On the positive side is kind of excited about on the positive side is kind of the medical benefits of the technology. So, I really encourage people to build, places where AI intersects with areas like medicine and health. I think medicine and health is a good one. If you're building, a pure app, a pure, UI that does some software thing, it's like, well, there's the model and many people can build that. But I think the things that really are going to have the biggest moats are those that, relate to the physical world or to kind of something real in the world of atoms or, something that's not easy to do, skill set that, not that many people have. And I think biology and medicine kind of fit all of fit all of those bills. It's kind of a specialized area. You have to have a lot of knowledge of it. Not just anyone building things can understand it. You have to deal with the whole regulatory system, and so all that's hard work. But the hard work is going to lead to durable businesses in that area. So I really encourage that. And the second thing I would encourage is building for things that make people's lives better. Right? If we look at consumer AI products, Anthropic is not mostly on the consumer side, but we serve companies that in turn serve consumers. And I think it's really easy to build models or products on top of these models that are kind of addictive, that are only in people's short-term interests, not their long-term interests. But I think we can also build things that really are in people's long-term interests and make their lives, that guide people through life and make their lives better. That's, one of the core ideas that I wrote about in Machines of Love and Grace, that, we can actually build AIs, agents, models that act in our long-term interest, and think properly in that way. And I really encourage people to build in that direction.
Well, I think it could. I would say that for a long time, Cuba has been a failed state. I remember I was driving in a cab about 10 years ago, and it was a man that had just come over from Cuba, and I said to him, well, how is it over there? He said, listen, if you don't have money coming from outside of the country, like basically someone giving you money as a gift, you're going to starve to death. So the people are ready for freedom. They're ready for a new age to get back to trading with the world and being a participant. The Dominican Republic is a very successful country. Cuba should be doing a lot better. The people who come from Cuba to our country have done incredibly successfully in South Florida, particularly.
Yeah, no doubt.
I got to ask you, because you're there on the ground in Florida, a state that has a very high Cuban population. And in the wake of Iran, we've seen a lot of pictures. Now, this is in the world of AI, so who knows what's real and what's not. But a lot of pictures of Cubans, both in Cuba and here in the United States, holding signs that say President Trump do Cuba next. Is that accurate? Are you hearing that from Cubans in Florida?
They're definitely excited at the opportunity to turn over the regime. And of course, the easiest way to do it at this point, President Trump's got the blockade going for the oil, which, ultimately just sustains the military. It is putting pressure on the island, like you mentioned, John. It's putting a lot of pressure on them. And Amanda, you're right. There are people who desperately want to see that island come back into the fold, into the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't think a lot of Americans understood that Cuba has always been sort of the outsourced intelligence agency for our enemies across the globe, with Russia, Iran, Venezuela, obviously. And then Venezuela in the last 20 years was sort of a trafficker of particularly oil and energy around the world. Their flagships would do things. Taking those two enemies in our hemisphere and potentially turning them around actually has a downward shift all the way to China. I suspect it seems like the world is realigning in a pretty significant way if this momentum continues.
Well, what I really like is President Trump brings a fresh perspective to a lot of things that seemed in transit. Like, we always thought Cuba would just go on forever as a communist country, and efforts were made. I remember I went to Washington, D.C. when then Senator Rubio sponsored a visit with as an activist, a dissident rather than Cuba and Tunis, and I asked him, I said, is it better to open Cuba up and let people, trade and give some opportunities? I said, George, every dime that comes into this country from that sort of thing, from tourism and trade, just goes right to the military to keep oppressing the people. So he was for keeping up the pressure back then. Of course, Obama and Biden, they both tried to open the country up just to really perpetuate the oppression. So President Trump finally has brought a fresh perspective. So we're not going to keep coddling this in our hemisphere. Plus, as you mentioned, John, they are a haven for Chinese and Russian spying on the United States, harboring enemies. Again, not to mention Venezuela with the terrorists and the criminals and the drugs they're funneling into our country. I completely agree with what we're doing and putting pressure on Cuba and changing the regime in Venezuela.
George, before we let you go, you have a very detailed agenda. You've got a very clear vision. Usually when you're trying to take over or flip a district, big ideas are a big part of convincing the public to change things. What are the big ideas that are most resonating? And the things that you want to do, what most resonates with your constituents right now?
Well, I think it's just not just my constituents. I think it's the entire country, John. The median home price, the age of the median home buyer right now in the United States for a first-time home is 42 years old. That's a tragedy for a country that's founded on building the American dream, people coming from all over the world legally to come own their own home. I remember, I'm a real estate closing attorney. I remember years ago I met with a person from Germany, and she said, I said, oh, do you own your house in Germany? What do you do? She said, we rent. The only people who own homes in Germany are rich. That's never been true of our country, and it's increasingly true. And so that's a big thing for me, making homes more affordable. I have a daughter that just moved back to South Florida. It's very difficult for her to buy a home with her fiance when she gets married with her husband. So that's a big thing for me is insurance reform. Could be a national windstorm pool to help our state and lower our costs and spread the risk. Lowering property tax, that's more of a state issue, but I definitely support that. Shrinking the size of the federal government and the borrowing that we're doing so that, again, there's less demand on the money so that the interest rates can come down. That helps home affordability. So there's a lot of things we can do facilitating home building. That, to me, is probably really one of my top priorities for our constituents in our country is just making homes affordable again for people in this country.
Yeah, so important. George, before we let you go, people watching, hearing about you for the first time, what's the best way for them to stay in touch with your campaign or get involved with it?
Well, the best way is to get our website, Congress.com, or on Twitter, George R. Moritas. Just want to thank you, John, and Amanda for having me on the show and for all you do for the cause. Definitely big admirers, and I really appreciate you having me on today.
Okay, Jeremy, well, here's a note for you. You can get the fuck out of here then. Because that attitude is exactly why I don't like you, Jeremy. The attitude where you think you're so superior, but you can't even answer these questions, Jeremy. These questions are for you as well. And I've been very, very nice to you, but the irony I find about Jeremy Reese is this. Jeremy, when he wants to take his credentials and pretend like he's so much smarter than everyone, he always tries the high road. He comes into my replies and says, I'm a physicist with 20 years. I've never accomplished anything, but everybody should listen to me. And he tries to beg for attention. Please listen to me. Please, Candace Owens, have me on. Everybody should be listening to me. Why is no one listening to me? I have so much experience. I've never actually accomplished anything, but everybody should be listening to me anyway. And so he plays both sides. He plays the one side where he says, I know everything. I'm a physicist. I know I'm smarter than you. And then the other side, he says, I believe in conspiracy theories and that 9/11 was an inside job and that they planted thermite in the buildings and that all the other conspiracies are stupid. All the DW conspiracies are stupid. Like, bro, how are you going to pretend to have these weird conspiracy theories and then also play up the mainstream media? I'm just so much smarter than you. If you are so much smarter, like, honestly, I'm so tired of these people, bro. Like, get the fuck out of here. Peace. Peace. You show proof. Jeremy, you don't show shit for proof, bro. There is not even a fraction of the evidence for the 9/11 conspiracy that you promote relative to the MH370 videos. Not even a fraction. You have zero. None at all. None at all. Why don't you answer the questions, Jeremy? What is the nature of gravity, inertia, and mass? How did the universe expand faster than the speed of light? What is dark energy? What is dark matter? Why doesn't the ground state of a hydrogen atom, why doesn't it radiate energy? Quantum mechanics proves nothing's ever at rest. So why is the ground state of a hydrogen atom not radiating energy? How does superfluid helium-3 never freeze if absolute zero is the lowest state of energy? And then if you say, oh, well, there is this 0-point energy, then the question is how much? So how can the ZPE, the 0-point energy, be insignificant when the Casimir effect increases in power exponentially? And at microscopic scales, engineers have to be careful not to let two metal surfaces get close to one another, otherwise they get stuck together and you can never get them apart again because they're so small and the effect is so powerful. And then, of course, the last question, why does negative energy exist in the math if it's an exotic substance? Do you guys know that negative energy actually exists in the physics math? Negative energy states exist in the physics math. What do physicists say? We're just going to ignore that. It doesn't make any sense. It must be exotic. Must be exotic. It's like, it's not even that hard. We know there's 0-point energy that's all out there. So what's negative energy? Going below sea level. That's it. That's it. Tom Bearden knew this. Tom Bearden knew this 30, 40 years ago. And all these guys think they're so much smarter than Tom Bearden and all these other dudes. It's crazy, right?
Bearden believes that these satellite photographs are of mysterious non-nuclear explosions near an uninhabited island in the East Siberian Sea, and that they are discharges from an RF weapon that uses intersecting energy beams called scalars.
In doing so, you can create, for example, either an electromagnetic explosion at a distance, or you can create an electromagnetic implosion at a distance, the extraction of energy from a distant point. This would look like a cold explosion, so to speak. Or you can create an electromagnetic implosion at a distance, the extraction of energy from a distant point. This would look like a cold explosion, so to speak. This would look like a cold explosion, so to speak.
Round 2, fight.
Many different metaphors. Bull in a China shop. I don't mean to call you a bull, but like that's what you've been doing with the Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton testimony. It's been incredible. Now this sexual assault, like vote, has been humiliating, frankly, for Congress. You're on a warpath, Congress.
You're on a warpath, Benny, and nothing is going to stop me. And in fact, on that shameful vote on the floor, and thank you to Lauren Boebert, Tim Burchett, and Anna Paulina Luna for having my back on that. But both Republican and Democrat leadership whipped the vote against disclosure of sexual harassment files by members of Congress. So the two-tiered system of justice, the rich and powerful and politically connected, there's a tier for them, which is skate away, just like Epstein, and then there's a justice system for everybody else. You would never be able to get away with that in the private sector or in the rest of America or in middle America. You'd be fired. You'd be excommunicated. You'd be, shamed out of your community, your church, whatever. But Congress just sweep everything under the rug, hide it. And I don't want to hear a word from any of those members of Congress, right or left, that voted to hide sexual harassment files. I don't want to hear Jeffrey Epstein's name come out of their mouth. They don't get to say it.
Talk me through this, and our audience through this. As I understand it, there is a special slush fund in Congress that is funded, of course, by the taxpayers, not by the members of Congress, right? That pays out, I don't know, at least millions of dollars for sexual harassment claims to get people to go away. It's all done under the table. No, the public never hears about it. And a lot of these claims are very legitimate. I think we have members of Congress die every once in a while. And then you find out these grotesque stories about them. Who was it? Who was the member of Congress that just died? And he was he was wandering around with his pants off, in his office.
Who was that?
Yeah, no, I
had
my memory, but yeah, we're finding that you find it out when they die.
Yeah,
but they're this is a sick system.
Yeah, I found out one a couple years ago wanted to impregnate his female employees, not by injection or something, right, or IVF, but literally wanted to have sex with his staff and impregnate them. And we voted to hide those files. What are you even talking about, right? So it's actually two parts. So the first part is exposing the claims of sexual harassment by members of Congress. Was step one through the ethics committee, and it just got hidden yesterday, that vote. I did a separate vote or a subpoena for information on the slush funds on the oversight committee, because that was the only way to really get at it. And we did that yesterday. A lot of members, mostly Republican, by the way, tried to stop that vote from passing by just making up excuses and that sort of thing. But it did pass. And so we will at least get the financial information via subpoena from the Workplace Rights Office up until 2018. After 2018, the law changed where members, if they are caught sexually harassing somebody else, they have to personally pay back the fund. But generally speaking, almost every member who's had to do that has retired or quit Congress, so the information doesn't get out. And there's never any conclusion in Congress that then can be sought after or released. And so the files will go up to 2018, and we're talking about in some years $3, $4, $5 million a year. Now, on that slush fund, it's not just members of Congress. There are government employees, federal employees at the Capitol who have been forced to pay out. The government's been forced to pay out those funds as well. So it's not just members of Congress. Others have been as well that are federally employed up here on the Hill. But I made a special point to redact the names of victims and witnesses and that sort of thing. And then almost didn't pass yesterday, but we got it through.
What does it say to the American people? When there is this kind of slush fund, and when so many members of Congress, I know that the vote wasn't particularly close. That's kind of extremely sad. But I know that there were hundreds and hundreds of members of Congress that voted against releasing the information here about the private sexual harassment slush fund.
Over 300.
Yeah.
Hundreds.
What does that say to the American people? Exactly.
Well, number one, it's shameful. Number two, it tells you, the American people, that Congress is full of it. Third, it tells you that there is a two-tiered system of justice, one for the elite, politically connected, and one for everybody else. And that's wrong. The sunshine is the best medicine, it's the best disinfectant. I'm here to turn the lights on. And, regardless of where the chips fall, you ought to be able to know what your member of Congress has been doing in their spare time.
All right, let's begin tonight with some incredible scenes out of Tehran. Explosions rocking the Iranian capital as the United States and Israel continue their largest military strikes in decades. And just hours ago, U.S. and Israeli forces dropped thousands of pounds of bombs on targets across Tehran, a city of 9 million people, leaving residents fleeing in panic and hospitals overwhelmed with the injured. And yet, the administration still insists this is not a war. But with this level of devastation, that's a hard claim to square with reality. And so is this. Tonight, more Americans will die in this war with Iran. That was the warning coming from lawmakers after a closed-door intelligence briefing from the administration. Listen.
This is as serious as it gets. This is war and peace. They told us in that room that there are going to be more Americans that are going to die. We have to have a debate in the United States Senate on an authorization of military force. It will likely fail. It will likely fail, and we shouldn't be voting to proceed to other pieces of legislation until we get a debate on this deeply unpopular, immoral, and illegal war with Iran.
The fact that lawmakers are being told that more Americans will die is stunning. And we have to ask once again, what for? What are they dying for? And how many more lives will Americans give for this war? We don't know. But we do know that U.S. Central Command says more than 50,000 troops, along with hundreds of aircraft and 2 aircraft carriers, are involved in operations across the region right now. How about some numbers here? Since the campaign began, U.S. and Israeli forces have struck nearly 2,000 targets. Iran has responded with hundreds of ballistic missiles, thousands of drones. At least 6 U.S. service members have already been killed. And now a major political shakedown is about to take place in Washington. The Senate voting today not to advance a war powers resolution, a measure of which would have required President Trump to seek congressional authorization before expanding military action against Iran. Again, that resolution failed today. Even so, some members of Congress are pushing for the war to expand even further.
President Trump come up with a new operation called Simplify. Fly with Israel and go after Hezbollah, who has American blood on its hands. Not only take the mothership of Iran down, also take the proxy of Hezbollah, settle the score, even the account.
Yes, you heard it there. Senator Lindsey Graham now calling on the United States to join Israel in striking another target in the region, the Iranian-backed militant group Hezbollah in Lebanon. The idea of expanding the war is wild. Lindsey Graham almost foaming at the mouth when he was talking about it. But one congressman, Tim Burchett, put it best.
Senator Lindsey Graham is now Lebanon in response to the Hezbollah faction.
Lindsey hadn't seen a fist fight he hasn't to turn into a bombing, right? So I just take it with a grain of salt, dude.
Never seen a fist fight that he didn't want to end in a bombing. It's funny. It's also true. It seems like the neocons in our government, like Lindsey Graham, have been having their way so much that they feel like they can blatantly make any demand of the president, drawing us into yet another conflict, another war that could last far longer than we expect. And the questions surrounding the war we're in right now, are we prepared for that war to take a long time? Because all indications right now, we are not. President Trump is now reportedly seeking $50 billion to accelerate missile production. Unfortunately, defense contractors warn that money alone is not going to fix this problem. See, the issue isn't just money. Take Tomahawk missiles as an example. The U.S. only has about 4,000 total. It takes 18 to 24 months to produce roughly 100. The Trump administration burned through 4 years of Tomahawks in just 4 days. We are firing missiles so much faster than they can do it, which is why the administration wants to get more to build more. And then there's this video. Israeli Defense Forces releasing video showing what they said was a successful strike on an Iranian helicopter. But look at this video. Analysts later suggested this target may not have been a real helicopter at all. It looks like it's a painting on asphalt, a decoy designed to look real from the air. Apparently it did. In other words, a multi-million-dollar missile fired at a painted image. How can you tell? Watch the video. When the bomb hits, the helicopter blades don't break. They don't even move. That's a $5 million missile hitting a $10 paint. And that's what we're watching in real time here. Tens of billions of our taxpayer dollars turned into dirt in less than a week. That may be the most telling detail of this entire moment.
Just moments ago, the chair of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Kane, said that Iranian missile launches have dropped off sharply since the conflict began 4 days ago. In fact, 80% coming out of Iran to the region. Drone attacks, he said, gone down 70% since the first days out of Iran. into the region. General Kane also said that the U.S. has the weapon supply to finish the mission.
I know there have been a lot of questions about munitions. We have sufficient precision munitions for the task at hand, both on the offense and defense. But I want to tell you, teammates, as a matter of practice, I don't want to be talking about quantities. And I know there's been a great debate about that, and I appreciate the interest, but just know that we consider that an operational security matter.
All right, with us now, CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. And Brett, I just want to give people a sense of how wide this conflict is spreading. Its tentacles are spreading right now. Just in the last 24 hours, the U.S. has said that non-essential embassy personnel should leave Cyprus. They've said in a couple cities in Pakistan that non-essential embassy personnel should leave. And then we just learned, and I'm going to try to pull this out here so people can see, this is a map of all of Asia. This is where Iran is right now. We just learned that the United States sunk an Iranian vessel in the Indian Ocean, we believe, off the coast of Sri Lanka. That's pretty far away from Iran and the Persian Gulf there, just to give people a sense of how widespread this is now. So when we do step back, what is it that you see?
I think, John, step back is right. So day 5, so much going on. I kind of like to bring it back to fundamentals. And I talked about Karl von Clausewitz, the great military theorist. And he wrote a book called On War. And he said, war is a contest of wills.
Continuation of politics by other means.
Wills. And we talked yesterday, why is it Iran is trying to just unleash mayhem on markets, on oil, and trying to convince the Gulf states to put pressure on Washington, as we've talked about before, to win that contest of wills, so that President Trump says, okay, enough, let's call this quits. I don't think it's working. If here we are at day 5. First, what you heard from General Kane and Secretary Hegseth is trying to project that confidence that we're just getting started. CENTCOM Commander Brad Cooper last night said the same thing. I think that was trying to demonstrate to Iran, your strategy is not going to work. But where are we? We have militaries now across the region, from UAE to Qatar to Kuwait to Saudi Arabia to Bahrain, Turkey today, France, the UK, all engaged now, most defensively, shooting down these drones, but all engaged in a kind of a coalition effort, as I think the balance of power here is starting to really turn. I mean, significant, what I heard from General Kane, and I've served with him over the years, and also Brad Cooper last night, who I also know very well, is that now we're inside Iran. We're not doing standoff strikes. We can hover when we see a target, take it out. That's a very significant that's a turning point. So, look, Iran wants to keep firing these drones and try to, again, win this contest of wills. Right now, I don't think it's working. And we have to see. But the strategy also, I think that especially General Kane's done a good job. So what are we trying to do? We're trying to decrease Iran's ability to have power projection outside of its borders. Now, if you can succeed in that as a military mission, and Iran that actually does have no pathway to a nuclear weapon, that cannot mass produce missiles and drones, that is so inwardly focused, it's not spreading terrorism around the region, supporting these proxies all over, that's very significant, because this is a region where balance of power matters. And that would be a better, in my view, a much better Middle East.
This is the Jihad drone. This is the type of drone that Iran is using all over the region. When do you think you will know, we will know, if this mission has been effective in making these a non-factor?
Well, look, they're going to be able to continue to get some of them off, but that they put some numbers in the briefing today that just down significantly. That's a key trend line. But I don't want to. This is still going to go on for some time, John. And I think the Iran can fire those drones, but they have a lower payload. They fly much slower. You can take them down with multiple systems. You don't need a Patriot. You can take them down from the air. And I think we'll get better at that as this kind of defensive coalition forms. But that's kind of increasingly all Iran is going to have. Once the missile launchers get degraded, harder to launch those missiles. So it's going to be able to launch some drones, and that will hopefully go down over time.
Yeah, 80% fewer missiles being shot out of Iran over the last 4 days, from day 1 to now day 4 and 5, is what we heard from General Kane. Brett McGurk, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You invoked Matthew 25, and that's the scripture we see tossed around a lot up here, but often without context. And so I went and got my Bible and thought we'd dig into Matthew 25 for a minute. The scripture you invoked was Matthew 25, 35 through 40. It ends with this. It says, "Then the righteous will answer to him, Lord, when did we see you hungry, feed you, or thirsty and give you something to drink? And when did we see you a stranger and invite you in, or naked and clothe you? When did we see you sick or in prison and come to you?" And the king will answer to them, "Truly I say to you, the extent that you did to one of those brothers of mine, even the least of them, you did this to me. I would ask you, who's the you in that passage?
Thank you for your question. You, meaning all of us, the followers of Christ.
Followers of Christ, right. In Matthew 24:3, it says, after Jesus was sitting on the Mountain of Olives and the disciples came to him privately, and then they asked him, that began this whole chapter. And now, what Christ didn't say was to lobby your government. He said, if you have, you give. That's the general biblical principle here. 2 Corinthians chapter 9 gives us probably the best scriptural understanding of what charity is. It says, each of you should give what you've decided in your heart to give, not reluctantly, under compulsion, for God loves a cheerful giver. Would you say that taxes are under compulsion?
Taxes are not my area of expertise, but
are they given under compulsion? Do you pay your taxes?
As a U.S. citizen, I pay my taxes.
Yes, because what happens if you don't?
We don't have the services that we need to support our...
What happens to you personally if you don't pay your taxes?
You get in trouble.
You get in trouble. I would say that's under compulsion. So if we're talking about what charity is, I'm always amazed in D.C. how much of we get to define our personal worth as a politician or statesman or whatever you want to call us by, how much of other people's money we give away. And so there's certainly a place for a social safety net potentially, but the idea that Matthew 25 is kind of used as a blanket statement. As a matter of fact, the parable that he gives right before that scripture that you go into is the parable of the talents, where you see someone, a business owner, go away and he leaves 3 employees in charge and gives them each a bit of investment. And 2 of them turn their investment into a profit. The one that turns it not to a profit, he does nothing with it, just sits on it. What does he call him? You're a pastor, right?
Yes, I am, sir. I don't have...
He calls him a wicked and a lazy servant. And so, scripturally speaking, God expects us to do something with what he's given us. Now, Romans 13 talks about the purpose of government. Scripture is replete with, there's different institutions that each have a different thing. The primary job of raising our kids and taking care of our families and the institution of the family. The government has a different one. It says, for the one in the authority is God's servant for your good. But if you do wrong, be afraid. For the rulers do not bear the sword for no reason. They are God's servants to bring agent of wrath on the wrongdoer. Would you say that someone who commits fraud is doing wrong?
We all are against fraud.
Yeah, right. Is fraud theft? Would you agree that that's theft?
Yes.
As the 8th commandment says, thou shalt not steal. Would you recommend that someone in your church go into debt to give an offering in your church?
No.
Okay, so we have a massive program of fraud that's being paid for by taxpayers, and it's not really us paying it, it's really our kids and our grandkids that are paying it. And yet we continue to see this massive expansion, all under the taken out of context of what charity is being defined as. It's interesting. I find it odd that the left continues to bring up Matthew 25, because at the very beginning of that, right before he goes in that scripture that we talked with, it says, Matthew 25:32, all the nations will be gathered to him, and he will separate the people from one another, the sheep and goats. He will put the sheep on his right and his goats on the left. And the king will say to those on his right, come in, you are blessed of the Father, take your inheritance to the kingdom. And those on his left, he will say, depart from me, you cursed, into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. I would caution those who begin to use Matthew 25 to do so in the proper context, understanding that we have multiple biblical institutions and they each have a purpose.
The context here is vast.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit the entirety of Matthew 25 into the record.
Without objection.
Pretty funny how when the first Iran strikes were happening, they're like, you're panicking, man. You're panicking. We're not going to get a war with Iran. You're panicking. And the pushback actually was, I'd say, quite a bit more from the initial Midnight Fury or Midnight Hammer. And then what are we in now? Epstein Fury, something like that. APAC Fury. And it's like an inoculation process, like they introduce you to a bug and then your body gets used to it, so next time you see it, but it's like we're being psychologically inoculated to the idea of the war. So they start the war, then they go, see, it was no big deal. And then when they actually start the real war, unprovoked attack, attacking them, because if they get attacked, they might respond, so we have to attack them because they will respond if they get attacked. Yeah, okay. So basically, the pushback now, I'd say, is less than it was when everybody was calling us panicans. And now the people who didn't want war, a lot of the people that didn't want war, now that it's become obvious that we're going to be at war, now they're just like, well, what are you like the mullahs? What are you, pussy? You know, so they just move the goalposts, and the magatards are so bought into the idea that Daddy Trump can't do anything wrong that they just basically have to believe whatever they want. The white pillars, the Q-tards, they're all on board. And, you know, the so-called panicans, well, they were right. But unfortunately, we were more panicked then than we are now. Now we're just like, oh, see, we told you. And so it kind of took the edge off. It's almost like a form of predictive programming where they'll show you stuff in movies, not just to lesser magic it and make it happen, but also when it actually does happen, you're like, yeah, robots took over, yeah, AI took over, yeah, we knew that was going to happen, saw that coming. So it's not really shocking when it occurs. So, yeah, as you can see, we're ruled by Israel, and people argue that Israel doesn't run the entire world. Yeah, no, they don't run the whole world, but they sure are trying, and all the little parts that they do have under their thumb are being involved in their genocidal, maniacal wars. And then basically we end up saying, we bombed them, or we blew up their tanker, we blew up their country. It's like we, like somehow I am the we that is involved in this. I remove myself from that we. I am not part of the we you speak of. We tried to stop this war. We have been warning people about this. We have been pointing out Jeffrey Epstein. We have been pointing out Israel. They bombed Iran for no fucking reason. Now, you could say, well, they were going to get a nuke, and if they got a nuke, they would use it. And then you'll play the compilations of Netanyahu over the last, 40 years? I know it's at least 20 years. I think it's 40 years or something ridiculous. They will get a nuke. Once they get the nuke, they will use it. They're out of control. Meanwhile, they haven't invaded anyone. Meanwhile, they've had the fissile material supposedly for so long, but they can build these weapons that they have now in underground bunkers, along with the fissile material in underground bunkers. So if they really wanted the nuclear bomb, could they have not actually produced it by now and blown it up if all they wanted to do was blow up a nuclear bomb? Not to have one as a deterrent, you know, like North Korea does, because basically once you get a nuclear bomb, nobody fucks with you. That's why they don't want it. And that's why Israel stole the nuclear technology. That's why they have illegal nuclear weapon stockpiles. That's why, they can't be allowed to. They're out of control. They attack people. They kill people all the time. While we see, I got tricked, constantly are bombing them, constantly fucking antagonizing them, constantly overthrowing their more moderate regimes and putting in more and more out-of-control lunatics in, because once everything becomes unstabilized, the bigger lunatic you are, the better your chances are of survival. So, how are the so-called anti-panicans, how are you guys faring now? So is this all just a coincidence? Like, they weren't telegraphing the entire fucking Iran war the entire time? This wasn't, like, completely obvious that this was going to happen? It wasn't completely in the cards. It hasn't been fucking written for. Project New American Century, Clean Break, all of these countries are going to get taken down. Iran's the last one. The only reason why it didn't happen in the time it took is because a few of these countries took a little longer to top. But the last piece, and who wants it gone? You guessed it, Israel. Enjoy the show.
Am I on this list? Did you target my records and subpoena my phone toll records?
My understanding is your records were subpoenaed by prosecutors before I became special counsel.
Well, staff would put this up on the screen. I'm thankful for the great staff who discovered the email where I learned for the first time a few weeks ago that my phone records were indeed targeted. We called AT&T and we've learned that they were given to the Department of Justice, as this email indicates, because I've been in communication with Scott Perry. one of my colleagues here in Congress, who literally had his phone taken from him in front of his family. And of course, we've already talked about in this document, it talks about you could be in violation of the privilege by even obtaining and possessing this information if the member objected to the disclosure. This happened 4 years ago in May of 2022, and I couldn't object because I didn't know. I didn't know until about 3 weeks ago. My question here is, was there any limits to your investigation or the investigation that preceded you, Mr. Smith? Because as egregious as a violation of separation of powers this is, as an egregious and abuse of power it is, it's far more concerning you are clearly targeting American citizens for merely being conservative or supporting the president. We've got memos that we've already been talking about in this hearing from April 2022 that preceded you that establish and open the investigations, one of which has Attorney General Merrick Garland's signature on it. And the focus was the electors. Now, that was 6 months before you were appointed. You testified earlier, you met and interviewed Merrick Garland and Deputy AG Lisa Monaco. And you briefed the AG and deputy multiple times. Did you brief them on the electors and the prosecution of their supposed crimes?
I'm sorry.
Did you brief them on the electors and their supposed crimes?
I don't recall specific conversations, but I'm sure that in the course of briefing them,
Wasn't that the purpose of the entire investigation as it was set out? Because putting aside that in 1960, we've already talked about my friend Mr. Tiffany, that Hawaii put forward an alternate slate of electors, the investigation pivoted to President Trump and, frankly, anybody who knew him. Do you know who Cleta Mitchell is?
Yes, I do.
She's an election lawyer that was involved in filing an election contest on behalf of President Trump in Georgia in December of 2020. A 64-page complaint with over 1,100 pages of exhibits, witness affidavits, and expert witness reports documenting thousands of votes cast in violation of Georgia law, but which were nevertheless included in the vote totals. Now, notwithstanding the disposition of the cases that was filed, is that a criminal act? Filing an election contest on behalf of a candidate for office, a client. Is that a criminal act, yes or no?
No, in fact,
So why did you deem it appropriate to monitor Cleta Mitchell's long-distance phone records in 2023, 2.5 years after the election contest was filed and after the presidential electors were certified? What about Jen Ellis? What about Sidney Powell? What about Bill Sepien? What crime did you suspect had been committed by them that would warrant monitoring their phone records 2.5 years after the 2020 election was certified?
With respect to Sidney Powell, she is one of the co-conspirators alleged in the indictment. I don't know what you mean by monitoring, sir, if you're talking...
Well, there were some 400-plus Republican conservative groups and leaders who were targeted by your investigation. Their financial records were obtained, records of the RNC, the Trump campaign, Cleta Mitchell, the Conservative Partnership Institute, the America First Policy Institute, NRCC, NRSC, PACs, conservative groups, people all across the country, citizens, because we hear a lot about members of Congress. And we should, because of separation of powers and the egregious abuse of power. But what we're not talking about enough, in my opinion, are the American citizens that have been targeted. Because frankly, are there any limits to the power of a special prosecutor or special counsel? So much so in your abuse of power that in the summer of 2024, the indictment involving classified documents was dismissed after determining your appointment violated the Appointments Clause of the Constitution. But you continued to sign your name on court filings until the time you resigned from office in January of 2025. A federal judge just recently stated a prosecutor who continues to sign his name in court filings after a disqualification order should face disciplinary action or disbarment.
But there is another layer that most Americans are not aware of, but much of the rest of the world is highly aware of. And that is a religious layer. Now, Lindsey Graham is on tape saying to a gaggle of reporters, his bloodshot eyes, his puffy face, God knows what he's been doing, saying explicitly, this is a religious war. This is a religious war. Now, his motive in saying that, he's not here to answer the question. We can only guess. Is he trying to foment a religious war? Probably. He's an end times kind of guy. But it almost doesn't matter. He's telling the truth for once. This is a religious war, fundamentally. And that is not obvious to most Americans because this is the most secular society, not just the United States, but the West, the English-speaking world, Europe and the U.S., Canada, Australia, New Zealand. In history, there's never been a more godless, to be blunt about it, a more secular society at scale. Never. Nothing approaching this has ever happened, ever. Every society is fundamentally a religious society, explicitly religious except ours. So we lack the terms to describe what we're seeing, and we lack the imagination to think about it. And, well, to quote Jesus, we have the eyes, but we cannot see. We don't see what's happening around us, but the rest of the world very much does see. So you often hear people talk about the Middle East crisis, and they usually mean energy. People want the oil, gas. But traditionally, when people have talked about the Middle East, they're talking about Jerusalem, talking about the holiest spot on earth. Let's be a lot more specific when we say the holiest spot on earth. The holiest spot on earth is something called the foundation stone. The foundation stone is literally a rock in Jerusalem, what used to be called Mount Moriah, which was at one point the highest place in the oldest part of Jerusalem. And it's on that spot, on that rock, on that stone, that Jews believe the world began. That the Old Testament, or the Jewish Torah, tells us that Abraham brought Isaac bound to be sacrificed to God. It's on that spot that Muslims believe that the Prophet Muhammad ascended into heaven.
Pay your respects.
And of course, it's right nearby that Christians believe Jesus was crucified and then rose to heaven. So on that spot, or right nearby, a lot has happened. But critically on that spot, because it was the place where Abraham brought Isaac, and again, to American ears, this sounds weird, but to the rest of the world, it's like, yeah, everyone knows this because it's the center of their lives. On that spot, Solomon built his famous temple. Now, in the Torah, it says pretty clearly, and correct me if I'm misreading it, that Jews, followers of God, can only publicly worship God and sacrifice on that spot, in that city, Jerusalem, on that spot. And on that spot was built a temple, the first temple, and that was destroyed by the Babylonians, famously. And then it was rebuilt and later improved by Herod. And it was, at its completion, I think, the largest building, certainly the largest religious building in the ancient world. And it was in that building that Jesus preached, in what we call the second temple that Jesus preached, the very center of Judaism, building without which you can't really have Torah Judaism. The religion just didn't work without it. By its own terms, in its own book, it said that. And during one of his sermons, in that sermon, Jesus, who Christians believe is God sent to earth, says, this will be torn down. Not one stone will be left standing. And it was shortly after that that he was put on trial in the middle of the night and tortured to death, crucified.
40 to 70% of parents of a child with autism still report that they believe vaccines cause their child's autism. Okay? 40 to 7%. That's after how much billions of dollars to try to tell them and gaslight them and convince them that it's not that vaccines don't cause autism. Apparently, no matter how much you beat these families, they're just not going to change their lived experience. And what vaccines do they point to? They point to the vaccines given in the first 6 months of life. When you ask them, what vaccines do you think cause your child's autism? They'll say the vaccines given in the first 6 months of life. And then they'll also point to MMR vaccine, which is given no earlier than 1 year of age. Okay? And so on behalf of ICANN, which is the Informed Consent Action, a nonprofit that our law firm represents, we sent a Freedom of Information Act request, FOIA request, to the CDC, and we said, hey, your website says vaccines do not cause autism. Great. Please give us the studies that show that Hep B vaccine, given 3 times in the first 6 months of life, do not cause autism. Please give us the studies that show that DTaP vaccine, given 3 times in the first 6 months of life, do not cause autism. Same thing for IPV vaccine, for PCV vaccine, and for HIV vaccine. Okay? Each one of those vaccines is given 3 times each in the first 6 months of life. 15 injections. Okay? Okay. You say vaccines don't cause autism. These parents are saying these vaccines cause their child's autism. Provide us the studies. They never gave us the studies. I sued them in federal court. I didn't go to Texas. I sued them in Southern District of New York. Okay? Not the friendliest territory to bring that kind of lawsuit. Okay? Days before the hearing, I get a list of 20 studies finally, also from the DOJ, because they represent the CDC, okay? Maybe they think I don't read. So I looked at the 20 studies. I read them. 19 of them have nothing to do with the vaccines given in the first 6 months of life. They were all either MMR studies or studies of an ingredient that wasn't in those vaccines. One of them was an Institute of Medicine review from 2012 that canvassed all the literature on whether DTaP vaccine does or does not cause autism, because the CDC and HRSA, which is the agency in HHS that fights vaccine injury claims, asked the IOM to look at whether DTaP causes autism because it remained one of the most commonly claimed injuries still, according to them, okay? And the Institute of Medicine came back and said, we could only find one study on DTaP and autism, and in fact, it showed an association between DTaP vaccine and autism. The IOM threw it out because they said there's no unvaccinated control in it. So they threw out the studies based on VAERS data, if you know what that is. So I called up the DOJ attorney. It's days before the hearing. And I said, I got the list of 20 studies. I said, are you sure that your client, the CDC, wants to settle this case basically on the basis that these are the studies they rely upon to claim that vaccines don't cause autism? The vaccines in the first 6 months of life do not cause autism, because that's what the lawsuit was about, that FOIA request. He called me back, and he said, yeah, they want to settle it. I said, all right. I gave him another chance. Those 20 studies were put into a settlement agreement between the CDC and ICANN, my client. The DOJ signed it on behalf of the CDC. I signed it on behalf of my client. And the federal judge in the Southern District of New York entered it as an order of the court in 2019, I believe it was. And there it was. I mean, I had done years and years of work fighting with them to try and figure out, show me the vaccines don't cause autism. This was the crescendo. This was the end. I mean, when their back was to the wall, they had nothing. There are no studies. They could not produce one that showed the vaccines given in the first 6 months of life do not cause autism. And here's the thing they left out. There is one study out there regarding Hep B vaccines and autism. It's from Gallagher and Goodman out of the University of Stony Brook in the peer-reviewed literature, and it showed that kids that got Hep B vaccine versus those that did in the first month of life had 3 times the rate of autism, statistically significant.
You know, this past weekend in Austin, Texas, near where I live, we had a tragedy where an individual shot a bunch of Austonians, including several University of Texas students, at a bar on what we call West 6th Street, in an area that I frequented often when I was in law school, a little less often these days, but it's an area that's a fairly normal place for people to go, not generally perceived as dangerous. And this past Saturday night, early Sunday morning, even as I believe I was returning home from San Antonio Rodeo, where I'd been there, I wake up in the morning to find out that there were 3 people who had been killed, and one of whom was a shooter, and then later a 4th person would die, a 3rd victim. And it was an unnecessary, senseless act, but it's compounded by not just normal violence, but why this individual was here in the first place. And I think we've got to wrestle with some serious questions about who we allow into this country and why. The individual who killed these students, by the way, there were multiple others who were shot, having surgeries. One young student who was shot multiple times in her abdomen. Another young man who was shot in his head. It's not just the 3 dead victims. Other people who were hurt, other people who were traumatized by it. And the individual who did it was wearing a Property of Allah sweatshirt. had a Quran in the back seat of the car that he had traveled in, was wearing an Iranian flag t-shirt under the property of Allah sweatshirt. And what we know about him is that he came here from Senegal in 2000, overstayed his visa. 2006, he obtains LPR, legal permanent residency status, under the Bush administration. I'm going to be an equal opportunity basher of administrations who have failed to secure our border properly. And did so on the back of supposedly a marriage to an American citizen. Fast forward to 2012 under Obama, he gets full citizenship, which Obama was handing out like candy, and then tries to get status, LPR status, for 2 additional women, allegedly women he was marrying. I don't know whether in succession or at the same time. All I know is he was trying to do that. Fast forward, he was arrested for a hit and run, alleged in 2022. And my fundamental question is why are we importing people who are deeply at odds with the values of our country and Western civilization? Why are we doing that? Why have we done that exponentially in the wake of the attacks of 9/11, 2001? It doesn't make any sense. This is avoidable. This man didn't need to be in the United States, who does not share our values, clearly was interested in serving his convictions for Iran and radical Islamism more than his commitment to this country, peace, and our rule of law.
I need you all mentally to prepare yourself for John Cornyn to get that endorsement. I can't guarantee it, but I'm telling you, mentally prepare yourself. You're going to be pissed. You're going to throw a fit. All the podcast bros are going to upset you. You're going to be like, why? Yeah. But I already covered this at the top of the show. Just mentally prepare for it. I know you're going to be like, wow, what the fuck? Why? And you don't know what deal he's cutting with Cornyn. You have no idea what deal is being cut. I just want you to be prepared. Now, he still might go and back Paxton. And if he does, then it's easy. You just go, oh, great, I love Ken Paxton, right? But I just want you to prepare. He's asking you to make a deal. You can whine and be like, Sats, you're already doing it in the chat. No, it's really gonna... Shut up. It's not gonna affect your life at all. You guys are so fucking silly. Look, you can go right back to being a fucking brainiac know-it-all when Trump leaves office. But you only got 3 more years of him, and then he's gone, okay? Forever. You get 3 more years. So my suggestion is, let him cook for 3 years and deal with the fallout after that. You understand? Like, this is just the way it goes, you guys. And there's deals being made. Cornyn is a really valuable lever point. A lot of people don't realize this. Like, Donald Trump has John Cornyn and really, in a lot of ways, Thune by the balls right now. This is something a lot of people don't realize. Like, the best thing that could have happened is Paxton and Cornyn going into a runoff. Because now Donald Trump can literally tell the Senate, how bad do you want to keep this asshole around? Because they're all friends. Like, a lot of you don't know really how this game is played. All of this shit is product of deals being made. There's a bunch of negotiations that are going on. And by Cornyn not being able to beat Paxton, now the question becomes, how bad do you want to stay a senator? Cornyn spent like $60 million. You understand? $60 million. So the question becomes, what do I get? I endorse you. What are you giving me right now for America? If the only thing you get out of 6 years of John Cornyn is the Save America Act, this is where you don't think like Donald Trump thinks. I've been trying to teach you how this man thinks for a long time. If one shitty senator and he in his race could potentially tilt the Save America Act, Do you make that trade? Let me make it clean and easy for you. Yes? None of you think this way. You all think in these little bullshit, I don't like the way you voted with this thing, but you don't pay attention. It's the same thing. If the exchange for clean election and like a phenomenal election law, the Save America Act, if the trade-off is 6 more years of Cornyn, but no more rigged elections, this isn't even a hard decision. It's not complicated. Now, I'm just telling you, the president hasn't made a choice because he's negotiating right now. He's negotiating. And the thing is, with Paxton, he already knows what he's getting. The problem is, with endorsing Paxton doesn't give him leverage over the rest of the Senate. This is where you guys don't know how politics is actually played. Paxton doesn't give Donald Trump any leverage over other senators. So what you get with Paxton is a vote with Trump on most issues, but it's one vote with no leverage over the other senators. Do you understand how this actually works? You get Ken in there, you're like, dude, it's a guaranteed vote for Trump. And you're right. And he has no sway over anyone else in the Senate. When you have Cornyn, he's got shitloads of friends in the Senate that all want to stay there. And he literally has the ability to call 5 of his friends right now and go, I really don't want to leave the Senate. I cannot afford to leave the Senate. I've spent $60 million. I need you guys to vote for President Trump on this, and this, and work with him on that. And if you do these things, he says he's going to endorse me. This is how politics actually works in D.C. And no one will tell you that, but it's just the truth. Everything is deal making. And I'm going to tell you right now, Cornyn's still going to be a piece of shit. You're still going to end up with shitty votes down the road with him. And he's going to say the wrong things, and he's going to do all the stupid shit that he does. But you're looking for the biggest wins. Like, he's going to fuck you on the small stuff, but he's going to get commitments on the votes on the big stuff. So don't be surprised. I don't know who he's going to select, by the way. But I'm just telling you, this is how it actually works. The thing is that the reason you've got to adjust the way you look at politics, though, it's never going to run the way you think it should, ever, in a million years. I've been inside the machine. It can't run that way. So your idealism is completely unfounded. And like, I could tell you horrible shit about almost any candidate. Honestly, any of them, all of them. Bottom line is, you trust Trump. Not because he's right all the time, because he got shot for you and me and continued to stay in the race. He could have easily said, I'm out, fuck this. President Trump got shot. Never forget that. He stood up and told you to fight, fight, fight. They continued to try to kill him. He continued running for fucking president while they were trying to put him in prison. This isn't even complicated. At minimum, you want to explain yourself to your friends and family and go, I owe him. And you do, by the way. Like, I've never really said that about a politician before, but with this one, you do. You owe him. He walked away from celebrity status, billionaire status, and safety and peace and love and being revered by everyone on both sides of the aisle to save the country. So you owe him. It's not even complicated. He's 80 years old, and every day he goes out and he's being criticized still. His family's being targeted. Foreign countries still want to kill him. And he's doing it because he wants to save your country.
The House Oversight Committee released the videotaped depositions of Bill and Hillary Clinton, where they were asked about their connections to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Here are 5 things to know. 1. Bill Clinton's former Treasury Secretary, Larry Summers, introduced him to Epstein. Clinton said sometime after he left office, Summers, who was then president of Harvard University, called and said Epstein wanted to help support his humanitarian efforts and was offering his private plane to do so. In exchange, Clinton said their arrangement was that Epstein would get to talk to the former president for a certain duration of each flight about economics and politics.
He was a information-hungry person, and he wanted to spend some time talking to me about economics and politics.
Clinton testified that after about 4 or 5 such interactions, he deduced that Epstein wasn't really interested in his charitable work after all. Clinton's relationship with Maxwell did continue, in part because she started dating Ted Waite, a billionaire Clinton donor and friend. The couple attended Chelsea Clinton's wedding together in 2010. Clinton also confirmed that Maxwell helped set up the Clinton Global Initiative in its early years. As for Larry Summers, emails released in the Epstein files show that he had a close friendship with the sex offender and went to him for romantic advice. Summers has said he was deeply ashamed of his relationship with Epstein. He has been on leave from his Harvard professorship since September and has said he is fully resigning at the end of the academic year. 2. Bill Clinton once had a conversation with Donald Trump about Epstein. after Clinton left office and many years before Trump became president. Clinton said Trump brought up their mutual acquaintance while the two men were at a charity golf tournament at one of Trump's resorts. Trump said he and Epstein had been friends and had a lot of fun over the years, but that they had had a falling out over a land deal.
The president never, this is 20-something years ago, never said anything to me to make me think he was involved in anything improper with regard to Epstein. He just didn't. He just said we were friends. And then we had a falling out over a land deal, property deal.
President Trump has also said publicly that the falling out was over Epstein's poaching of young female staffers at Trump's Mar-a-Lago club. 3, Bill Clinton said he thought somebody from law enforcement might reach out to him about his relationship with Epstein after his conviction in 2008, but that no one ever did. He said up until now, no law enforcement official has asked him about Epstein or Maxwell.
I don't believe any law enforcement agency has ever asked me. I didn't know enough to volunteer.
4, we learned a few details about some of the pictures from the Epstein files that include Bill Clinton. First is a photo of Clinton in a hot tub with a woman whose likeness is redacted. Clinton said that picture was taken at a hotel in the small Southeast Asian country of Brunei during a trip he took with Epstein and their respective entourages to Asia. He said the jacuzzi and a connected pool were part of a lavish suite where his group had been staying, and that shortly after the picture was taken, he got out of the hot tub and went to bed. Clinton also spoke about an image of him receiving a back massage at what looks like an airport terminal. He said he remembered the name of the Epstein staffer who gave it to him, Shantae Davies, who has since revealed that she is also a survivor of Epstein's abuse. Clinton said he did not know of the alleged abuse at the time and that he wished she had told him. 5. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton had little to contribute to the committee as she maintains she never met Epstein and never visited any of his residences.
I am so tired of answering that question. If you have one scintilla of evidence to the contrary, put it forward. I have never been on his island, period. I've never been in his homes, his offices, his anything.
Hillary Clinton did, however, recommend some other witnesses she says the lawmakers should try to interview.
Set up a deposition with President Trump. I know he's been deposed many, many, many times. He's taken the Fifth Amendment many, many hundreds of times. So I'm not saying you're going to get a lot of information. But given what's in the files and given past and prior conduct, he would be on my witness list.
For PBS News, I'm Allie Rogan.
Support journalism you trust. Support PBS News. Donate now, or even better, start a monthly contribution today.
Round 1. Fight.
We are following breaking news, more attacks and threats of violence across the Middle East. You're looking live at Beirut, Lebanon, with smoke rising yet again this morning, or technically afternoon there. But Iran vowing to take revenge and calling for blood over the relentless American and Israeli strikes against its forces. It's Thursday, March 5th, and we're coming to you live from our news station headquarters right here in America's Heartland. It's time for News for All Americans. I'm Marky Martin, and this morning I'm joined by News Nation Live anchor Connell McShane, who's live for us in Istanbul, Turkey. Connell, good morning to you, my friend. Your crew got there, 24 hours ago? Istanbul is one of the major cities closest to this conflict. Is everything business as usual there? I'm kind of wondering what the feel is in that city on the streets.
Well, it actually is business as usual, Marky. It's really interesting because Turkey was, as you know, you and I talked about this earlier in the show, dragged into this conflict yesterday. But if you look behind me, for example, just over my shoulder, there's a soccer stadium. You can probably make it out of the shot. Last night there was a game. We had, it's a local Turkish club team, Marky, and there was a goal scored, and the board is lighting up like it would be in any other city. Cabs are running. So Istanbul is one of the places, Marky, this is interesting, that is still operating almost completely normally. In this region. It's one of the reasons we started our reporting. We may try to move around a little bit, but starting here seemed to make sense partially for that reason.
Yeah, I was wondering if there was a sense of fear, or if people, felt like they were watching history in the making, or if it was something else entirely. But interesting color and context there about the game last night.
well, life goes on for a lot of these people. There are a lot of Iranians living here, which is part of it. So if you want to talk about fear, anticipation, anxiety, they certainly have it. And again, the headlines yesterday certainly caught people's attention. But speaking of headlines, it's day 6 now of this conflict. And, for people just waking up in the United States, quick run through here of what we're seeing. I mean, certainly no let up from the U.S. or from Israel. We've already heard from the IDF, and they've been targeting an Iranian fighter jet and/or jets, and also missile storage facilities have been hit in Tehran. The Israelis also continue to have to defend their own territory from the incoming Iranian strikes, as Iran's not letting up either across the Middle East, as a matter of fact, including this new report this morning of a strike in Azerbaijan. Officials there have said that 2 civilians were hurt. You had drones landing near an airport and at schools. That's another country dragged in, just as this one was yesterday. Istanbul in the headlines. So as we were arriving, a missile was shot down heading into Turkish airspace. It was over the western part of the country that we had this video coming in. Still really unclear whether the missile actually was targeting Turkey itself. The Turkish President Erdogan, has been trying to play a little bit of both sides on the conflict, not taking a side necessarily, but also publicly, even though Turkey's a member of NATO, calling out the United States, calling out Israel for, in his view, violating international law with their strikes in Iran. So to my earlier point about speaking to people here in this city, in Istanbul, this Iranian gentleman who we spoke to yesterday was really, really interesting. He used to lead protests years ago in Iran, and now he says he's hoping to go back there and hopes that tyranny in his nation will one day finally come to an end. Listen.
Because I feel like I'm an American because we have the same values. We are asking for to have the same values like America. And like America, we do not want to be governed with this tyranny. We want to be valued as a humanitarian values and so on. So we want to have the same rights internationally, what the other people have and so on.
So that's the thoughts of one man here. More broadly, the foreign minister of Iran is promising the United States will, quote, bitterly regret the sinking of an Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth talked about it in his briefing yesterday, saying it's the first time that an enemy vessel has been sunk by the United States forces using a torpedo going all the way back to World War II. Is off the coast of Sri Lanka. There's an AP news alert from that region today saying another ship, Iranian ship, was spotted off the coast of that nation. So that's, again, another region to watch in all of this. And the other thing, News Nation's learned, Marky, from a source that Iran has been trying to talk to the United States, sending messages to the U.S., trying to open up a line of communication and or dialogue. But from our reporting, Kelly Meyer at the White House confirming this yesterday, there has not been a response, at least yet, to those Iranian outreaches.
It's happening. There's a lot of different reports. I obviously have been very close to this. I mean, in the Syrian Kurdish context, there's a team, I remember 10 years ago, Abby, there's a town called Kobani. ISIS was surrounding it. There was going to be a massacre. We made the decision to drop some weapons, work with them. We actually brought Kurds from Iraq into Kobani. They won the battle 6 months later, actually went into Kobani after that. And we kind of worked with them continuously after that. I mean, if there was a threat in Iran that the Iranian forces are about to massacre people in these areas of northwestern Iran, that might be something. But here, I mean, what's being reported is that we're trying to organize a collection of Iranian Kurdish groups. I just want to emphasize, first of all, anyone who's been to the Kurdistan region of Iraq, the Kurds are like so pro-American, so welcoming. They're fierce fighters, but they have a lot of divisions amongst them. And within the Iranian groups, it's even more complicated. There's a 300-mile border between Turkey and Iran. That's a border that was not drawn after World War I. That's a border from the 17th century. So there's a lot of history here. And if I could just even go one layer deeper of the history, the one time the Kurds, again, 30 million people, the only ethnic group without their own self-governing state, in 1946 they actually did have a republic in this area of Iran. And it was crushed when the Soviet Union withdrew support from them, and Iranian forces came in and crushed them. Actually, the leader of that, Peshmerga leader, was Mustafa Barzani, whose son is now the leader of Iraqi Kurdish groups, KDP and Erbil. There's so much history here. It's so complicated. And I hope we know what we're doing and that we have the experts that know all these divisions before we get into something like this. And I got a lot of open questions. It's very unclear exactly what's happening here, but it is complex business.
What does it say about the planning for all of this before the bombs started dropping? That is, I think, the question that all of this raises to me.
Well, if you want to take a most charitable explanation, the Iraqi Kurds do have very good relations with the Iranian regime. They have to. They're on the border. The Iranian regime has very strong relations with the Shia political groups in Iraq. So if you're an Iraqi Kurdish leader, it is in your best interests to have good relations with everybody. It's possible that the Trump administration didn't want to share any plans in advance for fear of that information leaking to the Iranians. That's the most positive spin that I could possibly put on this. But I think your explanation sounds more plausible to me, which is that they seem to be making this thing up as they go along. The President of the United States picks up the phone himself and calls a Kurdish tribal leader.
Is that unusual?
That's slightly mighty unusual.
There's a lot happening in Iraq. It's a government information process. Yeah. If I was in the White House, I'd want the president to be calling these leaders about helping to protect American facilities. We're working together. There's a lot on the agenda. So it's not necessarily just this issue.
The other part of this is the administration. The president said this today.
If we didn't hit within 2 weeks, they would have had a nuclear weapon. If we didn't do the B-2 attack a number of months ago, they would have a nuclear weapon. And when crazy people have nuclear weapons, bad things happen. So we're in very good shape now.
All right. So the long game with Iran is always keep them away from nuclear weapons. But the idea that they were 2 weeks away, I don't think I've seen anything that suggests that that's accurate.
Yeah. I know they have the capability, if you do a crash program. And let's give you an anecdote. In December of 2024, we did an exercise in the White House that if Iran, because they had 60% uranium, were to enrich to weapons grade, because once they have a canister of that weapons grade uranium, it's a much different problem. Would we be prepared to do the operation that was Midnight Hammer? And we actually said yes. That was an operation that was prepared over many administrations. But after June, it is almost impossible for Iran to get from A to B. However, Iran insists on having this massive nuclear infrastructure that has no conceivable civilian need. And in the negotiations with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, Iran continued to insist. They said things like, we'll bring our stockpile down to zero. But they want to keep this huge civilian, this nuclear infrastructure, which the IAEA has said repeatedly has no connection to a civilian program. We know Iran used to have a weapons program. The point is, no, they're not 2 weeks away from having a nuclear weapon, but this is a very serious problem, as is the missiles program and as is the drone problem.
All right, much more ahead as the Senate Democrat.
You know, it's almost surreal watching the Trump administration putting out videos like this one right here saying Trump's not just saving America, he's saving the world. We didn't vote for Trump to save the world. We voted for Trump to save America. Trump was supposed to be America's last chance. People like myself, that after we learned kind of what we woke up around 2020, we learned what was done to Trump, and we thought that he just had made some bad decisions because he was surrounding himself with neocons and scumbags and losers. These people couldn't have given him worse advice. And we thought for sure, Trump told us, he knows where all the skeletons are buried, right? He knows where all the bodies are buried, and this time he's going to get the job done. He was our retribution that he told us, okay? And then we went out and campaigned. Then we went out and posted videos. Then we got ourselves deplatformed from the internet. And then we got ourselves demonetized for speaking up for Trump. Then we went to his rallies. Then we went to his indictments. Then we went to his fundraisers. Then we went down to Mar-a-Lago for the premiere of Police State documentary. Yes, it was at Trump's house. Yeah, we went down to Nashville and helped Kash Patel kick off the Fight with Cash Foundation because we fucking believed in this movement. We believed that President Trump was our last hope at saving America because we knew the damage that was being done under the Biden administration, our government, and our country couldn't have taken that much longer, right? With that amount of illegal immigrants coming in, and then you putting those immigrants on the welfare system, and then draining the wealth of a nation while you're already $30-some-odd trillion in debt. Now we're almost $40 trillion in debt. It's not sustainable. So Trump came in and at the very least shut down the fucking border. But what he didn't do is he didn't codify that. That's just been executive orders. And on day one, Biden undid everything that Trump did on the border in day one. I mean, it was like week one, we were taking about 5,000 migrants a day at our border. And that hit peaks probably of close to 20,000 a day. 20,000 illegal immigrants a day from the most dangerous, violent hellholes on earth. All of them were coming to our country, and our government was saying, hey, come on in. Oh, you want to have rights to buy a firearm? Sure. You want to have rights to vote? You want to drive without a license? You want to fucking not insure a car? You want to buy cars from our government that got repossessed from Americans who couldn't pay the tickets for them? Yeah, sure, we'll sell you those cars, and we'll change the laws so you can drive, and then we'll give you prepaid Visa cards, then we'll give you health care and insurance, and you'll be making more than 80-year-old women who worked their entire life and paid taxes into the system. That's what Trump kind of put an end to. But then people like Nick Shirley started to investigate, and like in any crack or crevice you uncovered of any one of these organizations that was getting money from our government, there was millions, if not billions, if not almost trillions of dollars of fraud and waste and abuse that was taking place that anybody with a fucking magnifying glass or maybe just an iPhone on 4X Zoom could have seen that shit clear as day. But yet our mainstream media, our government, our DOJ, our intelligence agencies, the NSA, our CIA, all of these apparatuses that are so good at spying on the terrorist and finding the next 9/11 before it happens, and they're obviously all spying on us with their FISA warrants. Not one of these organizations came across it. Not one of them, not got a sniff of it, not an investigation, not a political arrest, none of it. But yet, now we're told that while our skies are getting sprayed with chemicals, while our fucking DOJ is rotted and covering up the Epstein files, while Dr. Fauci is still walking around as a free man and hasn't been charged with a single crime or for his gain-of-function research, for killing millions of people, for creating a deadly bioweapon, for destroying the economy and collapsing millions of small businesses all across America, Bill Gates? No, Bill Gates they're actually talking to and having dinners at the White House and throwing events for to wine and dine Bill Gates. So he can talk about how he's going to put chemicals in the sky that are going to block out the sun because that's the greatest idea ever. And Bill Gates is creating, he's reducing pollution by cutting down trees and then burying the trees in the ground. And that's how he's fighting climate change. This guy's an absolute psychopath. He's behind all the vaccines that are poisoning our children. And somehow this dude's getting wined and dined at the White House. And President Trump was supposed to be the fucking president of no new wars. He was supposed to be the president of no more regime change. No more forever wars. No more constant, we're going to overthrow your government and install a dictator so that we can get your vote in the UN for Israel kind of bullshit. The American people were done for that. That's what we voted for. Those were the mandates that we sent that man to Washington, D.C. with. And what did he come back with? Bullshit. Israel first every gosh damn time. And then he surrounded himself again with a bunch of dual citizen Israelis. And now we're at a point that we're shipping our children off to die in these wars. So please allow me to remind you how irritated and pissed off and disappointed the American people are in this administration. If you're picking up what I'm laying down, hit that subscribe button, share this content. Let me know what you think down in the comments. We out this motherfucker.
Why is this happening? I'm going to answer that for you. He's going to shake you. Insert your name here. He's going to shake you individually. Oh, yeah.
Round one.
And then he's going to shake this nation, bring it to its knees. It's written. Gotta happen. Why would he do that? Why would he bring fear? Because it's the only time you pay attention to him. I'm not talking to the small cadre that follow this page. I'm not talking to you at all. You know who you are. I put out a video, Mark chapter 9, seeing a miracle, getting healed, what it means to have faith as a human being. 700-800 views. Put a video out about potential terrorist attacks coming here. 42,600 views in 20 hours. Why? Fear. The fear is going to ramp up from this point forward. And don't quote me all the peace passages, you who are followers. I am well aware of them. He's getting their attention. This is not even the opening act. It's a lesson in being a human. We want to be our own God. We don't need a God. They fail to realize that this is a blood sport. Life. You come in bloody, many of us head out bloody. You have to make a choice while you're here. You either follow the world and Satan, being your own God, or you can follow the one who gave you life and will forgive you of your sins. This is another example, which is a hoot. In this fall, I put out 3 videos on the demons in us and them and their influence on this world. Then I put a video out on the demons in us. And then I put a video out on the demons in them. Can you imagine what the views were? The demons in us, 1,700 views. The demons in them, 33,000. See, it's never me. It's always them. Yeah. That's a commentary. It's time to look at your life. You can't take any of it with you. You're in the last days. What have you done? What have you failed to do? You're going to have to make that decision. Spend some time while you have it reviewing what your life looks like. Matter of fact, one of my posts is God versus Satan. It's just a picture. It tells you, does my life look like this or does my life look like that? I'm here to wake you up. That's why he has cured me. 42,000. There's a faction that comes through and says, well, it never happened here. You ignorant fools. Not only will it happen here, it'll happen to you.
Round 2, fight.
Another faction blaming. We're all responsible for this. Did any of you pray? Prayer changes things. It shows your faith. You had no faith. Oh, we'll get it in the next election. No! I try to be gentle, as when I came to the Lord, it was gentle. We're running out of time for gentleness. You're going to see these things. And you mockers, you're welcome back here. I'll be here to pick you up.
Melina wins.
I love you. Be blessed in Jesus' name. And make the decision for him today. Before it's too late. The rest of us, and I mean this, I will not be touched by what comes. Oh yeah, he's going to keep me here to spite you. You'll see. I will not be touched. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter the explosions, the shooting, the disease that's coming. I won't be touched. I'm here to pick up your pieces. Come home.
Just when you thought the cabal was waving that white flag, think again. There's a secret war waging right now, and it's targeting the heart of Western sovereignty. Let's talk about the Chagos Islands. Never heard of them? Well, don't worry. Neither has most of America, save for the geography class of your average homeschooler. But what happened in the early morning hours on May 22 was a remarkable glimpse into the secret world war happening right this very moment. You see, in the middle of the Indian Ocean lies a place named Diego Garcia. It's a tiny island among the Chagos Islands, housing a critical U.S.-UK military base. This is no ordinary outpost. It's a linchpin for American and British power projection. And the UK, under Prime Minister Keir Starmer, was about to hand it over to Mauritius. Yes, Mauritius, a key proxy of China. On May 22, Starmer's government was about to sign an agreement to surrender the Chagos Islands to Mauritius. The UK would then pay billions, potentially $12 billion up front and up to $40 billion over a 99-year lease, just to keep leasing the base that's already there. And guess what? Since the U.S. relies on Diego Garcia, your tax dollars could be funneled to this Chinese proxy too. Not only is this a problematic situation, it's a national security risk. Talk about a huge win for Chinese spying efforts. So why would the UK do this? Because the United Nations told them to. Back in 2019, the UN's International Court of Justice ruled that Britain must return the Chagos Islands to Mauritius, quote, as rapidly as possible, in the name of so-called decolonization. And Starmer, the UK's answer to Jimmy Carter, saluted and said, aye, aye, UN. Never mind that the UK has controlled these islands since 1815, or that they were barely inhabited until the 20th century. But let's cut to the chase.
Mauritius is in China's pocket. That's really what's at issue here. Handing over Diego Garcia and the Chagos Islands isn't about honoring some island tribe. It's about giving communist China a strategic foothold in the Indian Ocean. And who's pulling the strings? Well, it's the UN's International Court of Justice, run by 5 nations: the US, the UK, Russia, France, and, surprise, surprise, China. Enter Judge Xu Hanqing, a Chinese government hand-picked operative and former ambassador who played a starring role in crafting that 2019 ruling ordering the UK to give all this back to Mauritius. Decolonization? Please. This is China weaponizing the UN to dismantle Western dominance, and the UK is rolling over like a spineless lapdog. Keep in mind, the Chagos Islands were largely uninhabited when the British Empire inherited them. It was a sleepy speck of dirt until the UK built the military base in the 60s. Mauritians, of course, started making noise, and 50 years later, the UN swoops in with this Chinese judge to play hero. That the islands belonged to the Mauritians and that the UK should just give it back. But here's the issue. Mauritius's unquestionable ties to China mean they belong to China. This handover isn't about decolonization and honoring the sovereignty of a bunch of Hut tribes. It's about China outmaneuvering the West in a global chess game. Thankfully, there's a glimmer of hope. At the 11th hour, a UK court stepped in and temporarily blocked the transfer, just hours before it was supposed to happen. But don't pop the champagne yet. This is a temporary reprieve, and the globalists are relentless. They're waging a war on sovereignty, and Diego Garcia is just one battleground. China's leading the charge, using the UN as their battering ram to strip the modern world of the power to choose their own destiny. And this is the world war no one's talking about. It's not fought as much with tanks or missiles anymore. It's fought in backroom deals, UN courtrooms, and globalist sellouts like Keir Starmer. Remember that.
You know, I've heard reporters ask our president, why did we initiate this war? Was it actually prompted by Israel? And the fact of the matter is, Iran, once known as Persia, actually started this war about 47 years ago when they took American hostages. And since that day to the present day, they have been funding terrorism around the world, not only affecting the people of Israel, but people around the planet, including Americans. So the president felt that we needed to take decisive action. Here's what's interesting. Our Jewish friends have just finished their celebration of Purim, which is remembering how God delivered them in Persia from the wicked plot of Haman. You all know the story of the book of Esther. The king of Persia had a wife named Vashti, and one day he wanted her to come and parade around in front of all of his drunken lords at his party he was holding in their honor, and she refused to come, and he got angry at her and decided to reject her as the queen and to have a beauty contest and find a new queen of Persia. Well, a young lady named Hadassah, better known as Esther, won the beauty contest and became the queen, but she hid the fact that she actually was Jewish. Well, a wicked man named Haman hatched a plot to exterminate all of the Jews in Persia. And he was sort of like a precursor to Hitler with his so-called final solution. Well, he had it all sorted out and everything was going according to plan. But the cousin of Esther, who had raised her effectively as a father figure, pleaded with her to use her position of influence with the king and go and speak on behalf of the Jewish people, which she did. And the king understood this plot, and Haman ended up hanging on the gallows he erected for his enemy, Mordecai, and the Jewish people were spared. How interesting. And here we now have modern Persia, now known as Iran, who is still trying to destroy the Jewish people. Their leaders have said repeatedly over the years that their objective was to wipe Israel off the face of the map. Well, they have not succeeded. And now the United States of America has stepped in with her ally and friend Israel to put a stop to this. Our prayer now is that this war comes to a conclusion. Our prayer is that this regime is out of power once and for all. And our prayer is that a new day dawns for the people of Iran. We've heard stories of many of them coming to Christ. A number of them through visions have seen Jesus in their dreams. We pray the gospel will be preached in Iran like never before, and many will come to believe in Jesus Christ. And we pray that same spiritual awakening spreads over to Israel. I mean, think about this. This is where it all started. Persia plays a key role in the Bible stories. And of course, Israel. This is where our Lord was born, where he had his earthly ministry. And Israel is where he's going to return to. In the second coming, Christ will set foot on the Mount of Olives, which is right outside of the city of Jerusalem. The Bible tells us to pray for the peace of Jerusalem. You know, sometimes people say, well, you Christians, you just want this all to lead to Armageddon so you can all go to heaven. We don't want it to lead to Armageddon. We want peace. Jesus said, blessed are the peacemakers. And so we want to see peace, and we pray for peace in that part of the world. But we also want to see the people have freedom and not be oppressed and not be put to death for putting their faith in Christ. And so we pray that there'll be justice and peace and a spiritual awakening. Yes, a political revolution is being called for by many, but the best thing that we can see in that part of the world in Iran is a spiritual revolution, a Jesus revolution. Let's all pray to that end.
Guys, it's another day in the Matrix. I hope we're all doing well. Wanted to do a little Matrix tea leaf reading with you all. I haven't been doing many check-ins, but I have been listening and watching and seeing what's going on. What I think is happening right now is Trump was the puppet that was supposed to play out for 4 years, and they've had to fast forward the destruction of Trump because the illusion came real. Way too many people found out about the Epstein files. Way too many people have looked into it. Pandora's box was opened when the 3 million files were released because the questions now, you just can't avoid them. Pam Bondi can't just stand up there and act like she has Down syndrome every time. It's eventually people are going to go, our DOJ has Down syndrome. So it's just unsustainable. So the puppet masters of Trump had to utilize him and burn his credibility to get Iran. You don't get Iran for nothing. You need false flag, you need this, but they have Trump. So Trump will get destroyed for this, okay? That's his payment to them. They had to fast forward this. They wanted Iran to happen later. They wanted to cultivate it with the same set of false flags they normally would tenderize public opinion into, with Hezbollah attacks rampaging across the Bible Belt. There would be something like that going on to manufacture consent over the long run. But they've had to fast forward everything. They've had to go in without anything ready. The CIA doesn't even have their replacement government ready. Reinstalling the Shah is not an option. He's been absent and hasn't cared or maintained any kind of public persona with the connection to the Iranian people. Granted, it's a hard place. It's a North Korea to get to and from if you're the old Shah wanting to be reinstalled. But he just has not been present with the people, so he's got no following and no loyalty over there. The other options are not looking that great. There's like the Kurds, who are like 10% of the population, who want their own autonomy, so most Iranians don't get on board with that. They're not going to go fight for Kurdish autonomy in Iran. And then there's the MEK, the Mujahideen, something. And they're a faction that were opposing the Ayatollah once he was installed. And they lived in Iraq, on the outskirts of Iraq for a long time, having bases out there. So they lost support within Iran for siding with Saddam Hussein, even though they initially defended Iran, but later on took the side of Iraq in many ways. So they're not like the MEK or whatever they are. They're another abstentia organization that, you know, has apparently the Kurds have claimed some attacks. PJAK has claimed some attacks, but there's nothing cohesive to replace it. There's no pillar to hold up Iran after you knock out the current pillar. There's nothing ready to be installed. So there's no winnable objectives for Trump. He's just been given a quagmire at the behest of Israel. Marco Rubio let that fucking cat out of the bag. It's the ultimate shame, which means they just don't care. They know their puppet's done. The honeymoon's over, and they have a lot to play for, and they need to use everything they can out of Trump now because the long play doesn't work anymore.
the stuff that they were going to lull you into accepting, they need to force through at the cost of Trump. That's what's happening, my friends. Build your own thing and just work towards it. You won't get caught up in any of the devil's temptations if you're building your own thing. Don't rely on the GOP. That was the Satan's choice. And Satan's choice was a bad choice. And Trump chose them. And he went with them. And no matter what, even his second round through. Like, why is General Flynn not your VP? Why don't you want a VP that, like, deters them from taking you out? Why don't you want, like, your friends in there? Why not try this with the guys that actually care about Donald Trump and maintain a connection between you and the people, and not go with the Miriam Adelsons and into the ivory tower where they will shield you from everything? But I don't even give him credit for that, guys. He can't be that fucking retarded to not have heard of things like mRNA is bad at this point. Okay, he can't be that retarded to say that, oh, he lives in a bubble, he's got bad advisors. He is not at Forrest Gump level if he can't realize this by now. If he can't find this out on his own and pursue his own lanes, or Barron Trump can't get him in touch with someone who's close to X. Like, fuck that, dude. That's not a good enough excuse for someone at Trump's level. So it's another compromat actor in the play, forcing more fake war on people, and it means that they're desperate. Nothing really, end of Star Wars, everyone gets together and puts medals on Han Solo is going to happen when you realize the truth. Only chaos will follow, but that's the good news. Like, their power is waiting, and they need to survive in the dust of war they create. That's basically it. But for the interim, while people are waking up, just, stay safe out there, guys. Maintain your little local group, and just do the right thing Spike Lee style. Take care of yourselves. Have a great one.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. The MAGA movement is alive and well in Texas. The results from Texas's primary last night show that MAGA conservatives are in full control of this state. Remember, this was a state once controlled by the Bush clan establishment. No more. How do we know this? And by the way, folks, I do think this is going to translate across the country. The control that we're seeing, the grassroots movement, and the absolute victories that we're seeing here at a grassroots level, I think that will translate across the country. Now, how do we know this? We had statewide races with some of the strongest conservatives you can imagine that had won their races here in Texas. Then, of course, maybe my favorite one is neocon, anti-Trumper. He claims he is a Trumper, but he's not. The guy that I would call Dan Crenshaw is out. Dan Crenshaw, the former Navy SEAL there, who I have had my own set of skiffs with, a guy who was insane for Ukraine. He lost his race to our friend Steve Toth, who was coming on this program a lot. And so this loss of Crenshaw and Toth's victory, in many respects, you folks credit yourself in large part to that as well. Now, we saw the statewide races. Good news. The other race that is phenomenal, in my opinion, is a guy who has been in the Senate for decades. I'm talking about John Cornyn. Is now going to a runoff with our buddy Ken Paxton. So Rhino Cornyn there, who really has increased my disgust in his ability to govern over the years. He really is a rhino. Paxton's doing a great job. Now think about this. Cornyn spent $100 million, and he couldn't even get 42% of the vote. Here's Ken Paxton last night.
Because for too long, John Cornyn has turned his back on us. For too long, he attacked the border wall by calling it naive and pushed amnesty while our country was being invaded. For too long, he stabbed our president in the back by trying to derail his presidential campaigns and supporting the Democrats' lawfare against the president. And for too long, he sold us out to Democrats, even siding with Joe Biden to push the worst gun control bill in decades.
Well, Attorney General Ken Paxton is right. So they go to a runoff. John Cornyn, insane for Ukraine. He talked about the gun control legislation that Cornyn pushed. Texas Republicans don't want gun control legislation. Now, I promise you, I know President Trump. President Trump likes Ken Paxton a lot more than he likes John Cornyn. Trump knows that Cornyn is trouble. And I will say this comment from Cornyn may have sealed his fate in Texas because we didn't take this very well.
I know Republican voters, and as I said earlier, really it's a question of who bothers to show up. If only the most radical people show up in the primary, then I think that's going to be a challenge.
See, he substituted the word radical for anti-rhino. So anti-rhino people, Republicans in name only, showed up to vote. And that's why this is going to a runoff. Now, President Trump, he loves suspense. He loves to throw all kinds of things into the entertainment value of races like this. Well, he just dropped a truth bomb. And he writes, both John and Ken, speaking of John Cornyn and Ken Paxton, ran great races, but not good enough. I will be making my endorsement soon and will be asking the candidate that I don't endorse to immediately drop out of the race. Now, on the face of this, I know President Trump likes Ken Paxton much better. But I am scared to death. Mr. President, listen to me. You will have the MAGA base so upset over this. They will be crushed. They will be disappointed. They will be dejected. I'm not saying there'll be a revolt. But all of those things, do you want to crush the people that support everything you're doing? We do not like John Cornyn. I am very fearful that President Trump is getting bad advice here, that the Democrat talking point somehow had infiltrated advisors in the White House that, Ken Paxton can't beat Tallarico, the Democrat. Well, yes, he can. This is Texas. I promise you a Democrat is not winning this Senate race anytime soon.
The lie, the horrific, vile lie that this school was hit by an Iranian missile is just that. It's a vicious, vile hoax, which Grok itself, no impartial institution these days, you already have noticed, has said is a total disinformation, that this school was hit by an American or an Israeli missile. I'm here to tell you, for a change, it was not an Israeli missile. It was an American missile. Pete Hegseth, the unhinged, dry, drunk, sleazy reprobate running this war for Donald Trump, says the Americans are investigating it. But it happened on day 1. This is now day 4. He's still investigating it. Well, Pete, you can close your investigation. It was an American cruise missile fired from the deck of the USS Abraham Lincoln. You are responsible for 165 child murders. And the sooner that you admit it and atone for it, the more chance you have of repentance leading to forgiveness. But repentance isn't in your Bible, is it? I want to talk for a minute about your Bible. I have been reading all day about your Bible. I have read today that military commanders, many of them, perhaps a dozen of them, gave a talk to their service personnel claiming that Donald Trump had been anointed by Jesus. What sacrilege is this? What blasphemy is this? Jesus anointed Donald Trump to murder little schoolgirls? Why? According to the religious, obscurantist, apocalyptic, prophetic, religious maniacs that are running amok in the United States, it was literally to bring about Armageddon. They openly admitted it. The commanders to their troops said it was to bring about Armageddon. It was to bring about the return of Jesus to the world. Now, there's two things to say about that. First of all, that won't dismay the Jewish people who are in this coalition. Because when Jesus returns, according to that apocalyptic, prophetic, religious obscurantism, all the Jews will have to convert to Christianity or will have to be killed, put to the sword. So I hope they're listening in Jerusalem, in Tel Aviv, to the Sermon on the Mount given by American military commanders today. And the second thing, I'm no priest, by the way, but I'm a religious observer, and I have been almost all of my life. Armageddon only happens according to the texts of my Bible when a deceiver, a man of power, a deceiver rises to prominence in the world and declares himself the Antichrist. So, if you're looking at the books, the deceiver, the man risen to dominance in the world, is Donald Trump. And he's not anointed by Jesus. He is the anti-Jesus. You fools, you maniacs are racing, hurtling to bring about the end of the world based on a fake Bible that you wrote yourselves. It's called the Schofield Bible, and it's only a little bit older than me. The Schofield Bible is what Hegseth, who, by the way, has crusader tattoos upon his body. Pete Hegseth, the sleazy, dry, drunk reprobate, has big crosses tattooed on his body, calling himself a crusader, expressing his hate for Islam. Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, just accused Islam of being a false religion followed by 2 billion people in the world. These people are deliberately seeking to provoke a religious war of fanatics on either side that will set the entire world on fire. It will kill not 167 children. It'll kill your children. It'll kill my children. It'll be our children that are buried in the cold earth. You hear me? You feel me what I'm saying here? These people are out of control. They're speaking in tongues. They're hearing voices.
War is never a good thing because it brings human suffering. This is Tel Aviv. People are suffering, and the question is why. Over the past few days, I've been making short videos with short commentaries on what has been happening with the war, but I haven't been giving analysis as to why this is happening. What is the reason for all this suffering? A wise client of mine used to say that only 3 reasons make men go to war: women, money, and religion. These are the most traded commodities in the world: crude oil, coffee, natural gas, gold, wheat, cotton, silver, copper, and corn maize. Corn, maize, and cotton were also the resources that made America the richest because of slavery. Now stay with me here, guys. We're going somewhere. We now know the resources that are most traded, but let us now go and see which countries are the richest in natural resources. At the top there, we've got Russia, and Russia has got coal, natural gas, oil. The United States has got coal, timber, natural gas. Saudi Arabia has got oil, natural gas. Then we go to Canada, and Canada has got oil, uranium, timber, natural gas. Iran, oil, natural gas. And if you see the pattern that is here, there is always either oil, coal, natural gas. And natural gas can always be turned into oil, and coal can always be turned into oil, and all these are used for energy. So just looking at this chart, one thing is becoming clear. Having coal, natural gas, or oil makes you very wealthy. And look here, Venezuela is also on this list. It will become important in my next explanation. So now that we've looked at the most important, most traded resources in the world and the countries that hold the most of them, we can now come back to the arena of war that we're actually talking about, the Middle East. The Middle East is the only region that has got 3 out of the 10 countries that hold those valuable resources. And those are Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and Iran. And you'll also notice that there's another country that is interesting in that it is not in the Middle East, but it was recently invaded by the Americans, and that country is Venezuela. Venezuela was on that list, and Venezuela has got the very same things that these 3 countries in the Middle East also have, and that is oil and natural gas. And that is the reason why we're having this very big war happening in the Middle East. So oil, natural gas, and coal are very important because they're used to produce energy, fuel for motor vehicles, lubricants for industry, and they're also used in the pharmaceutical industry and the production of plastic. All these arenas form the biggest number of products that are used in industry all across the world. And that is why the nations that have this are very, very important. But they're also important because these commodities are bought in US dollars. And particularly oil and gas are bought in US dollars in order to prop up the US dollar in what is called the petrodollar. So that is why the United States came to this region that is known as the Persian Gulf, and they created what are called the GCC countries, or the Gulf Community countries. They created them to form a union of countries that are going to control oil, and after controlling oil, they're going to ensure that that oil is sold in US dollars, and that props up the United States dollar. The United States would then provide them with military hardware, military assistance, and some of them are even defended by the United States so that they keep in power. They cannot be removed by their own people, and they continue to support the value of the US dollar by demanding US dollars for their oil. Now, most of the countries in this region agreed to play with the United States, Britain, and their European allies. They would enrich them with their oil, they would sell it in US dollars. But a few countries were not happy with that. Iran, Iraq, Syria, Yemen, and a few others. So the Western countries decided to create a new little country, bringing in Europeans from Eastern Europe and putting them there in a country called Israel. These people would be the policemen of the region. They would be armed, given nuclear weapons, and they'll be given the latest military equipment and a $3 billion budget from the US every single year so that they could ensure that these countries behave themselves. Iran decided to be a counter. They decided to look for their own weapons, started strengthening themselves so that they could resist Israel and what America wanted to force them to do. That is why we're in the war today. This is why we've got the crisis that we've...
Fraud facilitators on the Hill today. Yeah, Tim Walz and Keith Ellison, of course, governor of Minnesota, attorney general, being grilled by Congress. And this has been going on for years, the fraud. We know it. We covered it, swept it under the rug, estimated $300 million in federal child nutrition funds, and potentially up to $9 billion in Medicaid-related funds were lost or put at risk. But rather than confront that reality today and say, look, we need to do stuff different. We miss things. We should have caught them. The Democrats just deflect.
Governor Walz, when fraud concerns were raised early in your tenure in the Child Care Assistance Program, did your administration stop payments at that time?
The Child Care Assistance Program and
the answer is no. When fraud concerns were raised,
would you like me to answer or not, Chairman?
Well, it's yes or no.
I want you to help.
You've already answered the question. You said you didn't ever stop payments, and that's what the problem is, and that's what the Democrats are complaining about. Oh my gosh, Trump stopped payments. Well, my God, you lost billions to fraud in Minnesota. That's what this hearing's about.
Chairman,
you didn't stop payments because you didn't want to rock the boat.
Here to discuss, Kentucky Congressman and Oversight Committee Chair James Comer. Congressman, that looked like a lot of fun today. So they kind of played dumb, right? Or said, we've done better than your state in all of this. And Walz just looked dumbfounded at some of these questions. But it looked like he dropped the ball. At the very least, he dropped the ball on this. But how did it play in the room? We couldn't really tell when we were watching on C-SPAN.
Well, there were two different sides. The Republicans are trying to get the backs of the taxpayers. Americans are frustrated with the percentage of their tax dollars that they send to Washington that's lost in fraud. We've all seen with our own eyes what's happening in Minnesota, especially amongst the Somali population, defrauding all the social programs in Minnesota. What our investigation was about was to determine whether or not Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison knew about the fraud. And after months of bringing in the whistleblowers, we talked to 30 Minnesota state employees. We did transcribed interviews with 9 state employees. They testified under oath that they had been warning Governor Walz and Attorney Ellison for years about the fraud, and they were told to stand down. Some were even retaliated against because Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison didn't want to do anything to hurt their base in Minnesota, and their base are welfare recipients, especially that big Somali voting bloc in Minnesota.
And on that Somali issue, Congressman Jordan asked a question. Watch.
98 people been indicted. You happen to know how many are Somali American?
I don't. We don't investigate or prosecute people based on ethnicity, religion.
Neither do I. We shouldn't do that. I just want to know if you know how many of the 98 people who have been indicted in your state are Somali.
I don't. Their ethnicity is not my concern.
85% of the people indicted were Somali American in key voting bloc, and I think that's what drove this whole thing.
Congressman, this has become, for whatever reason, an industry. It's a cottage, not even a cottage industry. It's a growth industry across the country in various communities. And in Minnesota, it happens to be very popular among the Somali community. But again, just pretending like it doesn't even exist.
Yeah, what we learned from talking to the whistleblowers, and these are the Minnesota state employees that administer these programs. They're career state employees. They're overwhelmingly Democrat. What they said is there are groups that specialize in going in and getting these Somalis set up in these fake businesses. The government employees can tell right off the bat whether they're fake, whether they're overbilling, and suspicious activity. And they warned Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison, and time after time they were told, don't worry about it, stand down, because that was a huge voting block for the Democrat Party in Minnesota.
Yeah, the Leering Center. We should have been playing all that Nick Shirley video there. Congressman, thank you very much. I
got an alert that President Trump posted to Truth Social yesterday. And in his post, he's talking about the runoff race in Texas for the U.S. Senate. Now, that race includes people like John Cornyn and the very great Ken Paxton. He's saying that he will soon be endorsing one of those two candidates. I will be making my endorsement soon and will be asking the candidate that I don't endorse to immediately drop out of the race. Is that fair, Mr. President? No, absolutely it's not fair. Because you know why? The D.C. swamp doesn't get to pick who represents Texans. Texans pick who represents Texans. And we know who they want. We know it. Why? Because they poured over $100 million into John Cornyn's campaign efforts. What is it? $70 million was coughed up by the rhinos to try to save John Cornyn? Because Ken Paxton has been so aggressive at going after these deep state operatives. They hate him. They hate him. And that's why I love Ken Paxton, because there was very few people who are willing to throw everything in this over these last, 8 years? John Cornyn is a rhino. He is a coward. He is a loser. That man is a loser. He should be tossed out of the Senate. Ken Paxton fought for President Trump. How dare he allude to the fact that President Trump might actually back Cornyn? And to sit here and say that whoever he doesn't endorse needs to drop out. No, Mr. President, all due respect, you don't pick who gets to run in Texas for Texans. You don't get to pick that. And the endorsements these days have been absolute garbage. Let me just remind you, let me give you some backstory. John Cornyn's Liberty score is at a 54%. That is an F. It's not just that. He's betrayed the president multiple times. When we talk about how much of a scumbag John Cornyn is, let me play clip 5 for you, because John Cornyn decided to use Pam Body's confirmation hearing to push FISA and say, FISA's never been used against the American people. That's misinformation. He's full of it. Take a listen.
With regard to how Section 702 works, I'm happen to be one of the members of the Senate Intelligence Committee. We read that product on a regular basis, and it is not used to spy on American people. I think what's fundamentally missing is a lack of trust in the intelligence community, including the FBI, which I'm hoping you and Mr. Patel can.
Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? Well, folks, in case you forgot, let me remind you that FISA was actually used against President Trump's team. Remember? Crossfire Hurricane? Yeah, they used it. They used it against the president. So John Cornyn's hoping you're just as stupid as he is. And as he continues to push the deep state operatives' lies for them while pretending to be a Republican, he's hoping now to get the president's blessing. And let me remind you, by the way, John Thune's out here pushing for John Cornyn, saying Texans need him. We're afraid that they might flip the state. Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind? The guy running against Ken Paxton on the other side of the aisle literally believes that trannies need abortions. It's an easy win for common sense. And let me just give you some more Cornyn fails, because for some reason, everyone just seems to have forgotten. John Cornyn has opposed the border war as naive. This was prior to the 2016 election. Just give you some quick over. Was also a big supporter of DACA and didn't like the fact that President Trump was about to terminate it back in 2020. That's another one for you. Make sure that's in your books. John Cornyn also tried to legitimize Jack Smith's investigation into the president, even calling at one point, I believe it was that he called him a very credible prosecutor. John Cornyn has been behind the garbage, and that's the reason why these deep state operatives are pushing for him to get back in. John Cornyn had to spend over $100 million in this primary. That's why President Trump is saying, whoever I pick, that's it. Because they know how expensive the seat is right now. By the way, I think Ken Paxton spent, what, $4 million? Why? Because Texans actually like him. And in case you need another reason not to like John Cornyn, we'll end on this note. John Cornyn, who has led the invasion of the Islamists coming into Texas, well, he had this message in clip 19 for the jihadists. Take a listen.
I'm Texas Senator John Cornyn. I want to take a moment to say, I know this year's Ramadan will be different from those before, and that's why it's important to keep the spirit of hope and community alive. I wish you all a good fast and that you and your friends and families stay safe during this challenging time. Ramadan Mubarak.
Happy Ramadan from John Cornyn. What a great card to send out to your loved ones. We'll be right back.
Alex, Iran's firing 20,000. I wrote this earlier today. Iran's firing 20,000 drones. America's shooting them down with $4 million interceptor missiles.
There you go.
That the cost discrepancy, which happened also when Iran was attacking Israel, it's not about who can cause more damage. It's about who can sustain this for longer. Because the argument there was even rumors by Bloomberg and I think other publications that even Gulf nations are struggling with air defenses. They've also put out a statement that that's not the case. But the analysts are all looking at who's going to sustain this for longer. And if the air defenses, the munitions last enough, then Iran would lose this war. If they don't, short term, if they don't, then it could be the other way around.
I would take a step back from the munitions. I know it's super important as far as who's going to win this, but I'll just continue to default to the Iranian government. Can the Iranian government stay united and last? That's the big question, because, you know, let's just say they've lost their missiles, they've lost their launchers. Okay, then what? Is the United States just going to continue to carpet bomb Tehran forever? This is a huge country with a huge population.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the strategy then? Are you gonna send ground forces in? Have you seen the terrain of Iran? Yeah, how much is enough? I mean, you're not talking about a desert. You're talking about mountainous regions. You're talking about 92 million people. You're talking about heavily forested areas. You're talking about a country that is twice the size of Ukraine with 3 times the population. And Russia has still not been able to stop Ukrainians from making drones, not missiles, not rockets, not all that stuff. They're still manufacturing drones. And you're talking about a smaller country with a smaller population. Well, what happens if the government remains intact and in place and unified, and you have this mosaic type of architecture of command and control, this mosaic decentralization going on, and you just have 92 million people. I'm exaggerating a bit, 92 million people. It's not going to be 92 million people, but you have enough people, 3 times more than Ukraine does, in a much more complicated terrain, in a much bigger country. It's just manufacturing drones all day.
Yeah. And what is it hard? Is it hard to manufacture drones in wartime? Is it difficult? Can they do it underground? Can they do it in areas that cannot be spotted?
Sure.
Obviously, Ukraine did it well. Exactly.
In apartment buildings, they're doing it in apartment buildings, and you're dealing with a smaller country and a smaller population. Yeah. And I would argue even a less sophisticated society. I mean, they haven't prepared a very sophisticated society. Especially when it comes to drone technology.
Exactly. The regime has spent decades as well preparing for a war like this. Ukraine wasn't prepared for the invasion. So it's a very different scenario. So they could have multiple factors that were prepared for a day like this.
Yes, we need to take a step back. I'm not saying it's very important, the whole missile launchers and all of that. But you know, once again, you have to ask the question, what is the goal of the Trump administration? Because if that government, the Iranian government, remains in place, then even if you take out all of these things, what's the next step? What are you doing? What are you going to do? You're going to continue to bomb? For how long? A month? 6 months? A year? Are the drones going to continue to fly into Dubai? Are they going to continue to fly into the oil fields of Saudi Arabia? Are they going to continue to fly into Qatar? Is Qatar LNG going to remain closed indefinitely? What's it going to do to Dubai? The economy of Dubai? What's it going to do to Qatar? What's it going to do to the Strait of Hormuz? The Houthis showed that strategy. The Houthis showed you don't really need much to take out ships or to at least threaten ships that are trying to make a pass.
Yeah, remember the Houthis into the oil refinery. the insurance for the ships, but also they hit their own refinery in Saudi, and that's the Houthis with limited
You don't need
capabilities.
much. You don't. The platforms, the oil platforms, it doesn't need much. The desalination facilities, you don't need much to take those out either. So, I mean, this is, the Trump administration can't get their messaging right because they don't have an idea what comes next. That's the problem they have. They need regime change, but they're now starting to see, you know what? After we assassinated Khamenei, that regime change didn't come. The country didn't collapse.
People are
And now
running
they're
around
kind of
the
stuck.
flag now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bring in the Israeli ambassador to the United States now, Yechiel Leiter. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Ambassador. It's good to see you again. Good to meet you, Jake. So the Trump, I do want to just ask something that's been something of a debate in the United States in the last few days. Secretary of Rubio said, first of all, there's no disputing that President Trump had the intention of striking Iran. But in terms of the timing, Secretary Rubio said Israel was going to attack Iran, and the U.S. had intelligence that Iran would then, after that attack by the Israelis, attack U.S. bases. President Trump said, no, that's not true. If anything, I was pushing the Israelis to attack. What is the truth there of the timing?
I represent Israel here in the United States. I don't want to get into a debate between members of the administration, the president. There are a lot of vectors that go into timing. There's weather. There's the leadership that sits together. There's planning. And when all those vectors come together, that's the right time to attack. And the right time to attack Iran is when they are pairing ballistic missiles, which we see they have in big numbers, and enriched uranium. And if anybody has any doubt about the need to deal with this regime that is firing ballistic missiles at all its neighbors right now, if those would have been tipped with nuclear warheads, imagine where we'd be today.
Israel is going after Hezbollah or its remnants in southern Lebanon.
Well, no, Hezbollah went after Israel. Israel has to respond.
Okay. In any case, you're going after them. And Israel issued an evacuation warning for all of southern Lebanon, southern Beirut, other parts of that country. Hundreds of thousands of Lebanese are being forced to evacuate. I understand what you just said. But is Israel going to bombard all of southern Lebanon, southern Beirut? What's going to happen?
I certainly hope not. The target is Hezbollah, not the people of Lebanon. We can live in peace and harmony with the people of Lebanon. The people of Lebanon want to live in peace and harmony and want to shake off the yoke of Hezbollah, which is an extension of Iran that's taken over their country, that sapped them of their strength, of their vitality. And we've appealed to the government of Lebanon. Please, first step, throw the IRGC, the representatives of Iran sitting in the middle of Beirut, out. Reject their visas, send them home, free your country from this occupation.
Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, one of the far right-wing politicians in your country, said that Israel is going to turn southern Beirut into Khan Yunis. Khan Yunis is a very destroyed city in Gaza. Is that the plan? Is Beirut going to look like Khan Yunis when this is over?
Our plan is to live in peace with our neighbors. That's what we've tried to do now for all of these decades. We have a malign influence coming out of Tehran, which has created these proxies around our country. They called it a ring of fire with the intention of destroying us. If Hezbollah is neutralized in Lebanon, there won't be any need for our troops there, and there won't be any need for us to respond. The Lebanese government has to rid their country of Hezbollah. They'll be free, and we'll be free.
Israel's been at war now since, you could say since 1948, but since October 7th, 2023, in terms of a hot war. The U.S. is no stranger to long, drawn-out conflicts in the Middle East. Israel has a quicker record historically. Is there a timeline for when Israel is going to not feel it needs to continue to strike Iran, or is it a joint decision with the U.S. and Israel together?
Well, first of all, there's been a level of collaboration going into this operation that there's never been between our two countries, and I assume that level of collaboration is going to continue into the future. What we need to achieve is that coming out of Tehran, there are no ballistic missiles, there's no nuclear enrichment program, and there's no funding for proxies that are trying to destroy us. When those three goals are achieved, the people of Iran, who have been pining for freedom, we saw what they did 2 months ago. The people who have never tasted, a young generation who have never tasted freedom, but know that it exists and are rising up to achieve that freedom, They're going to be the boots on the ground. They're going to create their transitional government. They're going to move into democracy. The people of Iran are very pro-West, and they want to see a democratic government. This crazy lunatic regime in Tehran only has about 20% support. The majority of the population are Persians who have a very rich culture and want to live in peace and harmony with Israel and with the West. We just have to give them that opportunity.
Well, let's hope that the Iranian people get the government they deserve, and soon, Ambassador.
Amen. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The other big story.
Executive Vice President and Head of Litigation at Thomas More Society. He filed an emergency application with the Supreme Court requesting immediate intervention for several teachers and parents. Good morning to you. I'm sure you're feeling great about this.
Good morning, Ainsley. Yes, we are. This is one of the most significant parental rights victories in generations.
And does this mean now parents have to be notified?
Yes, and there is some confusion. This law, the new ruling applies to California, but because it came from the Supreme Court and it's a substantive decision, it should apply nationwide.
Nice. Okay.
And so that really big deal there. And now, of course, there are over 1,000 school districts currently with some sort of policy that is keeping parents away from the information about their children changing gender at school. So we are hoping that they voluntarily comply, but we now have a lot of work in front of us to try to get everyone to comply and ensure that parents are brought into these decisions.
You're still going to have those teachers that say, well, I know better and I'm just not going to say anything, even though I'm supposed to. I care so much about this child. And even if I lose my job because of this, I'm not going to notify the parents, even though the law says this now. You're going to have that. What's the next step? Because this is temporary. It just blocks it temporarily. It was a law that was passed in 2024, signed by Gavin Newsom. So what's the next step?
Well, and even though it's temporary, it's like those rulings during COVID with the church closures. Those were emergency rulings as well, but they applied nationwide. And so we are very hopeful that this will put an end to all of this. There are almost 40 cases pending across the country. Parents with terrible stories. You know, our parents only found out about their child's gender transition when the child committed or attempted suicide.
Yeah.
We've got parents of a fifth grader. They figured it out. The school refused to tell them anything about it, wouldn't let them have a say in this for a middle schooler and a grammar schooler. So we are hoping that this puts an end to it nationwide. But again, we are going to have to continue to fight and push and catch those folks that are the ideologues trying to push their agenda.
Yeah, I mean, Peter, look, I mean, no judgment. Every parent can decide what's best for their child. So I don't like it when these teachers who teach our kids for 1 year, they make decisions for our children, and we're the ones that raise them for the rest of our lives. So for them to teach our children to lie to us, how is that? How is that appropriate? Are they worried? What was the reason for this? They're worried in this day and age that they're going to come home and tell dad and dad's going to beat them up. And what's the concern here?
Well, and this was the thing. The state of California had been saying, well, you're subjecting these children to abuse. But we actually had a full record. We've litigated this case for almost 3 years. The state of California had to bring in experts and put up or shut up. When the evidence came out, even their experts agreed involving parents is best for children's mental health. I mean, these kids, and many of them, need mental health treatment. They need to have their parents' involvement working with them on this. And we know that many people who have feel the need to change genders, they often will change back as long as you get the appropriate care, support from the parents and mental health professionals.
Right. I mean, they preach it's the teachers' rights, it's the 10-year-old's rights. What about the parents' rights? Anything that happens in my daughter's life is very, very important to me. We all as parents spend more time worrying about our children than anything else in our lives. Everything we do is for them. We go to work for them, we feed them, we say prayers with them, we wipe their tears at night when they're talking to us about someone making fun of them at school. We do their homework for 2 hours every night at the kitchen table with them. For a teacher to make a decision for my child's future that will affect her for the rest of her life, I don't understand how that could ever hold up in court.
Absolutely. And you know, our initial plaintiffs were two Christian teachers, Elizabeth Mirabelli and Lori West. They stepped up. In 1 year, they were handed a list of 7 kids in their classrooms who were transitioning, 6 of whose parents had no clue. And they were forced to mislead the parents. They had one set of names and pronouns for the school and another for the parent-teacher conference.
Yeah, because it changes in the computer when they're talking to the parent, and then it changes back to the other name. At least that's what I heard this morning. Anyway, thank you so much. We're out of time, but I appreciate this. Thank you, Peter. And the parents are going to find out eventually, so don't lie to the parents. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
All right, more Fox and Friends coming up.
You'd never guess these pancakes have 40 grams of protein. I use my favorite protein powder, Nourish from Mudwater. It has 25 grams per half a cup, and it's blended with functional mushrooms, nootropics, and probiotics. For this batch, I use 3/4 cups of oats, 1.5 teaspoons of baking powder, 1/4 cup of Nourish, 2 eggs, 1/4 cup of Greek yogurt, and a little maple syrup. Between the oats, eggs, yogurt, and Nourish, 40 grams of protein total. Still fluffy, not dry, not chalky. The protein supports muscle growth, but that's just part of it. The mushrooms, nootropics, and probiotics support clarity, calm, and digestion, so you feel as good as it tastes.
Chairman of the House Oversight Committee, Kentucky Congressman James Comer. Good morning to you, Mr. Chairman. So first, I want to get your predictions for today. Do you actually think Governor Walz will give you upfront and honest answers to these questions? And what do you want to hear from him?
Well, let's just start from the beginning. This hearing comes after hours and hours and hours of interviews that oversight staff has conducted with dozens of Minnesota whistleblowers. So we have the evidence from the whistleblowers who have come forward, showed email correspondence where they have tried to communicate with Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison for years about the fraud, yet they continue to turn a blind eye. So there's no doubt from our research, and I hope everyone watches this hearing today, that not only did Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison know about the fraud, they discouraged and even retaliated against whistleblowers for trying to stop the fraud.
Yeah, and to further your point there, it was back in January when state lawmakers in Minnesota testified that both Governor Walz and AG Ellison, quote, ignored repeated warnings and retaliated against state employees who raised concerns. That seems to be a very big issue, Mr. Chairman. Does that lead to any accountability?
Well, I hope so. We've been told for weeks now that Pam Bondi's Department of Justice is on the ground interviewing specific fraudsters, specific people that created the fake Somali daycares and the other businesses that abused the feeding programs for the children and things like that. Our purpose of our investigation on the Oversight Committee was to determine whether or not Tim Walz and Keith Ellison knew about the fraud. So I feel like with what we're doing today, what we're going to present to the American people, and what Tim Walz and Attorney General Ellison are going to have to answer for today, combined with what hopefully Pam Bondi's Department of Justice is doing on the ground in Minnesota, we're going to see a lot of accountability.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, what do you think is going to come out of all of this? I know one of the things that I've been looking at for years is, will the federal government stop sending out money and then chasing fraud rather than getting ahead of the fraud before the money goes out the door in the first place?
Well, for the first time in the 9.5 years that I've been in Congress, we're actually seeing an administration cut off some types of federal funding to Minnesota. That's what Trump's doing. I think after today, he's going to do more government programs as far as cutting their funding off until Minnesota can right their ship. And right now, nothing's changed. Ever since those videos surfaced and the American people started focusing on Minnesota with the fraud in the daycare centers and the fraud in the Medicaid and the fraud in the feeding programs, nothing has really changed other than President Trump has suspended some payments into Minnesota. I think what you're going to see more payments suspended in more programs after today, and hopefully the state legislature in Minnesota will rise up and demand accountability.
And Mr. Chairman, I want to turn now to another hearing on the horizon. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, you announced on X that Secretary Lutnick has proactively agreed to appear voluntarily. I commend his demonstrated commitment to transparency and appreciate his willingness to engage with the committee. That's what you said on X, and this comes after a lot of scrutiny towards Lutnick, who has ties to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. He's denied any wrongdoing, of course. He has said he has distanced himself even prior to Epstein's 2008 conviction. What are you hoping comes from this?
Well, I appreciate Secretary Lutnick. He called me yesterday and said that he kept reading in the news where people were demanding that he come in front of the Oversight Committee, and he said if I wanted him to come, he would come. And I said, well, we want you to come just to, answer some basic questions. Lutnick was a next-door neighbor to Jeffrey Epstein. That's not Lutnick's fault that he was the next-door neighbor in New York. But we do know that, according to what I've seen on the internet, he did visit the island one time. I think he's admitted that with his family. So we have questions about that. Anyone that ever visited the island, we want them to answer basic questions. Again, I'm not accusing the Secretary of any wrongdoing. I know Democrats are accusing every Republican of wrongdoing, but I appreciate the fact that he's coming in. It took us 7 months to get the Clintons in front of the committee. I think it's going to take us about a week and a half to get Secretary Lutnick in front of the committee.
Information. Truth. It's freedom. This Newsmax. It's real news for real people.
Obviously, the objective was a fast, quick win. We take them out, they say, Uncle, we put in a new government. It's just like Venezuela. Well, as a lot of people warned, it's not going like Venezuela. And even Venezuela probably won't go like Venezuela. But put this first clip on. This is Hedge, which has a good sort of roundup of what's going on in support of the thesis, which I think we both share, Dr. Paul, which is this war is expanding. It's getting out of control. The destruction is far beyond what we were told we'd be seeing. And so here's Zero Hedge, Iran war going more international as EU ratchets response. Tehran's missile cities a threat. Trump told Axios in an interview Thursday he needs to be personally involved in selecting Iran's next leader, just as he was in Venezuela. Delusional. At least 1,230 Iranians have been killed since Saturday in actions increasingly described as a regime change operation as the war widens into Lebanon. Both targets pounded, and even Azerbaijan sees first Iranian drone strike. Now, you will not see this on Fox News, and in fact, with the censorship of the Israeli government, you won't even see it on X because they are arresting people. But there are a couple that got through. If you can, we're going to do two. The first two are Tel Aviv, but then the last one is Tehran, which also got hit really hard. But watch this. These are two interceptors you're seeing on the right. They're up there to try to take out this missile, which evaded and hit Tel Aviv. Let's watch this for just a second.
Faction kill.
Cette composée there evades.
Pay your respects.
Let's do that second. This isn't supposed to happen. The Iron Dome is supposed to stop these. Let's hit that second video, and then we'll do the third right after. Sorry for this long section, Dr. Paul. Let's. This is another one. This is Tel Aviv taking a hard hit.
Shinnok.
Tehran, Dr. Paul, there was some serious carpet bombing. If we can just do that third one really quick. Serious carpet bombing of Tehran. It looked to be almost indiscriminate. Looks like they're trying to turn it into a Gaza. Let's just watch a little bit of this. It's apocalyptic, Dr. Paul. That's a city of 11 million residents. So anyway, we don't have to watch more, but just to know that this war is not going as it's being portrayed on the U.S. television.
Yeah, this idea, well, this is just going to last a couple of weeks. But they never have to eat their words, you know. It seems like they get away with it. It takes about 10 or 20 years of this. People say, well, enough is enough. Bring the troops home. But I just wished we had the facilities and the support for altering this course. But it's been bad. It's certainly not what was designed for us by our Constitution and declaring our independence, not to be able to go this many miles away.
as Tehran's getting pummeled, Iran is cutting off oil supplies to Israel. It's either destroyed or damaged every U.S. base in the region, and our carrier groups are pulling further and further out. So things are happening that the media is not really reporting. Polling is showing an absolute decline. This is a recent national poll by Interactive Polls. President Trump's approval rating is down to 35%, the lowest rating of his term. Only 3 in 10 approve of the strikes on Iran. Less than 25% would approve of boots on the ground in Iran. So the American public is definitely not for this war, and they're increasingly turning sour on President Trump.
Zoran Mamdani, you didn't even dare to condemn Hamas. You actually sympathized with Hamas, and you brainwashed the youth in America. So when ordinary people get massacred, you don't have any problem? Who are you? I live in New York, Mr. Mamdani. How dare you? When you kept silent. When you were absolutely silent.
The New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani and that Brooklyn journalist that Charles mentioned, Masih Alinejad, have butted heads over this on social media. Earlier today, Mamdani posted this statement calling today's events an escalation and an illegal war of aggression. He also said, quote, Americans do not want this. Alinejad responded directly to Mayor Mamdani's tweet, saying she thinks Mamdani stayed quiet in previous moments of massacre. She said in part, quote, stop lecturing us Iranians about peace.
Believe me, we don't want people like Zoran Mamdani or some of Americans lecture us about peace, about war, because this is a war being brought to us Iranian people by the Islamic Republic, by the warmonger Revolutionary Guards. I was heartbroken when I saw Mamdani, the Mayor Mamdani's tweet, sympathizing with the Islamic Republic, no single word condemning the massacre. And if you don't like President Trump, you can take to the street and protest against him. You have judicial system here. You have media here. We don't have any of this in Iran. And how come, Mayor Mamdani, that you lecture us, Iranians, who carry the wounds and scars of war on our body, the war being waged on us by the Iranian government? And now you lecture us about safety?
New York Mayor Zoran Mamdani also coming out against the operation, writing on X that these strikes, quote, mark a catastrophic escalation. On Sunday, Columbia University's Apartheid Divest group also posted Death to America in Persian on X before deleting the post. Your reaction there?
You're giving me a heart attack. You're really giving me a heart attack by reading all these messages. I don't even, I left my beloved homeland, Iran, to feel safe in America. I don't feel safe in New York anymore when people like Zoran Mamdani sympathizing with my would-be assassins, with the killers of thousands of innocent, unarmed people. He's like a child. Honestly, he doesn't have any political experience.
But I just want to read what exactly the New York City mayor said. Today's military strikes on Iran, carried out by the United States and Israel, mark a catastrophic escalation in an illegal war of aggression. Americans do not want this. They do not want another war in pursuit of regime change. They want relief from the affordability crisis. They want peace.
Really? You think that just talking about peace and talking about no to war, that makes you a good person? Believe me, you need to look into the eyes of Iranians, those who have faced the war. You need to talk to the people of Iran, in the region, Syria, Iraq, even people in Venezuela, that they have seen how the regime in Iran invaded their countries. We're talking about a regime that raped women for simply showing their hair. Just being the voice of millions of voiceless people in Iran who say no to Islamic Republic, who wants to have a normal life, who wants to have dignity. I know you don't want me to talk about Zoran Mamdani, but look, I don't feel safe in this city, New York, because of the Islamic Republic. And now I won't feel safe when people like Zoran Mamdani talking about safety, but sympathizing with the Islamic Republic, who tried to kill me, who massacred more than 40,000 innocent people. How dare you? When you kept silent, when you were absolutely silent, when my girls, women being shot in their eyes, when more than 32,000 innocent unarmed people being massacred, when their parents, their family members burying them, but they don't get the chance to talk like Zoran Mamdani to the media. And now I see the mayor, finally he found the time to actually sympathize with our killers, not with the people of Iran. Zoran Mamdani, you didn't even dare to condemn Hamas. You actually sympathized with Hamas and you brainwashed the youth in America. So when ordinary people get massacred, you don't have any problem? Who are you?
How did the CIA and Mossad manage to track down the Iranian Supreme Leader's secret compound? It all started around 8 in the morning. CIA tracked some high-level Iranian leaders at this building right in the heart of Tehran. U.S. intelligence shared a critical tip with its Israeli counterparts. For months, they've been quietly hacking into Iranian communication channels using Space Force low-orbit satellites. But pulling off a strike isn't that simple. In the first wave, they had to neutralize a larger number of Iran's anti-air defense systems. This critical step cleared the airspace for a massive strike force of around 200 Israeli jets. But this area is highly fortified, so how do you destroy a deeply buried target like this? Well, they use bunker busters. Their delayed fuses punch through deep concrete before detonating. This is part one. How exactly did Israel and the United States manage to assassinate one of the most heavily protected men on the planet? The answer? Unprecedented joint operation. For months, the CIA and elite Israeli units waged a shadowy intelligence war. Using a web of surveillance satellites, intercepted comms, and human spies, they mapped Ayatollah Khamenei's every move in absolute secrecy. Utilizing a sophisticated web of low Earth orbit surveillance satellites, intercepted encrypted communications, and highly placed human assets deep within the regime, they painstakingly mapped Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's every movement, security protocol, and daily pattern. The vulnerability, the Pasteur Street Summit. The critical breakthrough came when American intelligence identified a fleeting yet massive vulnerability, the highly classified Morning Summit. Top-tier Iranian military commanders, security advisors, and political officials were converging on the heavily guarded Pasteur Street compound in the heart of central Tehran. Shielded by layers of urban infrastructure, elite guard details, and what they believed was an impenetrable umbrella of state-of-the-art air defenses. Like the homegrown Favor missiles, as well the S-400 radar system located all over the city. The leadership gathered in a false sense of absolute security. Here comes part two. How many aircrafts were involved in taking out a single target? The focal point of the operation was Beit Rabari, Khamenei's highly secure official residence and centralized office compound located in the heart of downtown Tehran. While they used around 200 aircrafts, the localized strike on Beit Rabari was the anchor of a massive, flawlessly synchronized aerial campaign. Flew all the way from Israel with flying oil tankers, the largest military flyover in its history. The Israeli Air Force deployed an armada of approximately 200 fighter jets equipped with GPS bunker buster bombs. As stated, he was actually occupying a shallower subterranean facility, the free-falling guided bomb, which the IDF deployed as the munitions. It easily pierced the earth and reinforced concrete, triggering a catastrophic collapse of the entire underground structure. According to leaked Israeli intelligence reports, exactly 30 heavy munitions were dropped directly onto the Supreme Leader's compound to guarantee total structural failure. Obliterating such targets relies on specialized bunker buster munitions equipped with delayed action fuses, allowing them to physically penetrate deep into the ground and concrete before detonating. As a dedicated specialized squadron delivered the 30 bunker busters directly to Khamenei's compound, the rest of the armada operated simultaneously across Iranian airspace. They dropped hundreds of munitions to cripple over 500 targets, instantly blinding critical air defenses and neutralizing ballistic missile silos. Here comes part three, and this is Iran's mistake. How the Iranian made a very big mistake to protect its leader. Because he was occupying a shallower subterranean facility, the deployed munitions easily pierced the earth and reinforced concrete, triggering a catastrophic collapse of the entire underground structure. Intelligence sources later revealed a critical tactical flaw in his positioning. He was not sheltering in one of the compound's two deepest maximum security bunkers facilities that would have required the heaviest, highly specialized U.S. ordnance to crack. If he had switched places, he would have been at least safe. And here is part four, how many were exactly killed. While the complete list of eliminated targets is still undergoing global intelligence assessment, the strike successfully decapitated Iran's operational leadership in a single devastating blow. Killed alongside Khamenei were top-tier military figures, most notably Major General Mohammad Pakpour, the head of Iran's Revolutionary Guard, and top national security advisor Ali Shamkhani. Tragically, the blast also claimed the lives of several of Khamenei's family members who were present. But the first wave with 200 jets and U.S. Tomahawk cruise missiles did not just hit his compound. The U.S. cruise missiles was the one to take out anti-air defense system, while the 200 IDF jets took out the Iranian leadership. All in all, U.S. and Israeli forces struck approximately 2,900 targets across Iran, according to U.S. Central Command, in just one day.
About the decision, and it was by Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. So this is like a unicorn decision, and it's an important one. It's a Supreme Court decision that talks about how our immigration system handles claims of persecution, claims of torture by these illegal aliens who are coming to America. There was a Salvadorian citizen who fled to the United States with his wife and his minor child back in 2020, if I'm not mistaken. He had in his hometown back in El Salvador. He had got beaten up a few times. His brother got shot. But when this family moved to different parts of El Salvador, it was fine. It was mostly peaceful, as we say, with BLM. But he didn't face violence if he moved to other parts of El Salvador. It was only when he moved back to his hometown that he faced this hometown rivalry or whatever it was against his family. And so then, of course, like all these illegal immigrants do, they come to the United States illegally. So he came here. He gets caught. He claims asylum. He claims that if he gets sent back home, that he's going to be tortured. And you have federal immigration judges. Immigration judges work for the Justice Department. They're appointed by the Attorney General. They are executive branch officials, and that is intentionally set up by Congress because immigration laws are written by Congress, but the enforcement is an executive branch function. And so this immigration judge said that this guy, his wife, and his kid didn't meet the standard of torture. Adios, Papa, you're going back home, or whatever the hell his name is. And that decision was upheld on appeal through the Justice Department, through the Board of Immigration Appeals. And then from there, it goes to a federal court of appeals. It goes, in this case, the First Circuit. And the First Circuit, which is dominated by liberals, correctly held that this guy didn't meet the standard, and there is strong deference. There is substantial deference, very strong deference to the executive branch when they make these determinations related to immigration, related to torture, and asylum cases. And so the Supreme Court 9-0 upheld that. And this is important in this respect, Steve, and reaffirms that these decisions are not for these activist Democrats judges to make. You can't run to a federal district court judge in Boston or New York or LA or one of these other liberal hellholes and have one of these district court judges up in the process to free illegals, right? It has to be through the process, and this was a 9-0 decision. So the Supreme Court did not directly address the structure of the immigration system that broadly, but this was a 9-0 decision. Like that rarely happens. Justice Jackson, the most liberal of all of them, the most political and liberal of all of them, wrote this opinion to the majority, and there was no controversy around the fact that Congress writes our immigration laws, the executive branch enforces and adjudicates our immigration laws, both through ICE, arresting these illegals, and then U.S. immigration judges who are executive branch, Justice Department officials appointed by the Attorney General who decide these matters. This is immigration. This is separate from other matters we have before the federal courts. There are different due process concerns for illegal immigrants than for American citizens. American citizens have more due process. They have Article 3 due process. These illegal immigrants do not, right? They go through the U.S. immigration courts, and then it goes through the federal, to the Bureau of Immigration Appeals, or whatever it's called. That's an executive branch court. And then it only goes to the federal court of appeal after that, that the relevant geographic federal court of appeal, after it's exhausted through the Justice Department system, and the courts of appeals give substantial deference to the findings of these immigration courts. So the idea that you're just going to come in here and illegally come into our country and get jobs and then say, oh, I need asylum, I'm being persecuted back home because my drug dealer down the street is beating me up. That's not going to fly, right? And so it's very important for this 9-0 decision of the Supreme Court.
I want to go back to Khosrow Isfahani, the research director at the National Union for Democracy in Iran, joining us from DC. I apologize about interrupting our earlier conversation. Breaking news is often very fluid, but I'd like you to pick up, if you don't mind, on your answer about the sentiment inside Iran as these joint U.S. and Israeli strikes continue.
Iranians are absolutely joyous and happy about what is happening in the country. The moment that the strikes started, women were removing their hijabs, dancing on the streets. People were clapping and cheering on rooftops as bombs were dropping on IRGC and political leadership bases. Iranians are celebrating this military operation. We are also expecting, hoping that it would expand beyond just someone like Khamenei. People high on the leadership of the Islamic Republic, from the parliament speaker, Ghalibaf, to former President Hassan Rouhani, to Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, Larijani. These are individuals that in the past conflict, during the 12-day war, stabilized the regime and gave it a lifeline. Now with Khamenei removed, these should be high on the target list for targeted killing. Removal of these individuals will provide Iranians with a chance to overthrow the Islamic Republic. Before the current round of protests started in Iran in late December, no one expected this level of turnout and organization. When people took to the streets in millions, they took Iran's true national flag, the lion and sun, to the street with them in droves. And people were surprised where all these flags came from. They don't grow on trees. People were preparing them. I have videos a year old, almost a year old, of women sewing those flags in their homes. The same way that we were preparing then, we are preparing now. The Iranian population inside the country is united. We are united in diaspora as well. We are marching behind Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi as the leader of the opposition, with clear vision for future of Iran. We want a country that is run as a secular democracy, its territorial integrity is preserved, human rights and citizenship is granted to all, and its future form of governance is determined in a free and fair election. We are marching towards that future, and Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi is our bridge to that future. This man is not seeking a title or a crown. He is offering himself as a transitional leader to the Iranian people. And the United States and Israel are leveling the battleground in favor of the Iranian people. We have been fighting this Islamist fascist state for the past 5 decades. We have sacrificed so many lives. We have buried so many loved ones. But it has always been an uphill battle. Right now, brave men and women in IDF, brave men and women in U.S. military forces are leveling the ground in our favor. We Iranians are seeing the Star and Stripes flag of the United States and the Magen David's flag of Israel as liberators. We are going to see our future united with these two nations that brought us liberty.
Khosrow, very briefly, what then do you make of reports, and they are just reports in the Wall Street Journal, that Donald Trump is open to getting arms to militia groups opposed to the regime in Iran? Briefly, if you don't mind.
The Iranians don't need arms to overthrow the Islamic Republic. We have been fighting this regime. What we need is targeted strikes against the leadership of the Islamic Republic to continue. Its arms of oppression to be dismantled, and it can be done from the sky. When that happens, it already is happening. we are going to see further defections from armed forces. Before the war started, IRGC intelligence organization's chief had to confess that thousands of members of the armed forces were defecting. That is going to be a game changer. These people in the armed forces of the Islamic Republic are not ideologically motivated. They are there for a paycheck. When the paycheck doesn't arrive, when the leadership is removed, the tide will turn.
Khosrow Isfahani, live from Washington. Always appreciate your insights and your time. Thank you so much. Be well.
Thank you very much for having me.
The point is I don't know if they're like very nationalistic and we're supposed to respect them, that they hate their enemies more than anything. But I don't understand like why people support this country. Christians in particular support this country because of, I believe, just weird Zionist doctrine from the evangelical and non-denominational movements that came in, of course, and sort of pressured them. And, you know, my background is Calvary Chapel, and I was trained to love Israel. Like, it was weird. It was like I have pictures on my Instagram. My dorm room, we had an Israeli flag. And one day I asked people, like, why do we support this country? And no one even knew why. And there's a lot of Christians who actually think that, like, they're the chosen people, and they don't realize that God chose them because Jesus died on the cross. The covenant is now through Christ. So they actually think there's, like, Jews are better than them. I think that we have a fundamental issue that goes beyond government, though, Nick, in our society, where even, like, a lot of the evangelical Christians, who, by the way, are better people than me, more moral people than me, so I'm not going to throw the evangelicals under the bus, but I think we got a 10-front war. They say it's 8-front, but we've also got to get this doctrine out of our churches. Don't support the people that rape prisoners. Don't support the people that are going to put your kids on the ground to be raped and killed. Like, we've got to reform the Christian church as well. I don't know if you touch on that a lot. You're Catholic. The Catholics are based on this topic, in my opinion. Shout out to Catholics. The Orthodox, too. Screw the Orthodox as well for throwing me under the bus recently, but we won't get into that. But yeah, I mean, we have a fundamental problem. That's all I want to touch on. It goes beyond government. Our society is cooked, and they're being brainwashed into supporting Israel. And it's like, how do you undo that? It's like kind of like fighting Muslims. How do we fight the Christian? How do we fight the Christian heresies?
Well, I think, in my view, this is something that a lot of people fixate on, and it's definitely a leverage point. I think that's how you have to recognize it, because what that represents is basically a voting bloc, that there is a large number of white evangelical Christians in the South and in other parts of the country also, but predominantly in the South, and they are basically the constituency for a pro-Israel GOP. And so I know that Tucker Carlson and others have really honed in on that, which I think is smart. I think that's very strategic thinking, because if you can persuade this large number of evangelical Christians that the theology is wrong, and even just point out some of the logical errors in that and chip away at that, that is actually hurting the constituency that is voting for this all the time. Maybe even the only remaining reliable constituency that's pro-Israel. So I think that's a pain point. That's definitely a leverage point and a pain point for the pro-Israel cause in America. However, I think that is as much as you can say about it. I think it's a little bit overstated. What people... I think, for example, Tucker is targeting that for that reason. I think other people like to talk about evangelical Christians because that is sort of a convenient scapegoat. And we all know why. We all know what I'm talking about. When you see that our government is plunged into a war for Israel against Iran, who is naturally to blame? Well, Israel. And you look at Israel, that's a foreign country. How is Israel getting America to do this? Well, Israel has its tentacles in America, and those tentacles are American Jewry, American Jewish billionaires, American Jewish organizations. And so people don't want to take it there. They don't want to say it's American Jews, it's Israel. We don't like the way that sounds. It's a ethnic and religious minority, so it sounds a certain way, it comes across a certain way, it's a taboo. And so I think for some people, they like to scapegoat the evangelicals because we're used to blaming white people and Christians for everything. So we say, well, it's actually really complicated. It's not just the Jews, it's also evangelicals. And there's a lot of neocons that are Gentiles too. And I think sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes that can be used to obfuscate the truth. And I would point to the fact that we have a Jewish power matrix in America. It is Jewish. All this stuff comes from the Old Testament. When they bomb Iran on the holiday of Purim and they call Iran the Amalekites, what is the Old Testament? What does the Hebrew Bible say about the Amalekites? It says kill all of them, kill their women, kill their children, literally genocide them. So you've got the Jewish state comprised of Jewish people based on the Jewish religion on a Jewish holiday, destroying the Jewish enemy from the Old Testament in exactly the fashion described. And people want to say it's evangelicals. People want to say it's the Gentile neocons. And I always say the character of the fifth column is Jewish. Jewish identity is inextricable from it. And as to whether we should support it, I don't think there's anything Christian about that, anything about that mentality. So that's my response to the video.
In this war isn't more airstrikes, but an uprising from inside Iran. Well, the U.S. has allegedly been in talks with Iranian Kurdish militias about a potential operation in western Iran. The idea is that Kurdish fighters would take on Iran's security forces near the border, potentially creating space for ordinary Iranians to rise up against the regime after the killing of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei and other senior officials in the opening days of this war. Now, sources say that no final decision has been made, but Kurdish groups have reportedly asked for CIA support, including weapons. The White House and the Pentagon have not commented on this so far. And joining us now is Diliman Abdul Kader. He's the founder of American Friends of Kurdistan. He's located in D.C. So, first of all, I think the big question is how realistic is this idea that Kurdish fighters could weaken Iran's security forces enough to spark a broader civilian uprising within the country?
Absolutely. Thank you for having me on. Listen, the Kurds, it just proves that we can rely on the Kurds on the ground. They're proven fighters. They're reliable partners. And they have they're the most armed and organized minority group inside Iran. The Kurds have been fighting and engaging the IRGC and the Islamic regime for decades, since day one. So it only makes sense to come back and rely on the Kurds on the Israeli and the United States part. Now, as far as the Kurds weakening Tehran, I think it's an opportunity for all the people inside Iran that will follow the Kurds' the example that they are picking up their weapons, they're rising against the regime, and so can you and pick up your weapons as well. I think it starts in northwest Iran, in East Kurdistan, as the Kurds call it, Rojhelat. I think this is an opportunity for all the people of Iran to rise and take down the regime.
What risks would this pose, not just for Iran, but for Iraqi Kurdistan and neighboring countries like Turkey? Obviously, we're seeing fears that other, separatist minorities within Iran could somehow get involved as well, and that might, spark a much larger issue with Pakistan and Turkey, for one.
There's always risk. I mean, the Kurds are in the pivotal strategic location in the heart of the Middle East. The Kurds in Iraq and the Kurdistan region have an autonomous region, and they're staying neutral. But they do share a border with Iran, and especially with East Kurdistan, and where the Kurds that are supposedly being armed by the United States. So I think there is a risk to their security, to their airspace, especially by Turkey, but also, of course, by Iran. The Kurds in Iraq have said they're still neutral. Just strategically, you have to be, but that does not limit the Kurds in Iran to take up arms and rise against the regime. I think this is an opportunity they see. And the United States is creating the conditions, United States alongside Israel is creating the conditions from the air to take down strategic IRGC assets and military bases on the ground, so the Kurds can have an upper hand, if not with advanced weapons on the ground.
I mean, ultimately, if the U.S. does back this kind of operation, does that fundamentally change Washington's role in this war? Obviously, they've kind of been wish-washy as to what the ultimate goal is, whether that is obviously just destroying Iranian nuclear capabilities or actively trying to engineer regime change. Do the Kurds feel that they have enough, you could say, fighting abilities and history to be able to take this on?
That's a legitimate question. Look, there's two scenarios in Iran, two possible scenarios. A Venezuela-type scenario, where we take out the head of the snake, the Ayatollah, and the top commanders and the top rulers of the country, and a more pragmatic more pragmatic leadership, more approachable leadership that the United States can approach and speak with are now leading the country. That still allows the Kurds to take over their historic territorial lands and maybe embolden the rest of the people to kind of weaken the regime even more. The second scenario is the regime falls entirely. The United States has created a buffer zone in northwest Iran alongside the Kurds. But the Kurds, of course, we have to be realistic. The Kurds have demands as well. They have they require guarantees because we just witnessed what the Kurds went through in Syria, and they do not want to be betrayed by the West again.
All right. Well, I'd like to thank you so much for joining us, Siliman. We're going to turn back to our correspondents in the studio. This is just out right now. A message.
Qatar's Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdurrahman bin Jassim Al Thani has held a phone call with Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. The Prime Minister categorically denies claims by Iran that the missile attacks were directed solely at U.S. interests. Laura Khan is in Doha for us. I understand that this has come as a result of a statement that's been released from the government, and it is a long statement. Just talk us through what we've been hearing about this.
This is a very important statement because it will signal the first time Qatar has had contact with Iran since this war began 5 days ago. I went to a press conference only on Tuesday where they were saying there was no contact with Iran, but the missiles that had been volleying over from cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, and also numerous drones, as well as some aircraft coming into the territory, was an attack on Qatar's sovereignty. It was an attack on its energy, on its civilian infrastructure, and its military infrastructure. So this phone call between Qatar's Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdurrahman bin Jassim Al Thani, and also Abbas Araghchi from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Iran, signals not only this first connection, but this disconnect between the two, where Iran's saying, no, we've only been aiming towards U.S. interests across the Gulf region and in Qatar, and essentially they're disagreeing, saying absolutely not. And this rhetoric from Qatar just hasn't changed. It's been very stable. From the press conference I went to from the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where essentially saying Iran crossed every single red line by attacking the country. Not only had it attacked Al Udeid Air Base, which houses the U.S. Air Force, but also this is a Qatari air base. Qatar built it. It has Qatar's Air Force there, but also other areas such as Hamad International Airport, a major travel hub in the country that has thousands of people coming through on a daily basis. And of course, civilian infrastructure. Now, there has been a lull in anything being volleyed over this evening so far. Only at dawn, we know 2 cruise missiles and a number of drones came in. So, we're going to wait to hear more, but they did say they have every right to respond to this.
Interestingly, Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian has just posted on X, and he's posted a statement both in Arabic and in Farsi. I'm just going to read it out, Laura. Your Majesties, heads of friendly and neighboring states, we have strived alongside you and through diplomacy to avoid war, but the American Zionist military aggression has left us no choice but to defend ourselves. We respect your sovereignty. We believe that security and stability of the region must be achieved through the collective efforts of its states. That statement coming out from Masoud Pezeshkian, but at the same time, of course, we have been seeing successive strikes across the Gulf today.
We have done indeed. And in the past few minutes, there's been a message from Bahrain's Interior Ministry saying that they are sounding the sirens, that they have been under attack, warning people to be vigilant and stay safe. We know that Kuwait has also said they've been under attack from armed groups from Iraq that could possibly be supporting what Iran is doing in the region. And they said there were civilian casualties as well as casualties in the military. So they actually summoned their charge d'affaires from Iran, handing him a protest letter saying that they will respond to this. We've seen a huge amount of attacks towards the United Arab Emirates, not just at dawn today, but throughout the 5 days, it's been one of the worst affected. There were around 121 drones sent in from the Islamic Republic of Iran at dawn this morning, and also 3 ballistic missiles. Majority of them shot down. Some of that debris landed inside the country. And now essentially the United Arab Emirates is seeing much of its civilian infrastructure also being hit, as well as military targets. So, yes, there seems to be this message, but also reiterated in this message from Qatar's Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs, saying we're being dragged into a war that we never wanted to be part of. And historically, this has been a major hub for mediation. This has been a major soft power for Qatar. So they are absolutely rejecting this and said that they can respond.
Laura, for now, thank you very much indeed. Laura Khan there in Doha.
Yeah, well, I think one of the reasons why there's been such a delay is because Rome hasn't really spoken on this for some time. And Fulton Sheen has, obviously been a mega star in Catholic households right across the spectrum of both the what we call the post-conciliar church all the way through to very traditionalist groups. He's quite a unifying figure among most circles. And talking about this even 10 years ago, sort of wondering whether or not he was going to be escalated on the path to sainthood. And obviously now we have news that he is going to be taking the second step, or the church is going to be taking the second step on that path to canonization. And as you'd expect, there's been an outpouring of positive coverage around it. People once again remembering him for the brilliant TV evangelist that he was, of course reaching a massive audience back in those early days of televangelism. And it's interesting to see that, as well as the canonization side of things, there's also a big question mark over whether or not we will ever have somebody quite like him again gracing our screens. And you would have thought in today's day and age, with the amount of social media and interaction that we have, that someone would have stepped up and taken on the mantle, but that does seem to be another source of debate.
That's, Joseph, that's a job for us now. That's the job for the laity. I think the days where we can expect the hierarchy to confidently transmit the fullness of the Catholic faith, that's our job now. I don't know if you've been following the story of the miracle which was attributed to the intercession of Archbishop Sheen. And this goes back to it was actually in his home diocese of Peoria in Illinois in 2010 that a boy, stillborn, had been born and had been named actually James Fulton after the Archbishop. And so they prayed to the Archbishop of his intercession, and after about an hour of prayer and medical intervention, the boy came to life, and that's been examined, that story, both by the diocese and the Vatican, and that has been declared to be a valid miracle. I just thought, before we bring in Frank Walker, who's so old, he's definitely going to remember when Fulton Sheen was on the television, unlike myself. I just wonder if you just explain for us, to our largely evangelical audience, what do Catholics mean? Because there's a lot of confusion about this. What do Catholics mean when they pray to a saint for their intercession?
Yeah, well, it's a much avoided topic, I think, because, quite frankly, although there are some accounts, particularly on X nowadays, who tend to scream at Catholics for idol worship, I think the vast majority of Protestants, and in particular evangelicals, who maybe resonate more with a traditional Catholic sense of morality than many of our counterparts, even within the post-conciliar church, have sort of shied away from that, and so the topic doesn't really come up as much as it used to. But to break down Catholic worship and where the intercession to the saints fits in, you've got to understand 3 terms, which are dulia, latria, and hyperdulia. So dulia is a form of praise, of honor that's given to anybody who's made it to heaven. Hyperdulia is reserved for the Blessed Virgin, honouring her as the Mother of God, but still not worshipping her, as purely a form of intercessory prayer and honour. And then latria is reserved for worship to God alone. And that is essentially the basis of our theological understanding of what the hierarchy of saints means. There's a strong emphasis on ancestry prayer, so very similar to the way that a court works. If you want to approach a king, it's quite difficult. If you want to go through one of the courtiers, it makes the process a lot easier. That doesn't mean you can't approach the king directly. It just means that you have an added layer of intercession on the way through to making that plea. And so Catholics' view of heaven is very similar in the sense that you want assistance to make your prayer as efficacious as possible.
Trump and the U.S. security establishment are looking ahead to a possible confrontation with China, probably over Taiwan. And in the event that happens, China basically has Iran as a client. Economically, Iran is totally dependent on shipping its oil to China, and China is very involved in arming Iran with advanced weaponry. And that China would essentially use Iran to open up a Middle Eastern front and occupy America's attention so that we didn't have enough resources or had fewer resources to challenge China in the Pacific. Do you think that that China is a big aspect of the calculus here from the American perspective?
I think it should be. I think it's severely weakening this key member of China's axis, which is really this sort of axis of China, Iran, Russia, North Korea, and what was Venezuela, would be a very important move for the United States. I think for China, Iran is a really key pillar of its Central Asian and Middle Eastern strategy, given the large size of Iran, its strategic position and population and resources. And so severely weakening or even bringing down the Islamic Republic would be a severe blow to the Chinese Communist Party. I think the Chinese certainly would love us to be stuck in another Middle Eastern quagmire. So if this doesn't go well, that'll only redound to Beijing's advantage. But if it goes well, then as I said, I think it really severely weakens China's role, at least its strategy in the Middle East. China's ambivalent too. I mean, China does not like the fact that Iran is now attacking its Gulf partners, right, on which it depends for much more of its oil and natural gas than it does Iran. So going after the Saudis, the Qataris, the Emiratis, is not something the Chinese are too happy about, and they've actually expressed some concern in very diplomatic language, but they've been warning the Iranians to cut it out, stop attacking our key energy suppliers. I think the other thing that is useful, and again, I'm never sure how this plays, but how is Xi looking at, and Xi's generals, who, by the way, he's right now engaged in a massive purge of his military. And I think he's getting rid of the military generals who don't want to attack Taiwan quite yet. I think he's sweeping them all aside and putting in place those who absolutely are yes men and agree that 2027, 2028 is the year that they should move on Taiwan. But the question I would be if I were Xi or I was a PLA military planner is looking at how the United States is operating right now. I mean, the tremendous force that has been brought to bear, and also the incredibly close coordination between the United States and Israel. I think this is unprecedented. I can't think of an example in modern American history where we have been this closely coordinated with a peer ally that is operating not as a junior partner like the British did in World War II, but as a peer ally, where the Israeli Air Force was responsible for 50% of the strikes in the opening days of this war. And they were flying from 1,000 miles away while our guys were flying off carriers and from bases that were much closer. I think that kind of joint coordination, fusion of intelligence, operational planning and operational activity is really remarkable. Now, if we can then take that model, and I think the Pentagon has called Israel, quote, a model ally. If we can find other model allies in the Indo-Pacific like Japan, like Taiwan, maybe like South Korea, maybe like others. And we can create that same level of operational integration where our allies can also fight with that level of competence and effectiveness. I think that acts as a serious deterrent against Xi as he thinks about a Taiwanese invasion, or it certainly just makes that assessment of an invasion much more costly.
Well, I think all Americans are disappointed that the Brits are not fighting with us against the Iranians. I mean, your country may have a smaller military, but it's very well regarded for its expertise. The Council of British Military Commanders would be most welcome in this dispute, and we have a history of fighting as side by side in conflicts like this. Like Starmer is a pretty far left politician. That's why he's not doing this. When he says he thinks this isn't consistent with international law and that we don't achieve regime change from the air, well, the UK did that in Libya. It went far beyond UN Security Council resolutions to knock out the Gaddafi regime. Sometimes things have to be done that can't be approved by the UN Security Council to promote international security. We know the Chinese and Russians won't permit Security Council resolutions, so Starmer really can't criticize Trump for not going to the UN.
I mean, there's a very good chance, Fred, that the Prime Minister is being disingenuous when he talks about the fact that the legal framework wasn't put in place around this conflict. There's a very, very good possibility that he's actually appealing to the rather large contingency of Muslim voters that he very much needs in the UK to get him through the local elections in May and then, of course, the next general election. But will President Trump forgive him as they move forward with their relationship? Because loyalty is very important to him, isn't it?
Starmer might be doing that, but I understand there were large demonstrations of ethnic Persians who were praising what President Trump did in London and praising the death of Supreme Leader Khamenei. They're not going to be voting for Starmer in this upcoming election. I think this is simply a blip in our long friendship. We'll get over this. No one's going to remember Starmer in a couple of years. He's never going to survive elections whenever they're held. His polling is so bad, and I understand he has other political problems on domestic issues.
And let me talk about this war that we've referenced earlier in the show, which is with the American public. This is the war on truth, the intent and motivation behind this conflict. Caroline Levitt getting really frustrated in the briefing room today with the media to say, effectively saying, you don't get it, you don't understand. When she said the Iranian regime would kill every person in this room if they could, how do you get that message across, Fred, to the American public that this is necessary?
I think there has to be more briefings by the President, by the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, to make it clear that as an adversary, Iran is very different. The Americans have had many adversaries through history, but this one has been trying to assassinate the President of the United States. His cabinet is responsible for the death of thousands of American service members, is a state sponsor of terror, is linked to the Hamas attack on Iran on October 7th. I mean, this really is a terrorist state of the first order. It's a state that does not want to exist peacefully with its neighbors and was building nuclear missile programs that were eventually going to be so far advanced there would be no way to stop them. And when Iran fired missiles at Israel first during the Biden administration, we found out the intention of that missile program. And when it was rebuilt, I think that that's the first thing Iran would do.
I wonder also whether the messaging was quite right around the fact that the negotiations could go no further. So the Iranian regime, Caroline Levitt said today, the regime chose not to negotiate in good faith. I wonder whether it's just that the American public don't feel that they saw that. They didn't understand that at the time that was all going on behind closed doors. And even though people in studios like this were coming in on a regular basis and saying it wasn't if you were going to invade Iran, it was when you were going to start attacks on Iran. I wonder whether it's the fact that it appeared to come out of the blue to a lot of Americans.
Well, the Iranian government plays negotiations quite well. They always say there's hope for negotiations. There's hope for a deal. It's just around the corner. Let's keep talking. And they've done this repeatedly with American presidents, with British prime ministers, French and German officials. President Trump was not going to negotiate endlessly with the Iranians. They were not making any significant concessions to address our concerns about their missile and nuclear programs. They refused to give up uranium enrichment, which is part of their nuclear weapons program. As long as they would not make that concession, we were not going to get an agreement.
Yeah. Fred, brilliant as always. President Trump's former National Security Council Chief of Staff, Fred Fleets there. Let's get a British perspective on this. I'm now joined by the former...
On the future of Iran, President Trump in an interview told Axios today that he must be involved in picking the next leader. He did not acknowledge Mojtaba Khamenei, the son of the assassinated Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, as a likely successor. He said that would not be an outcome he would like to see. Right now, we're joined by Ali Reza Jafardaza, as the Deputy Director of the U.S. Office of the National Council of Resistance in Iran. And these are like two separate conversations, right? We could talk about who the next supreme leader could be in the near term, but we could also have a further conversation about who the next leader of Iran might be down the line if the regime falls, right? So on the near term first, and this discussion of the supreme leader's son taking his place, what would you say?
Well, certainly Mojtaba Khamenei's son, is being propped up as the successor to Khamenei. He has been closest to him over the past 4 decades. But in reality, Khamenei has no replacement whatsoever. The death of Khamenei is really end of the Velayat Referee system, which is the theocracy that rules Iran. They may, drag the issue for days and weeks, but at the end of the day, this is over when it comes to the theocracy ruling Iran.
How dare you? If that's true, then who comes in next? I mean, speaking of people's sons, the Shah's son, Reza Pahlavi, has been mentioned as a possible leader. I don't know. We talked about it on the show yesterday, whether there'll be a transition period or something more. I think he's mentioned it even himself. It might be a transition. So what's next if you're right about that?
Well, in reality, the future of Iran belongs to those who have been fighting this regime over the past 4 decades. Things don't just happen overnight. You've seen major protests in Iran since December, at least that lasted until January. You saw the momentum, the desire of the people that they were chanting, death to Khamenei, death to the oppressor, be the Shah or the supreme leader, making it very clear that the Iranian people once overthrew a dictator. That was the Shah, and because he had sabotaged the secret police, he was very corrupt. He had a single party rule. He dissolved all political parties, and he was so arrogant. That's why there was a revolution. So someone who's only connection to Iran is his deposed father, dictator, obviously is totally out of picture. However, there are those who have been fighting the regime over the past 4 decades. You mentioned the possibility that, Mrs. Mariam Rajavi, who heads the Parliament in Exile, the National Council of Resistance of Iran, she actually declared provisional government for the transition sovereignty to the people of Iran, based on her 10-point platform for the future of Iran. She's extremely popular because she has a history of fighting against the regime. She has a history of lining up women to be in the forefront of a fight against the regime that is so misogynist. She has women in the leadership, not just in the Parliament in Exile, but the fighting force inside Iran. And her 10-point platform calls for separation of religion and state, gender equality, freedom of religion, freedom of political parties, ballot box being the sole criteria for legitimacy, ending the death penalty, peace in the Middle East, and a non-nuclear republic Iran. And remember, it was her movement that exposed all the major nuclear sites of Iran. And her network, her movement inside Iran, just 5 days before these hostilities started, last Monday, they launched a major offensive against the headquarters of Supreme Leader Khamenei in Tehran, inflicting heavy casualties
on the Revolutionary Guard, showing the capability of the movement. Because at the end of the day, the future of this regime will be determined by those on the ground who have the ability to fight the regime. Especially in capital Tehran is so important because a lot of things shape up in the capital. But her network is all over the country in all 31 provinces of the nation.
All right, Ali, Raza, Jafardazad, thank you.
Is that what you're trying to do in southern Beirut, to render it as you have Gaza?
So, Dominic, let's go into the basics. We have no dispute with the Lebanese people or with the Lebanese government. We hope that the Lebanese government will actually take control over the situation. But when Hezbollah decided a few days ago to join the fight against Israel in order to avenge the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei, they started to target civilian communities in Israel. So we will not sit idly by. We send a very clear message. And by the way, you mentioned this area in Beirut. We sent a notice to the people to move out because we don't want civilians and casualties. So we gave a heads up for those civilians.
But definitely proportionate, though. Sorry, Ambassador, but I mean, as we're hearing from John Sparks earlier on the programme, there's panic on the streets of Beirut, hundreds of thousands of people on the move. Yes, you've been hit by Hezbollah, but you seem to be reacting arguably in a sort of disproportionate way, aren't you? Leading to so many people having to leave their homes tonight after so many months of hardship and conflict already in a country that you are meant to have a ceasefire with at the moment.
Well, I don't know what you refer to disproportionate, but for the Israelis who live in the northern part of Israel, who just came back after a few years that they couldn't come back to their communities, to go now to the shelters for 5 days, I think we owe them their security. And by the way, I heard the leader of Lebanon speaking very strongly against Hezbollah. If they will actually take control over the situation and will make sure that Hezbollah is not using Lebanon as a launching pad against Israel, we have no interest, we have no conflict. By the way, I believe that in the future we will have a peace treaty with Lebanon one day. But in order for that to happen, you have to restrain Hezbollah. That is the bottom line.
As you said, the Lebanese leadership are urging Hezbollah to disarm, but they can't really do that, can they? Because Hezbollah regard themselves as a resistance against the Israelis when you are attacking the country. You're making it harder for the Lebanese government, arguably, to get Hezbollah to disarm. And your critics would say this is more about sort of creating chaos north of the border, fostering a sort of a failed state that you will be able to manage more effectively.
Absolutely not. The last thing we want to see is chaos in Lebanon. We have enough. We don't need to have more issues to deal with. And by the way, we signed a ceasefire about a year ago. We accepted the Resolution 1701 many years ago, and it said very clearly, Hezbollah will not be placed southern of the Litani River. Unfortunately, they ignored the resolution. They ignored the presence of the Unified Force. They ignored the Lebanese military, and they created a new reality. But you know what? There is still time. If the Lebanese government not only will declare war against Hezbollah, but will actually take the actions against them, they can still stop the escalation. And I hope it will happen. If that will not happen, we will use our might, our force, to push Hezbollah away from the border and to stop the shellings into Israel.
Ambassador, you're also being accused of trying to create chaos in Iran by sort of levelling it and rendering it a dysfunctional country. Can you give us sort of a better, more optimistic vision of what Iran might look like once you've finished with it?
Well, first, if you speak about somebody who's creating chaos, it's not Israel. Let's put the facts where they should be. It's
what is
Iran.
the end game in Iran? What would you like to see happen in Iran once you've finished bombarding it?
Well, first, our goal is to neutralize the threat, the nuclear facilities, the ballistic missiles. Today they targeted all the Gulf countries. In 1 week, they targeted more.
After that, sorry, Ambassador, just to press you because we are running out of time. What do you want to happen at the end? What is your objective in Iran?
We hope and we pray for the day that the Iranian people will have leadership that will take care of the Iranian people. I think they deserve better. For 47 years, they were oppressed. And I think we will create the conditions that will allow the Iranian people to rise up, to gain control over the future, and to build a nation that will promote peace and not hate.
But when the problem is when they do rise up, as you know, every time when they rise up, go out in the streets, they get shot by the security forces who are still in their hundreds of thousands strong and still have all the weapons, your prime minister is urging them to go out and commit suicide effectively, surely.
No, not anymore. If you look, if they go out tonight, the Iranian people, and they look up in the sky, they will see our Air Force, the U.S. Air Force, and for years they ask for help. So now help is over there. They should take advantage of that. They should take advantage of the situation. And the regime is weakened, and I think very soon the people of Iran will have the possibility to gain control over the future.
Ambassador Bolton, thanks for being with us. Days ago, Secretary of State Rubio indicated Israeli actions precipitated the U.S. entering the war. President Trump seemed to correct that the following day, saying maybe he even pushed Israel. You said the threat Iran posed may not have been imminent, but in your view, that's besides the point. How do you think the administration has positioned this, and what do you think the objective should be?
Well, I think the objective should be regime change. It's not one or two people who are objectionable. It's the regime and its radical ideology that have threatened America for a long, long time. I am worried. I must say that the administration didn't prepare the public for the attack and the objectives of the war, which the president has said include regime change, whether his subordinates try to walk it back or not. That doesn't mean you have to tell the public what we're about to do, but over a period of time, you want to build public support. This is a representative government. You have to convince the people. I think the case for regime change is overwhelming. They didn't do that. They didn't prepare Congress adequately. I'm worried about that. They didn't consult adequately with allies. I'm worried about that. And what I'm most worried about is the level of consultation and coordination with the opposition inside Iran and in the Iranian diaspora. Because what we're doing in degrading the instruments of state power in Iran is important, but ultimately the opposition has to play a major role. And I'm just nervous that we haven't laid the groundwork with them, given them adequate assets. We're just doing this by the seat of our pants, which could turn out to be problematic, to say the least.
Well, to that end, there's reporting the CIA may be trying to arm some Kurds to help foment an uprising in Iran. I'm not sure how long that effort has been going on, but if it hasn't been a long-term effort, how worried are you about, being able to kind of organize something like that with short notice? And is that going to be enough, given there are hundreds of thousands of Revolutionary Guard Corps member and militia inside Iran who are well armed and trained?
Well, I think if the opposition wants arms, I think we should certainly supply them. The Kurds seem to me to be the last part of the opposition who need arms. Their brother Kurds in Iraq and elsewhere, I'm sure, could supply them. But this goes to the heart of the question how much cooperation there's been. It was reported yesterday, I think the White House admitted that the president had spoken to Iraqi Kurdish leaders, Barzani and Talabani, the two big figures in the Kurdish area of Iraq. That's a plus. But there's a lot more work that could be done. And people complain, well, we don't have a plan for the day after. Nobody can have a plan for the day after. The key here is to get the regime out of power and then look for defectors from the regime, from the regular army, not the Revolutionary Guard, but the regular army who can help keep order. My figures may be approximate here, but the regular army and reserves are about 800,000 people compared to 200,000 in the Revolutionary Guard. So the Guard is fearsome and fanatic, to be sure, but there are plenty of other forces at play at a point when the regime is at its most unpopular and weakest since any point after it took power in 1979, which is why right now presents a real opportunity for regime overthrow.
There's obviously a lot of people who will be hearing that and say, well, look, I mean, have we not learned the lessons of Iraq, a de-Baathification campaign after the fall of Saddam Hussein, getting rid of, taking out from power members of the Ba'ath Party? They had access to weapons, they had military experience, and an insurgency was born. Why wouldn't Revolutionary Guard Corps, even if there's 200,000 of them, is that not a potential force for an insurgency?
Of course it is, but the question for the United States, our national security interest, is eliminating the nuclear weapons program, the ballistic missile program, their ability to support terrorism outside the country, and their ability to close the Strait of Hormuz. That's what we're focused on, and I think regime change gives the Iranian people the opportunity to create a new regime. We can't guarantee it for him. I would say our mistake in Iraq was not overthrowing Saddam. That was a great success. The mistake was becoming a political player inside Iraq after that, with the best of intentions, to be sure. But it turns out it's a mistake. So I think it's really up to the Iranians, which just goes back to the point I made a moment ago. We have to be coordinating with the opposition. And I'm concerned that we are not doing it adequately to help them with the objective of getting some other kind of government than a bunch of theocratic authoritarians.
Ambassador Waltz joins us now. Sir, good to see you again. Many of the top conservative voices, and I know you see this, are angry over this attack. And, of course, it's fun to be contrarian, and it gets a lot of attention for them on social media and such. But I view it, though, as it's sort of undeniable that this was probably an optimal moment to end a regime that has very dark intentions before it's too late. This is an ideology, as we know, that inspires suicide bombings. These are not people that can be heavily armed, and they continue to push to do that.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting, and a lot of the hand-wringing out there, because President Trump has been absolutely consistent in all three of his campaigns. He was crystal clear. This genocidal, ideological regime run by Islamic religious clerics cannot and will not ever have a nuclear weapon. He was consistent in his first campaign, his second campaign, his third campaign. A key part of his first term was withdrawing from Obama's horrible Iran deal. The second time coming into office this time was restoring maximum pressure. And you know what? You know what the American people voted for from my perspective, 77 million of them for President Trump, was a president that doesn't accept bad deals on behalf of the American people, and a president that actually stands for his red lines and stands by his word. President Trump has done all of those things. It's been consistent with everything he has said since he entered into politics. And I'll say, Iran has been at war with us for 47 years. Hundreds of Marines in the Beirut bombing, hundreds of American soldiers in Iraq. Attack after attack around the world. How many billions have we spent dealing with this problem over multiple administrations for decades? And what I love about President Trump is rather than admire the problem and hand-wring about it and issue strongly worded letters and statements, he's finishing the problem, he's solving the problem, and he'll do so in a way that's bold and decisive.
And that's exactly where I want to go. If this regime is fully dismantled, if this gets done, and some kind of stable, Western-friendly government rises up from whatever's left, maybe with the help of the Kurds, perhaps, to secure that transition. What could the world look like if the Middle East is largely with the Americans and is pro-Western, Iran's regime is decimated? Imagine the Middle East in that moment. Describe what that could be like for the rest of the world.
Well, let me start with what you won't have. You won't have the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism attacking us, attacking Israel, attacking our Gulf allies in the Middle East, trying to assassinate President Trump. I'll remind everyone on both sides of the aisle that we're only 18 months away from those assassination attempts. You won't have them supporting the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, attacking global shipping, attacking global energy supplies. And what we will be able to do is shift some of those assets to deal with the greatest threat that this country has ever faced in the Chinese Communist Party. So, for everyone who says we should be focused over there, I agree. And what President Trump's action is going to do is solve the problem once and for all. We cannot have this Iranian regime with a nuke. We cannot have it with thousands and thousands of ballistic missiles that will overwhelm air defenses. You can't have sleeper cells trying to assassinate him, his cabinet, and others on American soil. Enough is enough. And when it became clear they weren't negotiating in good faith, he didn't just accept a bad deal for the sake of it. He said enough is enough and is taking decisive action. So the world will be a far more peaceful place. You have a president that puts diplomacy first.
And you have a president that is going to do what's necessary to achieve stability and peace for the American people. And perhaps a world that doesn't require so many American military bases throughout the Middle East and so much of a footprint for us. I mean, think of as a former veteran that got sucked into those endless wars, heck yeah, and we should be supporting him 100%. Ambassador Waltz, good to see you. Thanks so much. You know, everybody's reporting the same stories, the same spin. You turn the channel, it's always the same. But not us. We're different. We report the real news. No spin, just the facts. Turn to us, and you won't turn back.
Tune in to Rob Schmidt tonight on Newsmax.
Joining us now is Nazanin Boniadi. She's a British-Iranian actress and activist. Naz, good to see you. What's your reaction to this tragic story?
Good to see you, Jake. Look, any innocent life lost, particularly that of children, is abhorrent, and I'm glad it's being investigated. The numbers we're getting, of course, are being reported by the Iranian Red Crescent. The head of that organization is appointed by the regime in Iran. For whatever it's worth, we have a number of 1,000 civilians killed so far by that organization, meaning that is something that is confirmed by the regime in Iran. I am a human rights activist. I'm a peace and democracy activist. Any innocent life lost is abhorrent to me. But let's face facts.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, yo, let's get paper and pop with holes up the skyscraper. It's King Rabbit, I'm rapping, I pull the drug case. Cocaine City, bonus a dope fiend. Selling Fenty so I can front up in the 850. Something in the SF90, robbery, electric space rabbit to space, straight out of space cane, space age, pimping, and then you're pulling out 43rd and Main. To cut the with a lot of it. When they don't make you hate you, underrate you.
Cares about children. They often put children in harm's way. And let's not forget, again, that tens of thousands of protesters, including thousands of children and teenagers and young adults, were slaughtered by this regime, some at point blank at hospitals while seeking shelter and treatment. So this is, again, no bomb shelters in Iran, no coverage for civilians, plenty of defense and coverage for the regime. This is what we're facing, is a country that doesn't care about its civilians.
I spoke with you on Saturday following the initial strikes, which killed Iran's supreme leader and dozens of others in the regime. You said it was a moment for celebration, understandably. We're now 4 days into this war. How are you feeling about it now? How concerned are you that whoever comes next in the Iranian leadership will be better or worse?
We're all concerned about democracy, Jake. That's what we've been fighting for, and that's what the people want. They're yearning for. Again, I think many feel that they're pawns in an international game of politics. And we are well aware, the Iranian people are well aware, that no country has their best interests at heart. Everybody has their own agenda. One person wrote to me yesterday and said, look, this seems to be the first time where American and foreign interests seem to be aligning with Iranian interests. But if that's actually true, then we have to make sure that democracy prevails and we don't just leave the Iranian people with some remnants of the regime, which will absolutely crack down in the most horrific way. It'll be sort of an ISIS left to deal with millions of people who clearly don't want this regime. And for people who care about international law, as I do, I'm getting plenty of messages from colleagues in entertainment and saying, I'm so sorry in this moment what's happening to your people. Thank you, but where were you a few weeks ago when tens of thousands of Iranians were being killed by their own regime? This is a regime that has been violating international law for decades.
Yeah, no, it's a great point, because a lot of people in the human rights community and activist community, progressive activist community, who are very critical of other countries, the United States, Israel, the UK, etc., I haven't really heard a ton from them when it comes to Iran. And now Iran is firing missiles at Arab countries, Saudi Arabia, Oman, UAE, and on, Bahrain. And, I mean, if any other country did that, I think there'd be a huge hue and outcry and, huge marches in the streets. Iran does it, and there really isn't that result in the progressive community. What do you make of that?
Look, in 1979, progressives the world over, including in Iran, were all too willing to sacrifice women's rights, LGBTQ rights, and every other basic human rights at the altar of anti-imperialism. Are we going to do the same in this moment? Are we really caring more about whose hands are on the trigger? Or are we going to care about human lives, civilian lives? This is a regime that has violated human rights, international law, has wreaked havoc on the region, domestic oppression, transnational repression, hostage diplomacy, destabilizing the region, and now it's killing fellow Muslims in neighboring countries. Where is your outrage? Where are the college campuses?
It's a great question. Naz Bunyadi, come back again. You know we love having you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jay. Thank you.
Latest app.
I'm just looking on Polymarket. I always look at it where people are betting their money. Yeah, it's not a promotion to Polymarket. I like it as an indicator where people believe the war will end. That sucks. So the likelihood of a ceasefire by the end of this month was about almost 60% or even 65% 2 days ago, Glenn. It's now down to 40%. Most people believe this will go on for at least only 53% chance, so 50-50 chance this goes on till 8 weeks, which is what Trump and Hexat said. What does that mean for the region? That is insane. That's an 8-week war with the amount of destruction in Iran and now the arming of a Kurdish group. What is the relation going to be between... how's Iran going to look like? Is it going to be Syria 2.0? What is the relation between the Gulf nations and the US after this war, the Gulf nations and Israel after this war? Turkey's position is going to become more dominant with the fall of Iran, but at the same time it's got that rivalry with Israel. And the ability for the US to deter China from unifying from Taiwan. Like, what argument can the US make after what happened in Iran? It just makes it, with China reunifying with Taiwan. What argument could the US make after what the US did in Iran, another alleged or seeming regime change operation? It just seems like a very different world to what we've had over the last few years, and in a very bad way.
Well, these are the questions they should ask before they attack, because this will change a lot of things. Like all of the relationships you said, you can also argue the wider global question. That is, the United States would like to reposition itself, and how is it going to make any deals with the Russians, the Chinese, and other great powers? No one will trust them again, because every time they make they're in negotiation with the Iranians, they close the deal, they end up attacking them. So it doesn't seem very credible, whatever deals the Americans do. But my point is, I think a long war should have been very, very predictable, because we discussed. I had a debate on your program with I forgot his name, and I was
Joe. Was it Joe?
Yeah, it could be. But I made the point then as well. It's not going to be if the Iranians get attacked, they will consider this to be an existential threat. They will fight. And they can't just, if the Americans fail to topple the government, the Americans might come towards the Iranians and suggest, okay, let's do a little ceasefire, put an end to this. But the only thing that happens then is that the Americans will regroup, replenish their missiles again, and then have another go at it in a few months. So they can't afford this. So they've made it very clear that if the Americans attack, this is what they would do. They would strike all the American bases in the region. Anyone helping the Americans would then get punished. And effectively exactly what they're doing now. So the Iranians, if the Americans come to them, they can't afford anymore to make this a short war. They also have to inflict some pain on the Americans and whoever's supporting them. And the Americans as well, they can't necessarily afford to walk this back yet, because they don't even have a narrative in place. If this is seen as a big loss, it's not just America's prestige on the international arena, but it's also Trump's position within the United States. So a lot of things can go wrong. And of course, if the war would end today, what would the Gulf states think? Because, when a hegemon is rising, dominant, such as it was in the 1990s, wherever you are in the world, America's the only game in town. If you want security, you ally yourself with the United States. When you have a declining hegemon, it behaves in a very different way. It will then try to essentially weaken rival centers of powers, and it would use some of the frontline states towards this end. So So I think that a lot of the relationships will be, they have to reconsider some of this. The Gulf states, some of the European countries probably thinking the same. What are we going to do when America's position weakens and being a frontline state is a weakness? And I think this is problems, and Israel as well. To what extent will the Gulf states feel comfortable being so close to Israel? Turkey is the largest European NATO army we have. How much are they going to be allied with America after Syria, and now if they bring in the Kurds in Iran? Even threatening to do this is very foolish. So no, it's they're just wrecking the whole place, and there's no putting this back together.
Start with what the president told Axios today. He told Barak Ravid that he needs to have a role in choosing the next leader, and that the son of the now late supreme leader is a lightweight. What's your reaction?
I think the polite thing to say is it's delusional. The idea that the Ayatollahs that form the ruling circles of this regime are going to care what Donald Trump thinks is a mistake. And it's equally a mistake to think that after he picks the new supreme leader, that he'll just make deals with him like he did with Delcy. The failure to remove Delcy Rodriguez and the other Chavistas still ruling in Venezuela means that the regime is still in place. And Iraq is not Venezuela. It means there that whomever is chosen as supreme leader will be the entire deep state, including 200,000 Revolutionary Guard soldiers still in place. So I don't know where he gets his information about how things work in Tehran, but it's a strange comment. Let's put it that way.
You, of course, are well known as someone who has been a traditional hawk on foreign policy. You have spent a lot of time, energy, focus on warning about the dangers of Iran. Based on what you have seen so far of this war, do you think that the United States and the world are going to be safer and more secure with this action having been taken, or not?
Well, we have to see how it turns out. I think the objective of regime change, which the president stated before his advisors tried to walk it back, is the correct objective. And I think to date, at least, the military side of this is going very well. What I'm concerned about is the political side. I don't think the president led the American people, as presidents need to do, in support of regime change. And I think he's now in political difficulty in the general population for that reason. He clearly did not work the congressional side of things. Notwithstanding the 2 victories he's going to have on war powers resolutions, I think Congress is still shaky. He did no consultations with our allies, which is a mistake. And what I'm most worried about, frankly, is the extent of his consultations with the Iranian opposition. They are going to have to carry the major part of the burden inside the country. We need to know from them who are possible defectors, how they're going to fragment the regime at the top, and really affect the regime change, how to coordinate with the military efforts. And I'm very worried, apart from this chatter about the Kurds in northwest Iran, that we've really done that effectively.
So the Iranian foreign minister spoke with NBC today and was asked about a potential U.S. ground invasion. I want to play what he said, and we'll talk about it on the other side. Take a look.
Are you afraid of a U.S. invasion in your country?
No, we are waiting for them.
You are waiting for the U.S. military to invade, the ground troops?
Yes, because we are confident that we can confront them, and that would be a big disaster for them.
Do you think ground troops are going to be required to achieve the goal of regime change, if that is the goal?
No, I don't think so. The goal of the military campaign is not itself to affect regime change. And a lot of people have been using words like, that's not the military mission. I mean, it's the political mission. By destroying the instruments of Iranian state power that threaten us and that repress the Iranian people, you begin to pull the regime apart at the top and get defectors primarily from the regular army, but maybe some from the Revolutionary Guard. So as the military activity degrades what Iran is capable of doing, it creates political instability. It destabilizes the regime. And the more we take out of the nuclear program, the ballistic missile program, the Revolutionary Guard headquarters and bases, the Quds Force, the Navy, it's a long list. We've got plenty of time to do it if we have air superiority and if we have effectively ruled out their retaliatory strike capability, taken out that capability by the bombing campaign. So I think things on the military side look good, and the more unstable the regime becomes, the greater the possibility of regime change.
It is close. Oh, absolutely. I'm expecting it. I'm hoping for tomorrow. The fact is that first Governor Polis realized and made it public that he realized that her sentence was too harsh. I mean, a white-collar situation where it's really one event and everything is consecutive. When you're sentenced then to do time and you have, let's say somebody goes around and robs 10 different gas stations, well, then they get sentenced for each one and it runs consecutively. So first you spend your sentence for the first one, then you have the time for the next one, then you have the next one. That's what consecutive sentencings are. And because of that, it adds up to a lot of time. In Tina Peters' case, it was like one person robbing one gas station. But because they said, they went over the pumps and they went over to the store and they went here and there and made different charges for each thing. And then they made that, which is always run concurrently, into consecutive sentences. Plus, the Court of Appeals was really clear that they really did something wrong in that they sentenced her on a felony when she was only convicted on a misdemeanor. They made it into a felony. They did everything in the book that they could possibly do wrong.
So hang on. This is her 18th day. Polis the other day put up a woman that had kind of the various situation with Tina. It wasn't exactly the same, but she had gotten, I think, probation and community service. And Polis actually said, we have his tweet up, how Tina Peters got 9 years plus 3 years probation. He actually said that. But aren't we beyond the justice of it? Because as soon as he put it up on a national basis, he got lit up from everybody, including people in his own administration who are running for higher office, right? The Secretary of State being one of them. But people from all over the nation, because Tina is a political prisoner and she's become kind of a symbol of the suppression of the Trump movement and the MAGA movement, sir.
Thank you so much for saying that, because that's the absolute truth. That's exactly what she is. Sometimes you hear rhetoric that somebody's a political prisoner, but that's really what Tina Peters is. She's in prison for 3 reasons. Number one is to shut her up. They don't want her talking about the election fraud because we have a serious election emergency going on right now that has to be dealt with. But they don't want her voice in there because they don't want the public to know what's happening. Number two, they want to shut her up because Jenna Griswold, the Secretary of State that you mentioned, she is using Tina Peters as a scapegoat, basically. As long as she's in jail, somebody is taking the blame for whatever. And so they're not blaming her. But Jenna Griswold is clearly a criminal. She is the one who wiped out and then rewrote on the hard drives of all the Dominion machines in 62 of the counties. That was done, first of all, when you wipe it, you can still get information, but when you rewrite over it, you can't get it again. It's gone forever. So all the data from the 2020 election was wiped out by Jenna Griswold. She could do a year in prison for each one of those 62 different counties where she wiped it out, and those would be consecutive. So we're talking about a real criminal who was one of the loudest voices to keep Tina Peters in prison. And then the third and most important reason that they went after Tina Peters is to teach every other clerk in the whole country to make sure that they don't get brave. Make sure you don't, preserve evidence. Make sure you don't make sure that the truth is preserved. That's what that's all about. That's the biggest and most important of all the reasons. So yes, she's a political prisoner, and the judge was even clear when she asked for bail pending appeal when she qualified for it by the laws of the state of Colorado. And he said, no, because she's more dangerous than a violent criminal because of what she would say. So in other words, we don't have freedom of speech in Colorado anymore. You stay in prison because of what you may say. And that is a pathetic situation in the state of affairs.
You've mentioned Iraq a few times. There's something I haven't researched enough, so maybe you can give us a bit more insight into how much did the US benefit from Iraq's oil? And is that benefit, does it continue till today? And the reason I'm asking is to try to see if there's any similarities to what we're seeing with Iran, whether we might see a similar playbook. So was Iraq just a massive net loss for the US, putting the humanitarian aspects aside? Or is there a hidden benefit that people are not talking about enough, just calling it a catastrophe, when in reality it might have not been that bad economically for the US?
Well, I mean, the human cost was catastrophic for the people of West Asia especially, and the thousands of U.S. soldiers who lost their lives over a lie. But in terms of a material benefit for the U.S., look, you can see right now how the U.S. benefited. There's talk in Iraq of bringing back Nouri al-Maliki, who is a former prime minister, popular among Iraq's majority Shiite population, and who was against what the U.S. did in Syria, for example, when they were backing an al-Qaeda-dominated insurgency. And Maliki has had sort of I wouldn't say he's close with Iran, but he's had friendly relations. And Trump, what did Trump say? Trump told Iran, if you bring this guy back as your leader, we're going to take all the money you have.
Iraq, you mean?
Sorry, yes. Trump told Iraq, if you bring Maliki back as your leader, this is happening right now. We have all your foreign reserves in a New York bank. We're going to take it all. And Mike Pompeo said the exact same thing to Iraq in Trump's first term when there was a measure to call for the withdrawal of U.S. forces there. And Mike Pompeo said, if you do that, we're going to take your money. So invading Iraq, installing a client government, keeping U.S. forces there, that's given the U.S. leverage. And if you're a mafia don, that's what you want, is leverage over people that you can use to bully them and intimidate them. And that's what the U.S. can do now in Iraq because it destroyed the country and put it under its control. Now, it couldn't keep it under its total control because there was massive chaos and a civil war triggered by its intervention, which Iran capitalized, which Iran took advantage of because it has so many allies there. But still, it does have influence, as evidenced by the fact that Trump feels compelled and confident to bully the Iraqi government and tell them who their leader can be.
Oof. So then the likelihood of the possibility of a civil war in Iran is just looking more and more likely. If you're saying in Iraq, despite the deaths and the destruction, there is a benefit that the US still has to this day. And you're giving the example of the foreign reserves in the US and how the US is using that to pressure Iraq, and obviously the US having troops there. And then so if Iran ends up similar to Iraq, where there is a civil war, there is total destruction, a completely destroyed Iran is not only good news for Israel, but could actually be good strategically. Again, putting the humanitarian aspect aside, strategically could be beneficial for the US, because I was under the hope that the US does not want a destroyed Iran and does not benefit from an Iran that ends up like Libya or Syria or Iraq.
Well, given that they've repeatedly done things like Libya, Syria, and Iraq, I think it's fair to expect they want the exact same thing for Iran. If they can't totally take over a country, they at least can leave it in ruins Syria was so wonderful for the U.S. and Israel because, even if they couldn't achieve regime change, which they ultimately did, what they did is they got the Arabs fighting each other. Sunnis killing Shia, sectarianism, Hezbollah came in, Iran came in, and this was a great opportunity for them to bleed Iran and Hezbollah, even if they couldn't topple Assad. By the end of it, I don't think they even cared whether or not Assad left. It was just about to destroy another country that's outside of U.S. Israeli control, and that is within the axis of resistance that tries to deter Israeli hegemony, because Hezbollah was getting weapons from Iran through the land bridge in Syria, and the regime change campaign there just took care of that. So even if they don't have full regime change in Iran, if they can do something just to leave it in ruins, failed state, civil war, they'd be very happy. Now, I don't know how much of a constituency there is in Iran for that. Sure, there are people with major grievances against the government, but whether they want to take part in being armed by the CIA and Israel to destroy their country, I don't think so. And that's why I think you're hearing this talk about the Kurds coming in. So Iran's ethnic makeup doesn't suggest to me that there's a constituency for a civil war as there was in Syria. In Syria, you had a majority Sunni population, especially in lower income rural areas that had a lot of grievances with the government, and the sectarian element of this too was very, very strong. I don't think you have that as much in Iran, but certainly I think the U.S. and Israel will try.
Particularly as well, not least the bombing of the Iranian primary school on the first or the second day of the conflict, where it's a tragic story, but dozens and dozens of young school children were killed. Israel and the US were initially blamed for that. Then there was some rhetoric that maybe it was the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, who had a missile that went awry. Caroline Levitt snapping back at the reporter, saying that the Americans would never target civilian sites, and the Department for War was investigating that particular incident. But elsewhere also talks about how the war would end. President Trump, whether he'd be open to a ground invasion as well, which links back to what you've just been talking about, Bev, with the Iraqi Kurds, who have been rumored to be funded by the CIA, according to CNN last night. It was a big breaking story, ready to launch an uprising on the ground in Iran. That's being denied tonight by the Kurds themselves, the regional Kurd government. However, there is still some pretty strong suspicion that that could be the case. I guess more will become clear over the next 24 hours. Just to give you a flavour of what happened here at the press briefing room at the White House today, this is Caroline Levitt answering questions from reporters a bit earlier.
The objectives of Operation Epic Fury are the 4 military objectives that I laid out for you previously: to destroy Iran's navy, to destroy their ballistic missile capacity, to ensure their proxies in the region can no longer harm Americans, and to also ensure that they can never obtain a nuclear weapon. As for what comes next for Iran, the president has said, of course, it's a good thing for the United States to want freedom for the Iranian people, and ultimately we hope that freedom rests in their hands.
So that press briefing, Bev, followed another briefing this morning, 8 in the morning, from Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War at the Pentagon. I've been saying all day, and it's the best way I can articulate this, whilst there's a war going on in the Middle East with bombs dropping and ships firing and torpedoes going off, there's also a war here on the streets in D.C. with regards to the Trump administration, because they are in a PR war to try and convince the American public, and indeed the rest of the world, that this war is legitimate and they have a plan. Pete Hegseth made some pretty stark revelations this morning, not least that they'd killed the Iranian head of an assassination unit who tried taking out President Trump in the not-so-recent past couple of months. Let's take a look at that.
We've known for a long time that Iran had intentions on trying to kill President Trump and or other U.S. officials. And while that was not the focus of the effort by any stretch of the imagination, in fact, never raised by the president or anybody else, I ensured and others ensured that those who were responsible for that were eventually part of the target list. It wasn't the beginning of the effort. We were focused on missiles and launchers, and that's the focus. But ultimately, if we had the opportunity to get at those who are trying to get at Americans specifically, we would. Iran cannot outlast us. We're going to ensure through violence of action and our offensive capabilities and our defensive capabilities, as I said, that we set the tone and the tempo of this fight.
Elsewhere in that press conference at the Pentagon, Bev, Hegseth revealed it was a massive achievement for the Navy, the US Navy last night, who sunk an Iranian warship some 2,000 miles away from Iran. It was in international waters, using one of their own submarines. This extraordinary footage you can see now, viewers, if you're watching on television. This is the US submarine launching a torpedo at the Iranian ship. It was the first time, said Hegseth, that a torpedo had sunk a rival vessel in waters since World War II. I mentioned that this morning. I repeated the Secretary of War's comments, and the GB News viewers, and credit to them, were on it like a shot. Of course, it was the Belgrano, the sinking of the Belgrano in the Falklands in, I think it was 1982, where a Royal Navy torpedo sunk that ship. But Hegseth later clarifying his comments, saying it was the last time a US fleet downed a rival ship using a torpedo, Bev. So it's all kicking off. That footage there, the aftermath was 87 Iranian bodies recovered from the waters by Sri Lankan authorities. The United States here tonight getting some stick, actually, for this incident. People saying that that ship there, the Iranian ship, wasn't really involved in the war. It was 2,000 miles away in international waters. And some, particularly on the left, as you'd expect them to do, criticising the US for gloating about the sinking. But it's all kicking off. As you said, Bev, we're only in day 5, but it feels like we are, much longer into this conflict than the reality suggests.
Wimpemer, talk to me about this. It was a statement that you made earlier that I just wanted to read back to you if I can. You said this, quote, "If these two guys are dirty, they should be held accountable and they should serve jail time." Do you still feel that way?
I absolutely do, Sean, and it's good to be with you. It's interesting. Yesterday, they didn't want to answer my questions, especially Keith Ellison, and I understand why. Because after having a chance to address them both yesterday and get their testimony, if you will, on the record in front of the public, a bombshell report was released by the House Oversight Committee where they're conducting interviews of whistleblowers in Minnesota. One of them was the Assistant Commissioner of Education, the Department of Education in Minnesota, who, contrary to what Tim Walz and Keith Ellison are saying, claims that they were notified of the fraud and the suspicious activity as early as April 2020, Sean. I want you to think about this for a second because Keith Ellison, this looks really bad for him. There is a 54-minute audio tape of Keith Ellison meeting with the Somali fraudsters that were involved in the Feeding Our Future scandal, the $250 million fraud scheme, largest pandemic fraud scheme in the country. He met with them in December of 2021, and he tried to tell me yesterday that he didn't know anything about what was going on with the FBI because a month later the FBI issued subpoenas. They had been working with the Department of Education on investigating this fraud. Instead, in that tape, where he claims he knew nothing about the fraud, Keith Ellison assured the Somali fraudsters that he would block any attempt to scrutinize them, to scrutinize the programs that they were running. And again, he not only made that commitment in that December 2021 meeting, but he clearly knew about the fraud a year and a half earlier, Sean, and then he took campaign contributions within a week or two of the meeting in December 2021. Yeah, if this is continuing to be confirmed by people that are speaking under oath, these guys, and in particular, Keith Ellison, he should be disbarred immediately, and he should go to jail.
Let me play this from Congresswoman Nancy Mace, because I know you talked about contributions, math getting involved. She was questioning Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and even did some, quote, Minnesota math, if you will. Watch this.
So we're going to do some Minnesota math with you today, okay? Are you ready? How much money was spent on 2017 for autism in Minnesota? How much?
I don't know. I wasn't the governor.
Okay. Did you not just say that you prepared for this hearing today? $1 million, okay? A quick Google search or using your AI could tell you $1 million was spent. How much money was spent on autism in Minnesota in 2024?
I don't have the number in front of me.
Were you governor in 2024?
I was.
And you still said you prepared for this hearing today. It's unbelievable. $343 million was spent in 2024.
Whip, is that acceptable? The lack of response from the governor, the lack of knowledge?
Oh, I think not only is it not acceptable, that's a rhetorical question, Sean. I think it is indicative of a guy who knows that he's caught. They are trying to obfuscate. They're trying to run out the clock on this thing. It's not going to work. The fraud, they knew about it. They actually, according to whistleblowers, they actually ignored whistleblowers, and more importantly, they retaliated against them. The Assistant Commissioner of Education, under oath, told the Oversight Committee that Keith Ellison in particular threatened them with being racists, being Islamophobes, xenophobes, and literally threatened them so that they would not investigate these people. Again, long before he had the infamous 54-minute recorded meeting with them where he said that he would take care of this, that he would make sure that he called these people and held them accountable so that they wouldn't do an investigation. And just to that question that Nancy Mace asked, Sean, sure. I mean, the Somali community allegedly
children in the Somali community are 4 times more likely to be autistic than the general population. That just doesn't make any sense, nor do the numbers that she read, going from 1 million to many millions. And it's just another scam. There's 80 autism centers under investigation in Minnesota, and that's just one of the many fraud scams that were going on.
I'm Sean Kreisman. For stories and content just like this, check out National Report weekdays 9 to noon, only on Newsmax.
I want to talk a little bit about Savannah Guthrie's mom, Nancy Guthrie, 30th day, Phil. This is crazy. And I know you were out there in Arizona. I mean, can you believe that it's gone on for 30 days now and we don't have any real solid updates?
You know, I guess I got out there the day after the Super Bowl, so it's been a couple of weeks. And, you know, at that time, I was thinking to myself, and I think most of us who were covering it, who were watching it and you know, following along with the investigation, even at the time when I would talk to other folks in the media, because we were all kind of at the same hotel, in this case, a couple of different hotels, but we were all, you know, seeing each other in the lobby and lobby bar at dinner and, you know, around. And the general consensus, I could say even back then, was that, you know, it's highly unlikely that she's still sadly with us. Right. And here at 30 days and counting, right, I think that just underscores that. We have a video now of Savannah and her family visiting there's a memorial that, and like when I was out there, maybe we can show that. When I was out there, one of the first places I went was right in front of her home where the media was sort of set up. They've now blocked that off, by the way. You can't park there. It's a no parking area, but right there at her driveway entrance, it's a semicircular sort of rock, gravel, dirt driveway. Right in front of those cacti there's it's a memorial. It's an impromptu memorial. Folks have come by, they leave flowers, notes. There's a sign there, obviously showing support and wanting her safe return. And I can tell you from looking at this, what I'm seeing on my screen right now, this has tripled in size just in the couple of weeks since I've been there. So there's clearly a lot of support still in the community and well wishes for them.
Yeah. Well, and we have a little bit of an update. I mean, it seemed like something, at least we're getting something. There was a new Ring camera footage. So new video showed a vehicle leaving her neighborhood. And this was around the time of the disappearance. The Ring camera showed, and it's a house that's about 2.5 miles from her home, shows that they drove about 8 minutes after her pacemaker had been disconnected. So her pacemaker, you know, we sort of have a timeline because her pacemaker was linked to her watch and linked to her phone. And when that disconnected, that's the time that we all assume that she was actually removed from the house. So we're working on that timeline, using that timeline. And if we use that, about 8 minutes after that is when this car was seen about 2.5 miles from her house, leaving the neighborhood. And I think it's interesting because this wasn't found initially because they had a much smaller search area. So what the police do is they start small and then they slowly broaden that area. So they had a very small perimeter at first, getting all of the Ring camera footage, anybody's cell phone cameras, anything like that. And then they've expanded it a little bit. And so now they've got this footage from about 2.5 miles away. So, you know, maybe this will help us establish a suspect, establish someone because they've got a car. It was a light colored SUV. And so hopefully that will give us something. If they can question whoever owns this car, that will give us a little bit more.
There's a lot. So the area out there is, it's not a very congested area. But it is a residential area, right? And so I think that we're in the area where that video of that car could mean something, or it could be unrelated. We just don't know. And honestly, from looking at it, and by the way, we've showed it, and if you haven't subscribed to us on YouTube here at MK True Crime, you might want to take a minute to do that so you can see what that car looks like. And by the way, if you do watch on YouTube, put in the comments, because I'd like to read it, and I will read it, what you think that car is and how it may be relevant, because I'm really on the fence about it. I don't know. It could be completely unrelated, but it was in the middle of the night, the wee hours of the morning, I guess, and there's not going to be that much traffic out there at that time. So that does push it maybe in the area of, hey, maybe that is the car. Because, look, remember back to the Brian Kohberger case, right? It was the presence of his car near the scene that sort of, unrolled or started unraveling that case and eventually led to his conviction. So maybe it will help.
Yeah, I'm with you, Phil. I think it will, and I hope it will. So at least the family can get some closure.
Joining us now with reaction, Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton. Senator, it is spectacular and amazing. A combination of intelligence and military might and incredible precision and professionalism that we've never seen in warfare before. I mean, knowing the location of where Ali Khamenei and his top 40 leaders are and taking them out. And then when their Security Council gets together to form a new government and they're in the process of voting in a new supreme leader, they all get wiped out. You know anybody that's, in line that wants that job at this point? I don't think very many people.
No, Sean, I'm not sure many people do want the job. And if you're a senior leader in Iran and you get called to a meeting, maybe you should skip it. It is an incredible display of skill and bravery and ingenuity by our military and our intelligence agencies. We haven't seen anything like this, Sean, in 2 months since we did it in Venezuela to Nicolas Maduro. President Trump, once again, boldly used our overwhelming force, our critical insights from our intelligence agencies to knock Iran back on its heels. You've outlined the evidence, Sean. There's thousands and thousands of missiles. They vastly could overwhelm our missile defenses combined with Israel and our Arab friends. This was an absolutely necessary decision. I commend President Trump for taking it. And Iran doesn't have nearly as many missiles anymore. We've seen the rates of fire falling significantly. It's still a serious risk. Our troops are still at danger. This is still probably going to take weeks, not days. But it's been a striking success here in the first few days of this campaign.
All of this in keeping, Senator, with the Trump doctrine. No forever wars, no boots on the ground, although they have to leave that option open just in case. But more importantly, surgical strikes to avoid threats before they become untenable. And the president had been very clear for those people that don't understand the purpose of this. The president has said over and over again, Iran cannot and will not ever get a nuclear weapon. However, on the other side of it, it's going to be up to the people of Iran to determine their destiny, correct?
Yeah, that's right, Sean. The president's been very clear. You and I have said it for as long as he's said it. We can't allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. We also can't allow them to have thousands of missiles to attack us or to defend themselves as they build a nuclear weapon. We don't know what the future of Iran holds, but we can all be very grateful that the brutal, repressive, theocratic dictator Ayatollah Khamenei is now dead, that the Iranian government is knocked on its back heels, and we can hope, as President Trump has said, the Iranian people are able to reclaim their destiny and once again live in freedom as a friendly, pro-American country, as it was for so long in the 20th century.
Senator, I've been told by my sources that there absolutely, positively is a plan in place so that the people of Iran will have the arms available to them for any remnants, any holdovers in the Iranian Revolutionary Guard police departments that might be still loyal to this dead regime. In other words, they will not be without an ability to fight back. They were mowed down by the tens of thousands. Is that the right tack to you?
Well, Sean, back in last month, President Trump had said that help is on the way to the Iranian people. Help has arrived. And in addition to hitting their nuclear facilities and their missiles, we're also striking some of those very brutal and repressive thugs that took to the streets and mowed down their own people, like the Revolutionary Guard Corps and the Quds Force and the street militias that propped up the regime. We'll continue to do that to give the people of Iran a chance to once again live in freedom.
All right, Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas. By the way, congratulations on your primary win. You had a lot of competition, and it was very hard. I think you only got like 80% of the vote. I'm glad you were able to squeak that through. We appreciate you, Senator.
Yes, the House Judiciary Committee Chairman, Congressman Jim Jordan, who as a member of the House Oversight Committee, was watching this briefing and has reaction. Yeah. What did you think?
Well, I was struck by what the secretary said right at the end when he said the throttle's going to stay on high and that Iran can't outlast us. So I think that is it. Just indicates the commitment the commander-in-chief, President Trump, has to making sure this regime, which has done terrible things for now almost 50 years, doesn't achieve nuclear capability. And that's the goal. They're going to make sure that they achieve that goal.
You know, Congressman, can you explain to us the disconnect? Because we hear that there's a thorough briefing given to members of Congress, especially the Gang of Eight. We see the briefing that the president, as well as the Secretary of War, you got the Joint Chief, you got Marco Rubio giving a briefing, and then you see Democrats come out of there and they act like they haven't been told anything.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's just today's left. I mean, anything that President Trump supports, they're against. Even an effort to stop the largest state sponsor of terrorism, who's done all kinds of terrible things, even to stop them from getting nuclear capability. Somehow that's a bad thing. We saw the same dynamic a few weeks back when we took out Maduro, the head of a narco-terrorist organization who wasn't even recognized by our government as legitimate head of state, who was doing all kinds of bad things in our hemisphere. We take that guy out, and somehow that was a bad thing. So that's today's left, which has control of the other party, and every position they take, all the way to sanctuary city policy, for goodness sakes, every position they take is crazy and makes no sense to, I think, the American people.
Hakeem Jeffries predicting defeat as an American leader is so out of bounds and so unworthy of a person in this position. I know he wants to be speaker, but that's not how you become speaker, in my view. And I think people should have higher standards than that. I want to talk about something else that you're going to be focusing on, and that's fraud today. Governor Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison will testify before your committee over accusations of rampant fraud in Minneapolis, some of which has already been tried. You know, when you're taking $6 million away from autistic kids, the Somali community rallying together to defraud Minnesotans as well as Americans. How do you get to the bottom of this and don't get it out of control? How do we incisively get to the corruption?
Well, I think we know what caused this. This was politics. Understand, 98 people have already been indicted in all these various fraud programs where they went from a couple $1 million of taxpayer money being used for some program to within 2 or 3 years, hundreds of millions of dollars. That the example was supposed to be feeding kids, giving kids meals at schools. Problem was there were no kids, no meals. They were just stuffing money in their pockets. 98 people have already been indicted. 85 of those individuals are Somali Americans. So this was about politics. This was about not offending a voting bloc that the Democrats count on in that state. And that is that's why they looked the other way and allowed this stuff to happen. And I think that's what we have to expose to the American people. Politics drove this thing. There was also a racial discrimination lawsuit brought against Minnesota, and they said, oh, we don't want that. After all, this is a voting bloc of the Democrat Party. We're going to continue to send the money out. Even after they stopped it, they restarted it because they were nervous about the racial discrimination lawsuit that was coming. So that's the key that took place here, and that's what I think the country needs to understand.
Yeah, what is your reaction to Minnesota? They're filing this federal lawsuit on Monday, accusing the federal health officials of illegally withholding $243 million in Medicaid payments from the state. How can we make sure that the people who do need that money, the innocent victims here, the innocent taxpayers, do get that money without cowtailing without the fraud?
Yeah, well, one of the things I'm really excited about is in the Department of Justice, as you know, there's a person, Colin McDonald, who's now been designated as the guy who's going to deal with the fraud. So you find the fraud, and then the folks who are entitled to those benefits and should get those benefits, you make sure it goes there. But you can't do that until you find out where the fraud is. And so I'm excited about this effort at the Justice Department where the point person will be focused on this issue.
Yeah, hopefully people get to the bottom of it and see how inept these politicians are, if not corrupt.
And go to jail as well. Thanks, Congressman.
Thanks, Congressman.
You bet. Thanks, guys.
As well, in a classified briefing yesterday, Senate Majority Whip John Barrasso sits on the Foreign Relations Committee and joins us now. Senator, can you bring us inside the best you can that briefing and the posture the Democrats had behind closed doors?
Well, thank you, Brian. Number one, the world is much safer today because President Trump has taken decisive action against Iran. The Ayatollah is dead. His team under him has been eliminated, and we are currently eliminating the Iranian military force. We're talking about missiles, the missile launchers, and their ability to produce more missiles. What struck me yesterday at the briefing was the fact that Iran was producing more than 100 missiles every month. They were building up a stockpile that would be hard for our interceptors or the world's interceptors to take down. They were setting up a cone of immunity so that they would be able to protect themselves as they once again started to go with nuclear weapons. That's what we heard about yesterday. Iran has been at war with the United States for 47 years, killing thousands of Americans. And Brian, yesterday after the briefing, I talked to the mother of a soldier from Wyoming, Tyler Pickett, who was killed by an Iranian IED in Iraq in 2008. She said, John, please thank President Trump for what he is doing, for what he has done. And she's praying for all the men and women who are now in harm's way.
And Senator, 603 died in that insurgency alone, where they went in and made our lives miserable in Iraq, where the Iraqis were willing to turn the page on their country and Saddam Hussein. So you have the posture behind closed doors. Tell me if this sounds like the Chuck Schumer that was getting briefed when no one else was listening. Watch.
The American people do not want an endless war. The administration doesn't seem to know what it's doing. The answers are very unsatisfying. They have shifting goals, different goals all the time, different answers every day. And I am truly worried about mission creep.
Is that the Senator Chuck Schumer behind closed doors?
No, they asked questions. People I thought were very respectful yesterday. Look, what are the Democrats trying to do today? They're trying to tie the president's hand with this vote of the War Powers Act. The president acted in the best way to protect our nation. You know, I was with him Thursday afternoon with a small group of senators and Marco Rubio. It was obvious at that point that the Iranian off-ramp was not going to occur. They were not into doing what they needed to do. The president did the right thing. He has full authority to do what he has done. He's done the right thing. And look, and compare this to what Obama did and the Democrats 10 years ago. $56 billion to the Ayatollah. And for the last 10 years, they've been using that money to kill Americans and others and to build more weapons. What we ought to be doing today in the United States Senate is not what Schumer wants to do and is talking about. What we ought to be doing is funding the Department of Homeland Security, which right now is shut down as a result of the Democrats obstructing our efforts to fund that department when terrorism is on high alert.
Senator, would you encourage the president to tell China to stop arming this terrorist regime? You know, regardless of how this turns out, the reason why they're building all those ballistic missiles all the time, the reason why they have the armaments they have and the money they have, even to run sanctions, is because China's supplying the material and China's buying the oil.
Well, the president obviously works through peace through strength, and he has been displaying that. They tried to get Iranian efforts into Venezuela. The president went in decisively and took out their leader. The president, what we're doing now with regard to Iran is sending a message to China and to Russia, as well as clearly to Iran. Look, we are now, this is a different administration than Joe Biden, who you could aggressively push around. We are a strong United States of America. I think that's the best message that we can send around the world, and President Trump is doing it.
Yeah, President Obama was allowed.
Care to test me?
I too wield a sword.
Yes. Made of ice.
Round one, fight!
show little promise.
Round 2, fight.
You're improved.
Finish him. Kenshi wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Leatherface. Tremor. Round 1, fight! Final round, fight! Tremor wins. Pay your respects. There is a new king. Johnny Cage. My kunai will be unleashed.
And shoved up your ass sideways.
Your mockery is at an end. Round 1, fight. Round 2, fight!
It's okay to cry. Didn't know you were such a fan.
Final round, fight!
Martini shot!
Johnny Cage wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Predator, Leatherface. Round 1, fight. wins. Pay your respects. There is a new king. Scorpion. Reptile. Round 1. Fight! Round 2. Fight! Finish him! Reptile wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Liu Kang. Jax. Let's go. Round 1. Fight! Play where that came from. Round 2. Fight! Finish him! Jax wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Jason Voorhees. Cassie Cage. Round 1, fight!
Maybe next time.
Round 2, fight!
It's just gonna get worse.
Finish him! Cassie wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Liu Kang. Leatherface.
Does one hideous face hide another?
Round 1, fight! Round 2, fight! Leatherface wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Johnny Cage. Liu Kang. Round one, fight!
Didn't know you were such a fan.
Round two, fight!
It's okay to cry.
Use your head or lose it.
Final round, fight! Finish him! Johnny Cage wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Aaron Black. Ermac. Round one, fight! Black wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Triborg. Tremor. Round 1, fight! Round 2, fight! Final round, fight! Triborg wins. Pay your respects. There is a new king. Triborg. Aaron Black. Round 1, fight!
gun is the best defense.
The Cypher Initiative lives on. Round 2. Fight! Triborg wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Triborg. Cum laude. Round 1. Fight!
This is becoming fun.
Round 2. Fight! Final round. Fight! Finish him! Kung Lao wins. Pay your respects. There is a new king. Cum laude. Tribal. Round one, fight!
This is becoming fun. You are quite obstinate.
Round two, fight! Finish him! Triborg wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Tremor. Cum laude. Round one, fight! Finish him! Tremor wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Cum laude. Devora. Devora. Round one, fight! Round two, fight! Finish him! Devora wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Baron Black. Baron Black. Total Khan. Fight! I will drink your blood. Your sacrifice honors me. Final round. Fight! Finish him! Kotal Khan wins. Pay your respects. There is a new king. Scorpion. Triborg. Round one, fight! This is the end of you. Round two, fight! Get over here! Finish him! Scorpion wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Round one, fight!
blade, thanks.
Round 2, fight. Finish him! Kenshi wins. Pay your respects. There is a new king. Melina. Jason Voorhees. Katana. Round 1, fight!
My fury is unrelenting.
Round 2, fight! Finish her! Jason wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Kenshi. Rachel. Liu Kang.
Master Boraicho. Let us see if you remember my teachings. You will be pleased and pained to see I do.
Round 1. Fight!
Faster.
Round 2. Fight! Final round. Fight! Finish him! Liu Kang wins. Pay your respects. There is a new king. Milena. Goro. Round 1. Fight! Round 2. Fight! Finish her. Goro wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Kitana. Liu Kang. Round 1, fight! You overestimate your skill. Round 2, fight! Liu Kang wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Melina. Raiden. Round 1, fight! Predestined. Round 2, fight! Raiden wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Reptile. Melina. Scorpion. Round one, fight! Round two, fight! Final round, fight! Brutality. Scorpion wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Predator.
Hi. Yo. H.
Round one, fight! Fight! Finish him! Melina wins. Pay your respects. There is a new king. Leatherface. Leatherface. Kitana. Liu Kang.
Shall we test your skills?
Perhaps it is yours.
Round 1. Fight! Round 2. Fight!
Far deadlier than you.
Finish her! Liu Kang wins. Pay your respects. There is a new king. Liu Kang. Melina. Round 1. Fight! Kang wins. Pay your respects. Throne defended. Melina.
Hi. Yo. H. Hey. Hi. Yo. H. Hey.